Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to the new week of This Space and the 2-hour special edition of PEPAGANDA today. Now, just need to address something real quick. The reason that today is a 2-hour show was I had an interview scheduled, but we had to do a reschedule. So you guys are just in for 2 hours of fun with the Pep Man here. Call myself that, but anyway, how you guys doing? Welcome to the show. As you guys file in here, please consider hitting the like button on the stream. Really helps the crew here, and I really appreciate it personally. So also sub to the channel if you haven't already. Come on, guys, what's going on there if you haven't already subbed? Now this is one of those things where I'm gonna do a little bit something a little bit different than you guys are used to over on the PEPAGANDA show. I'm going to do just a wee bit of personal news. So I addressed this yesterday that I had a situation where, if you guys are not aware, my mother passed away this previous March, and we had a situation with Facebook where her account got hacked, and they didn't just hack the account; they took everything from it and they wiped it clean. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this because she didn't really have like a lot of followers or anything, and it wasn't that old of an account. It was weird. And yes, thank you, Miss Blue Ocean, Sandy. If you guys, if you guys are looking to lock down your family's accounts, apparently you have to memorialize them and you have to do it pretty fast. So we did have it taken care of, though, and that's the reason I wanted to bring it up. And I want to do a special shout out to everybody over on This Space for helping me with this situation, because I don't think that it would have gotten the attention that it did over on like the Facebook crew there if you guys didn't contribute. So thank you. I have got confirmation that it has been taken down. And right now, that was all that was, as much as I want the photos back. And the biggest one was the correspondence, because they got rid of the conversations that I had and like the little jokes that I made with my mom, which that hurts. Hopefully the Wayback Machine can help with that. We'll see. But realistically, I was worried that somebody was going to be using my mom's name to commit scams. So, but that has been taken care of and we are all good on that end. So just thank you guys. And yeah, just be careful. Be careful out there, folks. So now with that out of the way, I do want to get to some news that for like the past few months here, it's kind of gone under the radar. I know that this story is about 2 months old. So guys like Kyle Kulinski and Ken Klippenstein, they can really take some credit on being on the forefront of this. But Ken Klippenstein, he did a piece on this where, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, is the NSPM7. Now, I know that sounds very procedural, and who cares, right? Who cares about a procedural thing? Well, we all should, because this isn't an executive order. And hold on, I got my cat in the butt. That's enough. That's enough. We're done with that. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, it is it's not an executive order. So, I did a show on this a couple months ago. See? But yeah, we have some new information on this. Dude, I'm going to have to kick you out of this room if you keep this up. My cat he has recently been allowed down here. I finally cleaned up the space down here, and he's still finding ways to be a problem. It sucks. So it's going to be censorship, and Pam Bondi is already abusing her position badly about this. They've got all our data. It's quite serious. Yes, it's very serious. So here, without further ado, I'm going to just get to this. Add this. All right. So, you know what? Yeah, we'll go with this. Okay. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the FBI to compile a list of groups and entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism. Now, they're using a broad brush on this one. According to the Justice Department memo published here exclusively, the target is those expressing opposition to law and immigration enforcement. Wonder why they're singling that one out. Yeah, Broadview is a big one that I was thinking about this. Extreme views in favor of mass migration and open borders, adherence to radical gender ideology, as well as anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity. Now, this is one of the biggest attacks on free speech I think I have ever personally seen in America. Hey, man, this is bad. Hey, you are done, mister. Sorry, guys. You guys want here? You know what? Cat tax. I'll get to the story. But this is the one who is causing all the mayhem right now. Look at him. Look at him. He is so cute. That is a cute face. But right now, this cute face is nothing but mayhem. Yes, you are creating nothing but mayhem. Okay. Oh. Yes, kitty. Yes. Okay. Now I can actually get back to this. All right. So that language echoes the so-called indicators of terrorism identified by President Trump's directive, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, the MSPM 7, which the memo says is intended to implement, or there's a period there. All right. So where MSPM 7 was a declaration of war on just about anyone who isn't MAGA, this is the war plan for how the government will wage it on a tactical level. In addition to compiling a list of undesirables, Bondi directs the FBI to enhance the capabilities and publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American public on other Americans. To that end, Bondi also directs the FBI to establish a cash reward system. So they're incentivizing your neighbors to turn you in and your family. And I'm going to watch a clip about it's one of those podcasts that's been going super viral. The difficult conversation or whatever. Honestly, it kind of annoys me where the two kids, they don't challenge like their parents as much as you would like them to, because you would think that if your parents told you that they don't care if the government comes and, I don't know, tries to eradicate you, that, yeah, you know what? They would be 100% for it, because they're just like, well, that means that you did something bad. All right. I swear this cat. Hey, that's enough. That's it. Kitty arm jail. Kitty arm jail. While I finish this segment, you are in kitty arm jail. All right. So, with this cash system and with the fact that they are doing the tip line, this really should be the biggest story in the news right now. I don't understand how this is getting buried the way that it is, but alrighty. The memo later instructs the FBI to establish cooperators to provide information and eventually testify against these other members of the groups. The payouts don't end there. Justice Department grants are now to prioritize funding through programs for state and local law enforcement to go after domestic terrorists. Now, usually, I know that we don't really talk about Congress much anymore because, they don't seem to be doing much as far as being, relevant in any way, shape, or form right now. But yeah, usually they're the ones that have to kind of even sign off on like the use of force or any of this kind of stuff. On top of the fact that posse comitatus is a thing, there are many, many scenarios in which legally this can be challenged. But it seems like that is going to be an afterthought at this point. All right, you know what? Come here. I've been told about positive reinforcement. It's not working with you. Come on. Come on. Get away from the comic books. I'm going to finish this story. They are turning us into Russia. Yeah. Oh, exactly. And like, again, incentivizing your neighbors to turn you in for cash. Whether like, and again, this is all thought policing. So let's see. In a section titled Defending the Domestic Terrorism Threat, or defining, geez, I cannot read today. The memo cites extreme viewpoints on immigration, radical gender ideology, and anti-American sentiment. Indicators that federal law enforcement are instructed to refer to FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Now, with all this happening, this is where I'm a little personally confused, and maybe since we have Miss Blue Ocean in chat here, do you have any idea about the legal challenges that would protect us, with that pesky First Amendment that they seem to be going around? All right, so these joint terrorism task forces are then instructed to use all available investigative tools in order to map the full network of culpable actors involved in both inside and outside the United States. Yeah. And the fact is, guys, not enough Americans are going to give a crap about this. No, you know what? Let me put the chat on the screen there. Upon receipt of the referrals, the JFFT or JTTF, man, dyslexia is a bitch, shall use all available investigative tools. Which, by the way, I'm not just saying that like a just like a little playful thing. I actually do have diagnosed dyslexia, so these are always a little bit of a challenge for me, but I prevail. Upon receipt of these referrals, the JTTF shall use all available investigative tools consistent with law enforcement internal policies, blah, 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 blah. For months, major media outlets have largely blown off the story about MSPM7, thinking it was just all Trump bluster and too crazy to be serious. But a memo like this one shows you that the administration is absolutely taking this seriously, even if the media are not, and is actively working to operationalize MSPM7. MSPM7 was signed in September, largely in response to the murder of Charlie Kirk, which was a 9/11 type event for the Trump administration, as I've reported. Kirk's assassination is referenced explicitly in the Justice Department memo. As anyone who lived through 9/11 can remember, the government doesn't always think rationally in moments like this, to say the least. Yeah. And so here we are with a new war on terrorism, only this time millions of Americans like you and I can be the target. So, I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree. Americans are waking up to what's going on. I hope that's true, Kristina. I just kind of feel that this going as unreported as it has been is kind of a indicator that, like Klippenstein said at the end of that article, was that most people, they just saw it as Trump bluster, which I think that I don't want to do this like 5D chess thing. I don't want to give him credit for that, but it does kind of seem like, his administration did that on purpose, where they're just like, yeah, just do your stuff, be as ridiculous as possible, and we'll implement this. And, because nobody's going to take you serious. All right. No, at the time of 9/11, I literally had employees in offices right down to the towers, or right down by the towers. We had to go there, move them into government. Moving the government really was crazy. Oh, yeah. Now, I was only in high school. I'm pretty sure that I was a freshman in high school when 9/11 happened. But because of that, I got to deal with a lot of like the post 9/11 stuff, especially recruitment. Army recruitment was a huge thing up until my graduating year. So, yeah, I'm a little worried that's where they're going with it. Because think about this. they are always bringing up how, well, the America isn't fit enough. You know, they keep saying that, like, they're calling Americans slobs, by the way. You do understand that's what the Sean Duffy thing, with the whole like flying and don't wear your PJs, make it an event. It's a F you, dude. F you. Like the fact that these guys are just so freaking nostalgic for an era that they never lived into is just, it's so freaking stupid and honestly lame. Like, whenever I see someone like Sean Duffy, who, you know, I think he's in his 40s or maybe just turned 50. Like, I remember that guy from Road Rules. That's always fun. When he was on the same show as Theo frickin' Vaughn. Yeah, it tells you exactly how serious that guy is. But he's posting pictures of again, flight in the frickin' 50s, which, as somebody who's actually into like oceanic history, which includes, you know, transatlantic flights, I can already tell you that it's like, yeah, it's because those flights used to take damn near like half a day or like an entire day. Like, it was and honestly, it was something to kind of just be like, oh, this is an event. It's the same thing with cross ocean travel. That's why like those like the Titanic and ships like that were always so popular, is because it was the, you know, most ritzy way to get around. I'll be smoking on the plane. What up, Smoke? Good to see you. Everybody, shout out to Smoke a Tide Pod. If you guys want to check out some fun content that's not political, check out Smoke a Tide Pod over on Twitch. Good to see you, brother. But anyway, back to this. And you know what? Hey, troublemaker. Come here, troublemaker. Yeah, my cat is being a little bit of a pain in the butt. So apologies for that. Let me get rid of this. All right, so I have a few clips to go through. And you know what? Before I do go through those, I'm going to take care of this situation right. All right, you have lost your downstairs privileges for the day. Not sure if you guys have a cat like that. Just so dang cute, but also just such a problem. All right. Flying used to be special when they weren't cramming us into planes like sardines. I can barely fly anymore because of the environmental impact, but people are going to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see air travel getting any less popular. All right. So Kyle Kulinski actually talked to Ken Klippenstein a few months ago about this. So let's take a look at what he was saying just then.
Trump signed this directive.
Wait for to get the update on this one, though. So quiet.
This NSPM 7 directive. And in that directive, basically what he says is...
Yeah, apologies for the volume. I will try to adjust this on my end, but it doesn't look like I really can.
These things effectively sort of put you on the government's radar, that perhaps you're either a domestic terrorist or aiding and abetting domestic terrorists. And it includes things like anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration, on race, gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, same thing for traditional American views on religion, same thing for traditional American views on morality.
Again, and then after they get rid of all the lefties, they're going to start going after people who disagree with, you know, the Trump policies, like the flight. Could you imagine that? You show up to the airport in sweatpants and they're just like, you know what? You're anti-American for doing that. Lock them up.
And so that's obviously, they're casting a very, very wide net there. But let me start with this. As you point out in your piece, the NSPM 7 directive, it's not the same thing as an executive order. So tell everybody the difference between the NSPM 7 and an executive order, and why this actually makes it way more serious than if it was an executive order.
Yeah, so unlike executive orders, of which there are over 200 at this point by nature, are kind of more micro level, sort of do this, you know, in the case of presidential memoranda on national security, which this was, the 7 at the end refers to the number that, like, there's only 7 of them. Number 6 is classified. We don't know what number 6. In this case, for whatever reason, the Trump administration decided to make it public. And I think because of that distinction, the media has missed the story. In fact, I've seen it inaccurately reported as an executive order.
Yeah, no, I've seen that too.
Even by place.
That is really weird though, considering that like the other ones are classified, that they could have just buried this and just implemented it secretly. Like,
This is that I, appreciate. Like,
this is where, when people say the cruelty is the point, it's also, can we acknowledge that it's like, yeah, but when you're telling us the strategy, I mean, I've only read The Art of War, so I can just say that when you tell your opponent your strategy, then don't be surprised when they have a
C-SPAN, mainstream media
a counter strategy. I'm just
organizations, several of them getting this wrong.
Trump signed this directive, this NSPM 7.
Nope. All right, cool. That's the one thing I do not like about the shorts is like when they start repeating. All right. Oh no. Did I just accidentally? Oh no, I just deleted my the next video I was gonna pull up. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta bring that up again. Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of the what I would consider scariest stories right now because like the blatant confusion, what they were just saying about how like the media didn't pick up on this. And the fact that they are planning to implement it. Because I can tell you right now that everybody that watches this program or any of these programs, they're going to start doing thought policing. It's awesome. They really are bringing back the 50s. Next, they'll revive the House Un-American Activities Committee. Yep. No, for real. That's what it really does seem like. My father was a communist. My mother told me he had to go underground once my brother was born. And he got a jab in transportation or a job, got a jab. She said it was that it was scary. Well, yeah, I mean, especially like anybody that was born, let's just do the millennial, like from millennial on, we don't really have that strong of a concept of like what the Red Scare produced. And as far as like what Pinkerbell just brought up, the House Un-American Activities Committee, the fact that they did it, they had something very similar to this, where it was, they were making payouts to people that were just like, oh, if you have tips on a communist in your neighborhood, make sure that you let us know immediately. We have to protect America. But I think that the reason that failed, though, if I'm not correct about this, please chime in. Trust me, I do not mind. But I would say that it was because it didn't really hold up in the courts. Like they did eventually start realizing, oh, this is a blatant violation of free speech. But we'll see. Pinkerbell. Hey, don't get me started on Homestar Runner. Actually, I didn't know that they had a YouTube page, so I just started following that. Look up McCarthy. We need to teach history. Yeah, we do. The thing is, this is my problem. Is I'm starting to get to that point where my retention of like the history that I did learn is just it's not there as much as it used to be. It's something I need to brush up on. Because yes, I was very, very interested in history. And surprisingly, even though I went to a Christian school, like we had Texas Instruments books, but I had a professor, or we call them professors. But I had a teacher that was really, really adamant that we knew the real history behind things. So what he would do is he would be like, okay, so this is like the Cliff Notes of edition of, or Cliff's Notes edition of history. So then he would give us a decent like reading list to go through and just be like, okay, so here we go. You're still into history. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm still into history. It's just, I need to get better about this. I've been pretty good about doing educational content as far as like anytime that I'm not streaming. That's kind of what I go for. But like I said, I'm getting educated in things like maritime disasters, which I don't know. Let me have my fun, okay? But if you guys are into maritime disasters, I definitely have Ocean Liner Designs is one of the best channels that you can check out for that. Anyway, with that being said, though, I want to play this quick video about what was this? Okay, yeah, 18 hours ago. Perfect. Also, as much as I am not a fan of TYT, I am still a fan of John Adirola, and I don't mind giving him a little bit of a shout out here. Yeah, he has some pretty good clips here about how Stephen Miller just is giving the game away. So
the Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extreme
Pee Wee German is such a good name for him.
Organization.
This is the first time in American history that there is an all-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa, to dismantle the organization.
With the way that him and his wife like talk and do this, like I'm just convinced that when they kiss, this is how that. Like it's so gross to think about, but for real.
These acts of political violence and terrorism. Because of this executive order, Cash and Pam are going to have the tools they need, working with Scott, to take these organizations apart piece by piece. And the central hub of that effort is going to be the Joint Terrorism Task Force, or JTTF, which sits inside. Then
again, this is scary, but it is also nice to see that they're the ones that they're putting it, like that's the hands that they're putting it in. Because, yeah, if I know anything about Cash Patel and Pam Bondi, it's that they're not very good at their jobs, and they're not exactly what I would call effective.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I don't know if it was intentional, but that left freeze frame is the exact face he makes when an immigrant family is separated. In any event, that's Stephen Miller. He's been trying desperately to sell this idea that just being a Democrat, being a liberal means you're a violent terrorist. Forget the insurrection. Please don't focus on that, or the fact that we pardoned all these violent criminals and sent them back out there to run amok. And, the fact that we got the pipe bomb guy and he evidently was a Trumper, and we're trying to tell you that only left-wingers are violent, and it just keeps running aground on reality. Forget all of that stuff. We got a mission, and it's to demonize the left, but also perhaps dismantle some organizations that they're not extremists. They haven't committed any terror attacks or anything, but they're popular, they're successful, and we don't want them, especially if they're raising money for the Democrats. That's what all of this is about. And it took another step forward. We have this leaked memo that was written by Pam Bondi that directs the DOJ to compile.
The nice part is that they are actually lumping in everybody. It's not just like, us. It's not just leftists.
A list of potential.
And that's where I did have this conversation with one of my buddies, telling him, I'm like, so are you anti-Trump? He's just like, yeah. I'm like, so you're included in this.
So domestic terrorism organizations. And what would make you a domestic,
even though he doesn't follow politics,
terrorism organization? Like you're probably thinking bombing, blowing up, killing people. No, none of that. Espousing extreme viewpoints on immigration, radical gender ideology, and anti-American sentiment. Now, to be clear, they don't mean extreme viewpoints like we should deport 50 million people or we should feed them all to crocodiles. That's not what they mean. They mean thinking immigrants shouldn't be deported. That's extreme to them. They don't mean radical gender ideology like we should put these people in the shadows, we should strip away their rights, we should do all that. No, just acknowledging their existence is a radical gender ideology. And the anti-American sentiment, that's not like, rejecting the Constitution, rejecting the separation of powers, accruing more and more
No, it's literally being anti-Trump.
Tyrannical power to the executive, all these fundamentally anti-American things. No, all that's cool. Just like not liking Trump, I guess that's really what all of this is. We had Ken Klippenstein on to talk about his reporting, and basically
that guy is making the rounds. And you have to like him and Jeremy Scahill, I have to say, are probably two of the best reporters in America right now.
Any left of Joe Manchin idea you might have is enough to get you investigated by the FBI or the DOJ these days. And so they're going to be looking into all of this. They've got their list put together. God help you if you spread anti-Americanism. If we jump ahead to graphic 3, anti-capitalism. You're not allowed to have an issue with any of that. Anti-Christianity? No. Oh, you could be anti-other religions, I guess. But anti-Christian, nope, you're not allowed to do that. Support for the overthrow of the United States government, that is now not allowed. Back on January 6th, it was totally cool. In fact, it was patriotic to do that, but now it's not allowed. And hostility towards traditional views on family, religion, and morality. All of that is, of course.
I mean, the Democrats do have like the opportunity to do something very funny if they get the power back in the House.
Amazing. And I love it too. Donald Trump.
Lots of committees.
As we're going to talk about later on, He's instituting new price fixing stuff to try to get a handle on grocery prices. Evidently, that isn't anti-capitalism when he does it, but it is when the Democrats do. His multiple marriages and the cheating on his wives, that's not anti-traditional family when he does it. So all of this is not only deeply un-American, against the First Amendment, all of that stuff. It's also wildly hypocritical at the same time, JR. What do you think?
Oh, nice.
I'm trying to figure out when we can start.
I'll admit, like, because I did like my little moratorium on TYT content, I did kind of start to miss like John and JR. So personally, I am allowing at least their stuff to
identifying fascists as fascists. So we've gotten to the point, I feel like I do it every time we've reached another plateau, which is like every other day. So now we're going to attack and weaponize and go after people for dissenting political opinion, for people existing. So now apparently they're setting up some task force to go after their political enemies. It's almost like they're fascists or something, John, you know? And then when Stephen Miller first jumped up and was screaming into cameras, talking about how the Democrats not only support terrorist organizations and screaming and spitting and twitching constantly like that, then we saw it and folks were saying, yo, it looks like this guy's setting up a way to try and call any of his political enemies terrorists, because as they've tried to also float with this killing folks in the Caribbean, as long as Donald Trump says someone is a terrorist, then they're therefore are a terrorist. So he can also do that domestically. As they also said they weren't going to come after American citizens. That is before they've come after American citizens. It's all kind of coming together to have this whole, fascism as a rule of law over American citizens. And if you
and the thing is, you have a lot of people that are very okay with it.
Disagree with it, then you get arrested, you get tortured, you get detained, you get put in gulags, eventually maybe potentially concentration camps. You know why? In case you didn't know yet, they're fascists.
Yeah. By the way, you saying that almost certainly puts you on Pam Body's list, by the way. We've identified it. We're not backing off of that. I don't know what characteristic, traditional, scholarly characteristic of fascism they haven't reached at this point. I'm waiting for Donald Trump to have campaign paraphernalia that literally talks about the trains running on time. I don't know what else they could do to convince people. But
again, it's not a fluke that guys like Nick Fuentes are getting platformed the way that they are even more. Even though I will admit that Piers Morgan, he did push back more than I thought he would. God, I watched that twice. So I watched a collective 4 hours of Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan yesterday. That was damn near brain breaking. All right. Let me show you guys exactly why I have a little bit of a bad feeling about this. So I'm not sure if you guys have watched the Necessary Conversation, which if you guys have, then you might know where I'm going with this, because as somebody who has family that has decided to separate themselves from myself because of my political ideologies, and they're the ones who made that move, by the way, where they just said they can't be associated with me because, again, I'm a leftist and I'm un-American, so they would love this. Specifically, my cousin. My cousin actually told me that he would not only back me getting locked up, that he would join ICE, and he's just like, I would lock you up personally. I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. Just a little reminder that, this whole family thing and their traditional values. Yeah. That's traditional, is to just tell your family member, again, somebody that it's not like I wasn't close with my cousin. Over Charlie Kirk, by the way. It was literally the day that Charlie Kirk got kirked. Yeah, he decided to tell me that, he thinks that I'm just as dangerous. Okay, so here we go. There we go. So this guy sitting on the couch here is one of the most reprehensible human beings on the fucking planet. And these two, their kids, honestly, if this podcast doesn't end with them just disassociating from their parents and letting them die alone, then I actually have to place some blame on them, where it's just like, no, guys, you really should have some fucking balls here, because the stuff that he has said that he'd be comfortable with his kids going through, it kind of shows where it's just like, nah, not worth it. So I'm going to play this clip. Is it a little rage baity? Yes, it is. But you need to understand where these old heads be at.
Dad.
Yeah.
Is it okay to use the military to people who pose no threat?
100%. No.
Those two people posed a threat.
What was the threat?
Hanging on the side of a boat?
Nope, they were bringing in lethal drugs to the United States of America that could people. And so
Literally.
they are the enemy.
I'm at the point where it's like, can you please just go faster?
And they are not.
No proof of that.
They're dead.
Beyond no proof of it, the boat was destroyed.
I don't care.
The drugs are gone.
That's all right. But they need
Sitting here rooting for just like a blockage. It's like, come on, dude. Just
driving another boat.
want to see kind of start grabbing.
But
we're at war with Venezuela. If you haven't figured that out.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
We are.
With
hasn't been declared.
With
We are.
drugs
We are at war.
coming into
with
our
Venezuela.
country on those boats.
We are at war with
Okay.
Venezuela.
Those
If you don't
boats-
believe that, you need to go get another job.
Get another job.
Those boats did not have fishing.
The fact that they're all just sitting around laughing at this, making content on it, does like I started getting really sus. Like I find them to be a bit sus.
People on them.
Yeah, they did.
They were not having a
Because I know that I wouldn't be able to just hear this shit and just take it.
party
Yes,
with.
they did.
No.
There has been a report that one of the men that was
That report,
murdered,
CNN.
his
No.
wife came forward and said, "My husband was a fisherman."
Oh, sure he was.
Then he shouldn't have been on the drug boat.
And that woman.
You don't
probably-
know that it's a drug
That
boat.
woman probably had a Venezuelan gun pointed at her
You
back.
don't know.
Listen, if you guys are from Oklahoma and you guys don't want to be made fun of by us Yanks up here, then I don't know. Check these assholes.
It was a drug boat.
Because honestly, he does make it so it's just like, oh yeah, you know what, Oklahoma, that tracks.
Yeah.
They're
it is.
drug
No,
boats.
you don't.
Let's say that
I don't care if it is.
Sitting here in my liberal utopia that is Chicago. Yeah, you just want open borders. You want to just put all these immigrants into the hotels, and you just want to give them everything. You want to just make sure that all the Browns are in the country.
Dad.
Like, again, you don't want to fucking be made fun of for anti-intellectual speak, then don't let them be the ones that are like get out there and have the most prominence. Just gonna say, old people get a pass. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, why do they get a pass? You've been here longer. Like, no. If they have a medical issue, if there's if they are actually senile, maybe, just maybe I'll give them a little bit of a pass. But come on, guys. Like, at what point? At what point do you put that line up? And again, like, this is wild because those same people, like the parents there, probably look at the news and they hear oh, those millennials, they just don't want to, they have no respect for their elders. And meanwhile, they're telling their kids that they would be more than comfortable with them getting locked up because of their political ideologies. So this is where I just personally have no patience for it. I went to the Last No Kings in a Melania disguise with my megaphone. Wait, were you wearing like the giant hat? Like, were you doing like the South Park meme where you were wearing a peacoat and a giant hat? Capital punishment is common in American history. Oh, absolutely. But now the capital punishment for having just, again, the like an opposing thought, like that is wild, because you do understand that this isn't even about like speech policing at this point. Now it is just like, oh, did you post something anti-Trump? We have the means and we have the grounds to now come and lock you up because you know what? You're anti-American. We labeled you a terrorist, so. All right. Now, in another turn, I want to actually talk about what's going on with this Netflix merger, because there's a lot more to this than people are reporting. And I have to give MS Now and Stephanie Rule some credit here, because she did a really, really good piece on this last night. So I wanted to share this with you guys and discuss it a little bit more. So let's add this. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to add this to the stage and it's not letting me. There we go. Look at that. Awesome. What up, Stephanie?
It is time for tonight's Money Power Politics.
Yeah.
Today, Paramount officially launched a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, despite its deal that we learned about last week with Netflix. And buried in the fine print, the deal is backed by a private equity firm founded by none other than Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as well as a huge investment from sovereign wealth funds from Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, and Qatar. Amazing. Paramount didn't lead with that. So let's level set here.
Yep.
In the last year, Paramount merged with Skydance, giving the Ellison family control over CBS News. Kushner, with help from Saudi Arabia, took video game giant Electronic Arts private in the largest leverage buyout ever. And to top it all off, the Ellisons, who are major Trump supporters, agreed to play a key role in TikTok's U.S. operations. That is an enormous amount of influence over media. And if their bid with Warner Brothers Discovery is successful, it is only going to get much, much bigger. My dear friend David Gura joins me now. He's a correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast, and Oliver Darcy, co-founder of Status. Olivier, let us start with you. Netflix's offer does not include CNN, but Paramount has expressed interest. What would that mean if the Ellison family acquires yet another news organization?
Well, I'm not sure if you guys know this word, monopoly.
Stephanie, this is one of the most dramatic, I think, fights for a Hollywood studio we've ever seen. But like you say, at stake is a lot more than Warner Brothers Pictures, which alone would be huge if the Ellisons were to get their hands on that, given how it can shape culture and the entertainment industry. But inside WBD is CNN. It's one of the assets that they are trying to acquire. And I think that's a particular interest in this fight, because Donald Trump cares very much about CNN and the ownership of CNN, the editorial programming on CNN. And when you come and look at this deal, the regulatory issues are really a wild card here. And if someone can convince Donald Trump, let's say Dave Ellison convinces Donald Trump that under us, CNN is going to be a lot more favorable to you, that will give the Ellisons a possible edge in getting a deal done. And so I think that's what's interesting about this deal and this whole thing is CNN is a small business component in this deal, but it is outsized in the regulatory influence it's going to have over a deal like this.
Then that's the question, right? Paramount is arguing that their all-cash offer is going to face fewer regulatory hurdles than Netflix. Is that because it's all cash, or is it because of the influence, or is it because of the influence that the Ellison family has over this White House, or the fact that Netflix is already so big in streaming, they're going to face hurdles? What's the real reason this thing should have an easier time going through?
I think it's a combination of those things. The number one streamer buying the number three streamer is obviously a regulatory issue. And, normally that would be looked at, and it's hard to imagine how that would go through. But it's also that the Ellisons have fostered this relationship with Donald Trump.
Gee, I wonder. You're telling me that the most corrupt president in history is just all of a sudden going to grow a conscience?
They've kissed up to him. They've bent the knee. You've seen what they've done at CBS and CBS News, for instance. They installed an ombudsman who is very pro-Trump. They installed Barry Weiss as editor-in-chief, who has been pushing the network, I'd say,
Can we also acknowledge this, and this is something that's not being reported on, is just the anecdotal situation with all of these streaming services. None of them have produced anything worth a damn.
Waters that are more favorable to Donald Trump.
Netflix, ironically, is the only one that's like, well, at least we got the final season of Stranger Things, but after that, what?
And so it's pretty obvious that they thought that with Donald Trump.
I was literally thinking about Paramount and HBO even, where it's just like, you guys don't produce anything that's worth all of these billions and billions of dollars, except for the fact that it's just like, no, you're going like the Ellisons trying to acquire all the news outlets to make sure that it's all pro-Trump. That's the most obvious fucking play here.
As an ally, they could push this deal through. David Ellison even said,
although I don't know, because of the buyouts and stuff like that, this is where the CNN talent actually has like some leverage where they can just walk.
Today on CNBC, it was actually quite a remarkable admission that he's talked to Donald Trump about CNN. And it's
although we all know Wolf Blitzer at this point is just like he's a literal puppet. I'm convinced that Wolf Blitzer died like 10 years ago, and they have an animatronic like Chuck E. Cheese version of him.
Not a secret as to what that conversation would probably look like. Donald Trump has not liked CNN for the last decade since he's been in politics.
God, they all do. They all look like lizard people.
He obviously wants the network's tone to change.
What is it about becoming a billionaire where they're just like, eyebrows gotta go?
And so I imagine that, if David Ellison gets CNN, there's an understanding that he's going to push that network in a direction that's going to be more favorable to Donald Trump. And so when you look at the regulatory issues, certainly Netflix has issues given that it is the dominant streamer, and that would be looked at regardless. But also I think the Ellisons were banking on the fact that they thought that
I love how the house is on fire and everybody's just sitting here with a smile.
They could get this deal through because of the
God, I hate media
relationship with Donald Trump.
But it is not all about the Ellisons, David, and that's what's important here. Yes, they're putting up $12 billion in financing, but you really had to dig to find out that Jared Kushner was involved in this bid. His name is not even mentioned until page 44 of a 58-page
But Hunter Biden
filing, and $24 billion in financing is coming from Middle East sovereign wealth funds. That was definitely not in the Paramount header or headline.
You know, how come Blue MAGA can't actually do what MAGA does and like just hammer the shit out of these stories and just constantly just be like, this is outrageous.
Hey, this is Saudi back.
Instead, like,
not at the top of the release. No. So it's buried in there. And I think
that's the thing that pisses me off about the media ecosystem is the fact that the right wingers, whenever they have like a grievance, immediately, and it's not just the way that like the media is swaying now. This goes back years where it's always the same thing. They're always angry. Shout out AG for doing this, and I've talked about this on my stream. Angry Ginger has a great way of putting this, where when it comes to like just an example of why the right tends to be more effective is because no matter what, they don't have each finger fighting each other. This is the right. Well, actually, this is the right. And then you got us and the Democrats, and just we're always all over the place, so we can't even fucking make a fist to fight back.
I think you look at the deal and the way that that's proposed or the way that it's structured, and they've done it in a way that there wouldn't have to be a CFIUS review, the way these Middle Eastern sovereign...
I gotta find that clip of him doing that.
And wealth funds have said they'll participate in this, is they don't want any director seats on the board of this company. They're trying to navigate this in a kind of creative way. Just picking up on what Oliver said just a moment ago, we talk about this in a regulatory sense, talk about regulatory hurdles. As you level set, we should level set about the fact that none of this is normal, and there is so much acquiescence and bowing to Donald Trump. He's the chief regulator here. So Bloomberg reporting today that at the Kennedy Center Honors last night, there in David Ellison's box was Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC. He spent some time talking to President Trump at that event as well. Bloomberg also reported that Ted Sarandos had gone to the White House to meet with President Trump as well. So we're seeing this kind of one-on-one, individualized diplomacy, again, with the chief regulator, that being Donald Trump. So it's being highly personalized. And the addition of Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, with whom...
Could you imagine, again, just if Biden was just like, hey, Jack, yeah, you know what? We should put all of the news channels in one place.
The president says he has this kind of professional remove. Jared's doing his thing, except when he's doing something for him, when he's going to Russia or he's going to the Middle East. It's entirely confusing. The lines are really blurred here. And I think that's why they buried it on page 44.
Well, the president has said that he has not spoken directly to Jared Kushner about the merger's approval process. Watch this.
Should they be allowed to buy Warner Brothers? Should Netflix?
Well, that's the question. They have a very big market share. And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell. And also, and I'll be involved in that decision too. It is a big market share. There's no question about it. It could be a problem.
Okay, David, this is not...
And then Paramount and then Warner Brothers, it's not the same thing.
Something presidents are usually involved with. But Gary Kasparov wrote earlier today, he's obviously an anti-Putin activist, but he wrote, if you recall my Putinization checklist, getting media companies into the hands of leaders, friends, and family is quite high. How alarming is this?
It's alarming to a lot of people. I mean, Gary Kasparov talks a lot about that playbook, and this is an example of what happened in Russia, what's happened in other authoritarian countries as well. I think people have reason to worry about how this is all playing out. And like Oliver said just a few moments ago, we've seen sort of telegraphed by David Ellison his vision for what Paramount is going to be. I think we spent the bulk of the weekend thinking about the complementarity of Netflix and Warner Brothers. Now we're doing the same thing with Warner Brothers and Paramount. And I think that it's not difficult to go down a path where you see them wielding a lot of control over what is effectively one of the big major news organizations in this country. All the while they have one. I mean, they have CBS already. So it's not only assuming control, but assuming control of multiple entities.
Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia,
yeah, again, totally normal.
Abu Dhabi and Qatar would now have a lot of influence, Oliver, over...
Yeah, but can't listen to Al Jazeera.
U.S. media. What would that mean? How vulnerable does that leave us?
That was like the biggest thing where during the Palestinian conflict, and like the Gaza conflict, everybody was just saying, wait, you listen to Al Jazeera? Uh-huh.
Why would they want it?
Well, I think they want to draw tourism to Saudi Arabia. And if you can have, the Warner Brothers Discovery assets shining light on your, on tourism there, I think that would be positive. I think they would love, for instance, White Lotus to be shot in Saudi Arabia. That might get some people heading over to Saudi Arabia and thinking maybe we should go on vacation there, right? I'm sure they would love CNN to maybe be more fair in their coverage of Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Qatar.
For everybody that clutched their pearls about 9/11. Holy crap, man.
And so there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of soft power at play here. They might not get those board seats so they can avoid that CFIUS review, but I think they're not handing over billions of dollars for nothing. They want that soft influence, and their main goal right now is attracting US dollars. And in the Middle East, there's no better way to do that than by having someone like Tom Cruise shooting the next Mission Impossible in your major city and showing everyone that, look, this is actually a good place. You should be investing your money here.
Meanwhile, the president wants CBS to issue him a formal apology because he didn't like an interview that was conducted with Marjorie Taylor Greene on 60 Minutes last night. That is happening in 2025 in the United States of America. Please pay attention.
Yeah. And the thing is, you guys even got caught up in it because when NBC decided, yeah, you know what, we don't need to have a news channel because we don't want the big guy to be mad at us. Let me get rid of that. All right. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, heck yeah. Got plenty of time here to get to this story. Here. Got an additional bit to this. Actually, hold on 1 second. I want to catch up with chat here real quick. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you guys have not already, please hit the like button on the stream. It really does help the stream throughout the day here. And if you guys enjoy this content and are not already subbed, please consider doing so. But I just want to do a quick shout out. Julia Collins. We shouldn't underestimate the healthcare earthquake that is about to hit. Health insurance premiums are about to skyrocket for 20 plus million Americans. In the next 2 months, my premiums doubled in price. Yeah, mine. I know the exact percentage that it went up. So my premiums went up 17%, and yeah, that was like with a work plan. So yeah, there's definitely going to be a referendum there, but the fact that Trump is able to just go out there and say Democrat hoax, and so many people, like not just MAGA, so many people are just like, hey, you know what? Maybe it's not as bad as we keep saying. You know, the affordability crisis isn't as bad. Yeah, okay. What up, Christopher? How are you? Also, Global Solidarity Now. How's it going? Johnny Too Late. Appreciate you and your contributions to the stream today. Miss Blue Ocean. Also, check out Sandy. What is it? Environmental Coffee House, which I love that name. Definitely check that out. Bloodstone by Stars, Pinkerbell, Fixer a Thumb. Well, I appreciate you guys all being here tonight, or today. Sorry, I usually stream at night, so. But here we have a breaking point segment about this because I am very interested to see what Sagar has to say about this kind of stuff, because Breaking Points is, for better or worse, one of the best shows to kind of see where your your center right buddy is kind of landing on things, because every time that Sagar starts in with like his opinions on I'll even say his like libertarian opinions, that's where I start kind of seeing the parallels of like when I'm having conversations with some of my friends, where it's just like, oh, they're kind of saying the same stuff. That's not good. But in this case, it is kind of good because, like somebody had said in chat here, they are waking up. You know, there's a good amount of people that are waking up to this stuff. The affordability thing, like I was saying, that is playing a big part of that, where Donald Trump does not understand how much of a gaffe he made, and it continues to make, by just being like, what are you talking about this affordability thing? Come on, guys. Everything is so affordable. I've made things go down 600%. Yeah, again, most Americans, even with their 6th grade reading level and math, math skills, they know that that's impossible. And they also they feel it. They go to the grocery store and they feel it. Like, there's nothing that you can really say otherwise when you have, people in America just saying, hey, I can't afford anything. That is a topic for when we start the second hour here. So let's finish this first hour, like I said, with this Breaking Point segment.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. We have Crystal.
I think Sauter has
proven that he was definitely out.
Because you're here with Pep.
Yesterday,
Oh, you think
because
so?
it's still a little bit rough
Is
today.
it a little shaky? I'm doing my best here. Got the cough drops on
Trooper.
deck over here. Yes, thank you to Emily for filling in for me. I know there were conspiracy theories. What was it that I owed my bookie money, or I took too many bong rips? But no, it wasn't that.
Yeah, it's always back
I was
to the
down bad and I was down sick. No bongs for me.
Well, we're glad
Bingers. Wait a minute. Can we say that now? I thought that I couldn't say it.
to have you back.
Thank you.
I refer just so you know, when I say bingers, that's what I mean.
And we have lots to get into. So we got new details about this potential big media merger takeover situation. Jared Kushner is involved now. We're getting details about how promises are being made about changing CNN. So we'll dig into all of that, potential implications. Trump is signing an executive order to ban AI regulation at the state level. So that is great. Young people are fleeing
Well, good thing it's just an EO.
MAGA. We have a new entrant as well into the Texas
Because that means that it's not a law. So that means that a lot of states can just be like, hey, Trump, deuces.
Senate Democratic primary. It's an interesting one. We've got Jasmine Crockett's launch videos, so we'll talk about that. Shocking new pro-Israel provisions hidden within the National Defense Authorization Act, and a lot more details there besides. Gavin Newsom has a new answer on APAC. You can't say that he doesn't learn as he goes along here, so we'll play you that. And the big Piers Morgan versus Nick Fuentes 2-hour debate yesterday. We pulled some of the moments that really stood out to us, and we will react to a
I am dreading editing that one.
Yes.
Because I have so many good moments from it, but also I don't want to listen to it
More
again.
importantly, beyond entertainment value, what does it mean? Why should any of us pay attention? Thank you to everybody who has been supporting us, breakingpoints.com. If you are able to become a premium subscriber, we had AMA yesterday with some interesting news. So if you want to be privy of that, you can, breakingpoints.com. And also, we have a very special thank you to our YouTube audience. We can go and put this up here on the screen. We did officially hit 1 billion views
Good for them.
on this channel. Very proud of that. 1 billion
actually
views.
insane.
Surreal.
That's
I
crazy.
mean, I was telling you guys on the phone, if you combine our time over at Rising, we're probably over like 1.7 billion in terms of our work together, which is mind-boggling. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but like to be able to comprehend what that means. But that is a testament, I think, really to all of you for supporting our work. I mean, it means the world. So if you can hit subscribe on the YouTube channel, let's hit 2 billion, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's hit 2 billion.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an honor actually to have that level of sustained engagement through all of the various periods that we've gone through, starting over at Rising with the primary, the 2020 primary on the Democratic
Wait, does that include rising numbers then?
side and the election.
Or is this just breaking points? Because if it's just breaking points, man, that's a big deal.
And COVID and
TYT just went, what?
Ukraine war here and Gaza, just all of the different political phases. It means a lot to us that you.
It's actually kind of sad that Jank, like, he does show how he's jealous of things like that, which, dude, just be happy that for everybody that is making it in these spaces. Like, why? I can't stand people that have that jealousy, like, thing in them. That shit's wild.
guys have trusted us through all of that. So thank you
Absolutely.
so much for all
And I have made this point, like, for myself, where numbers are great, and I appreciate always having more listeners or more people watching. I like hitting certain milestones, but it's not make or break or anything like that. And I'll just be honest, there have been a few times, like when I hit 1,000 subs, I thought that it was going to be like this big thing. Like, no, it was just like, oh, cool, that's neat.
And
your support.
Even Spotify and on the podcast, for people who listened over this year, seriously, thank you. One of the important cool things that we've learned over the years, looking at our analytics, so we just got our Spotify Wrapped. Our biggest episode over last year was after Butler, right? So people tuning in for the news, which really means a lot, right? Because it means people are interested. They want to know what the hell is going on. And then Election Day was our second most, obviously, listened to. I mean, it makes sense, but it is testament, I think, to all of you. You know, it's not drama or any of that, like any nonsense. It's like cold hard, like what's
Yeah.
actually going on. Help me make sense of the world.
So wait, Butler was last year. This year wasn't it the day after Charlie
Oh.
Kirk assassination?
Oh, what? No, it was. So I thought about 2024. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Who cares?
So this
What's the point?
Yeah. Time flies.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Sorry.
that means everything I say today, I got a grain of salt for. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Get a
Let's
pass.
go. Let's go to
So you
Paramount.
better drop some hot takes.
All right. All right. I like it. All right. Let's get to Paramount. All right. Now, this is by far some of the biggest political news. And the reason why is this is a perfect intersection.
I just don't understand situations like this where Sagar is obviously sick. So why not just have him broadcast from his house the way that Crystal did when, she was on vacation? Like, I just don't get this stuff.
In my opinion, of oligarchy, of markets, of Trump, of corruption, of also, though, control over almost everything that we see in mass media culture. So for all the talk we just had about YouTube and 1 billion views over here and a burgeoning, independent, non-connected media, the truth is that America is still largely ruled by a couple of major media companies. And those media companies are in a mass scramble now to consolidate and to control even more of what you see.
Usually I actually have to play this at normal because he's a pretty fast speaker. Not today.
This is now coming to head with this new
he wasn't just lazy
merger war between Netflix making a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, which would give them Warner Brothers Studio, would give them CNN control of a vast array of streaming assets, and now Paramount, led by David Ellison, the Zionist billionaire who is
we
much
already
more,
covered this
I guess,
part.
Trump friendly is one way to put it, making a hostile bid for the company. Here is Donald Trump being asked specifically about who he would side with in this merger deal, which coincidentally in Paramount includes foreign, Qatari, Saudi money, as well as Jared Kushner. Here is Donald Trump in his reaction. Let's take a listen.
Support the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers.
I don't know enough about it.
You spoke about Netflix last night, saying you have concerns about them.
I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see. I have to see what
That
percentage.
means he
of
knows
market
everything
they
about
are.
this.
We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. I want to do what's right. So very important to do what's
If
right.
Paramount deal is supported by Jared Kushner, Mr. President, would that impact your decision?
If Paramount is, I don't know. I've never spoken to him.
Never spoken to him about it, even though he is, of course, not only the president's son-in-law, actively working with the president on Gaza.
I love him too, saying like, "Oh, none of them are really particularly great friends of mine." It's like, dude, and not only Ellison, Netflix, they also, came and met and
100%.
trying to kiss the ring, like they know how the game is played too. So they're all sucking up to Donald Trump. To
And
try
we
to get
should,
the
I
deal
guess,
done.
explain why does Trump even matter in any of this? It's because any merger has to be approved by the United States government at a scale of this size. I mean, it's not just, a couple of, it's not like two small local businesses combining. We're talking about a vast array of
God, you guys remember when Time Warner merged and how big of a deal that was?
assets, which no one really ever believed would be consolidated into a single company. It's hugely consequential business-wise, but I really think culture-wise. And that's why we have to pay so much attention to all of this. Let's go to the next part here exactly and explain some of the foreign money that's behind this deal. Can we put the next element on the screen? So Paramount's bid for WBD is actually backed in part by some $24 billion from Middle Eastern sovereign.
Yeah, right there. Again, every MAGA supporter should see that and immediately just go, no, not cool with that.
Wealth funds, $1 billion from China's
money talks, bullshit walks, and we all know what MAGA's full of.
Tencent, if you're not familiar, one of the largest media companies in all of China. And then you also have Jared Kushner's private equity firm. Now, you may ask, because what are they going to get from this? Go to the next part, please, just so I can explain a little bit. They say that the financing sources are $11.8 billion combined from the Ellison family, in aggregate $24 billion from sovereign wealth funds of the Gulf, and $1 billion from Tencent, and commitments from Redbird Capital.
And you have so many people out there that are just being like, yeah, but just because it's owned by his dad doesn't mean like that that they're not, they might have ideological differences. Come on, don't be such an alarmist.
Partners and affinity partners. Now, the thing is that all of these partners have said that they are prepared to execute agreements which would give them equity, but not give them board or voting membership seats. Now, you may ask then, well, what is in it for them? Now, this is the same strategy of Saudi Arabian foreign capital trying to roll up American culture. So we've talked about the video game industry, EA Sports. Now, for example, Live Golf. Like what they're trying to do, I mean, it's classic, not just sports watching. I would really call it culture washing at this point. If you control enough of the media, it doesn't really matter whether you have individual board memberships on what is going to be done here and there. It's about having skin in the game to the point where nobody can criticize you. This is, also remember the Riyadh Comedy Festival. It's all part of the same concerted strategy. You've got Saudi Arabia now trying to.
Well, I mean, this all started with WWE. I know that you guys, like, a lot of people aren't into wrestling, but seriously, once WWE started doing shows in Riyadh, we all saw the writing on the wall.
Boxing, the UAE taking a significant role in what is it, in UFC. They're doing all of this because they have endless amounts of cash and they want to control what Americans' eyes are completely focused on. They can't control YouTube. It's too dispersed right now. YouTube and Google have its own problems. So what that means is you take the rest of American culture and you put it all together. So you have NFL, sports media, you've got this video games, and now you have potentially CNN, you have Warner Brothers. I mean, Warner Brothers Studio is probably the #1 premier.
Well, actually, to the point that we were talking about earlier with like the whole crackdown that they're going to be instituting with this new designation, where if you're anti-Trump, you're technically, supporting terror. I'm just waiting for TOS to start being like, oh, you're breaking TOS because the U.S. government now says that you support, XYZ
studio in the nation. Like if you look at the Golden Globe nominations, some of the best movies in the world all come from Warner Brothers. HBO remains absolutely undefeated on premium content, although Apple TV is currently getting a little bit run for their money, but they don't have the same number of hit rates. So that's
Jesus Christ. Can we get over Citizen Kane already? This fucking overrated movie that everybody just, Warner Brothers is one of the best. They have one of the original Oscar performances in Citizen Kane. They made Citizen Kane.
Why it's so important. This is about culture. This is about buying a stake in our culture. And that is the bottom line for why Paramount, who is, look, I mean, it's not me. This isn't slanderous or defamatory. Like they openly have said, and it's been reported in the past, they're very committed to promoting, anti-Semitism, aka kind of like Zionist pro-Israel interest. That's why they bought CBS News. And that's some of the things that's now coming out. Let's put A9 up here on the screen. It's huge news last night from the Wall Street Journal. Quote, behind Paramount's relentless campaign to woo Warner Brothers and President Trump. Quote, during a December visit to Washington, David Ellison offered assurances to the Trump administration that if he bought Warner Brothers, he would make sweeping changes to CNN, a common target of Trump's ire. And people familiar with the matter, Trump has told people close to him he wants a new ownership of CNN as well as changes to CNN programming. So this is about media. This is about culture. This is all coming together. And it's in one of the most naked, corrupt lobbying campaigns I've ever seen here in the history of Washington, between Netflix and Paramount.
Every aspect of it is so incredibly dirty. And, every piece of this would be a gigantic scandal in any other administration. And obviously it is getting scrutiny both from.
No, stop with that. Stop with that. See, I was kind of playing into that with but Biden, what if Biden? The fact is, like, why? Why is this the new reality? If it was any other administration, no, everybody should be just as just so fucking pissed about this and just so outraged about this.
Business perspective and from a political perspective as well. But
couldn't even articulate it.
In a previous administration, it would have been seen as inappropriate for the president to be directly weighing in and picking and choosing, and for them to be going.
What are you talking about? No.
And paying homage to him and promising, oh, we're going to make CNN give you the coverage that you've always wanted. I mean, but with Trump,
I genuinely hate the media ecosystem so fucking much.
Just accept it's par for the course that, of course, he's going to be nakedly corrupt. Of course, he's going to seize as much control. He's going to use this moment to seize as much control of these media properties as he possibly can. Because this is a man who genuinely, I think, in his heart believes it should be illegal to criticize him. I mean, he has openly said that. He has openly said things similar to that. He thinks that is wrong. He has had increasing outbursts against reporters, especially female reporters, for asking him questions. Quiet Piggy comes to mind. He had another outburst yesterday, called someone obnoxious, etc. He thinks that is out of bounds. He thinks he should be treated like a king and praised. And he loves when these, sycophants come in and say, ask a question. Oh, Mr. Trump, tell me how wonderful you are. That's what he wants the media to be. So there's that aspect. Obviously, there's the personal entanglement with Jared Kushner being involved here, not to mention being close with the Ellisons and them being overt Trump supporters, not to mention their ideological inclinations towards Israel. Then you add in the foreign money. And this is just absolutely insane. In terms of how Democrats are looking at this, it's a little bit scattered. I mean, in my opinion, both of these deals are terrible. Right. From an antitrust perspective, I think both are extraordinarily bad for Hollywood. The Netflix deal, we should not fool ourselves into thinking that those executives are going to be impartial either. They are also courting Trump. They are also going to want to stay on his good side. And then you have this streaming giant that is now merged with this, Hollywood studio, and very likely to completely undercut, any new theatrical releases, even though they're making noises. Oh no, that wouldn't be the case. Anyway, it's an anti-competitive nightmare with that one. This one, same thing. I mean, these giant media companies already have so much consolidation in this space, so little choice, so little competition in the space in a way that is only bad for consumers and only bad for art as well. This is really speaks to the state of the American economy, that so few industries are actually about creating the best product to appeal to people or to advance the art.
That's gone.
Or whatever it is.
That's gone. They just want their get rich quick. They're already rich.
Whatever.
No, it's literally hoarding on a level that Smog would fucking blush at.
That they're into. It's all about this financial engineering and rigging and trying to get monopoly power so that people have no other choice.
Yep.
Both of these deals fall in that category. But for Democrats, some people like, the Neurotandans of the world are looking through this through a purely partisan lens, don't have so much of a power lens. They're saying, well, Netflix isn't as closely aligned with Trump, so we like this one better. I guess you can make that judgment, but in reality, both of these deals are really, really bad for Hollywood, for the movie industry, and that is why you've got the Writers Guild and others who are speaking out against the Netflix deal as well as this.
I'm glad you said, and we're going to talk about this with the whole Jasmine Crockett thing. Like, not everything should be about Trump. Like, not everything is just about Trump. Trump is a huge part of this story, but in the aggregate, if you had told me Netflix wants to buy WBD, I would have been like, hell no, keep it the hell away. Why?
It's all bad.
Yeah,
It's all
Netflix.
bad.
I remember I was telling you yesterday. Go on the.
Well, that's you can actually say how that is directly tied to just Trump being in office, though. Like, they would not even think about even trying these mergers if Trump wasn't in office. There's something to be said about that, Sagar.
10 shows for it's literal garbage. All right, like it's absolute slop. They might as well be using AI to write the latest. Yeah, right. I know you're a K-pop team. Look, every once in a while they crank out something good, but for everyone's there's like My Secret Santa, which is like some C-tier rom-com, which would never have even gone to theaters back in the mid 2000s.
To be fair, dude, they've been making shit movies like that. Like I have always wondered how the Hallmark Channel and how that content, like, somehow not only gets watched, but they just keep pumping it out.
And of course, it's always number one. They just pump this crap out there to keep people on the Netflix algorithm continually.
Yeah, nobody does though. Dude, seriously, personally, I just recently sat and watched a full show on Netflix, Dragon Ball Daima.
Watching as much as they can. Every once in a while, they get a decent enough, show and or movie, but it's nothing compared to the original work going on at Warner Brothers, at HBO. And if they get their grubby fingers into the HBO machine, I mean, it's a nightmare for people who enjoy premium and good content. So let's continue then on down the line. Let's go.
Like I said, though, when's the last time that they've really made some just what you would consider premium content? Like, I like Welcome to Derry, but even that has its major issues.
I feel like it's
the
like
next
another
one.
war on our humanity.
I totally agree. Well, it's about look, America is
yeah, but it's also dude, no, this is the blatant like billionaires being so out of touch. Like, this is my favorite part. Like, they're eventually going to overstep so bad that everybody, including MAGA, is gonna go like, fuck no, dude.
What makes it great at this point? Like, we don't really make very much,
which we'll let them play that game.
We have a decent service-based economy. And if you ask any president, I had an interesting conversation once with an ex-secretary of state. And I was like, in your opinion, what is the most powerful export of the United States? And he said movies, like, no question. And this wasn't me prompting him. I was like, what do you think is the literal most powerful export of the United States? He said movies and culture. It's television shows, right? It's a beacon, literally, of culture across the globe. Now, Netflix and all that.
Shifting though, because again, like you talk to any kid, they're all into anime and they're all into different different types of cultural things. Like K-pop Demon Hunters was one of the biggest movies of the year.
Has flattened it a little bit. So you have Squid Game or Parasite, movies like that pop up around the world. I'm all for that. I think it's cool to see other countries. But by and large, like, we dominate this industry, and it's a global,
not as much anymore, man,
powerhouse of creativity, of individuality, it's inspiration. Like all the platitudes, but they're true. And so to see it become overtly not just financialized, but like that's the Netflix model: is keep people watching no matter how shitty the content is.
Nobody does. Like, again, that's negating the fact that nobody is just watching Netflix all fucking days.
And that's just not how it used to be. Like, if we want to save the movies, which I do, I would love to save box office premium theater experience. Netflix is the very last company.
Oh, shut up with this. I am so sick of people buying into that one too. No, give us the choice. You want to go sit in a fucking theater with your kids or do whatever, and you gotta have the big screen and all that. Fine, do it. But do not pretend that we cannot function with these movies coming directly to market. Like, Black Widow was a perfect example of that.
Company that you would ever want to trust.
It's just like, okay, I'll pay that. What was it, like $30 or whatever? I was totally fine with that. I was just like, I'm gonna just make a night of this where I invited my friends over. We all watched the movie, and that was a good time.
With that, now they claim that they're not going to, but this direct to streaming stuff, like, be honest,
I'm gonna be completely real. If I'm paying this much for streaming, why the hell aren't they just putting this out there?
It doesn't work, like, for creating true, like, cultural masterpieces.
You know what? Fuck me for being just a consumer that might have some objections.
And tentpole events, which I understand it's getting more difficult. There are business realities in all of this, but it's not like this is a failing company at the same time. WBD, to the point that they have issues, a lot of it is because of their debt financing, not because they don't actually make a lot of money.
Yeah, because they got greedy as fuck.
Still have good hits. Let's go to the next element, please, just to continue to show everybody Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi, saying they want to put billions into Paramount and WBD. Again, why? And they come to the same conclusion.
Well, again, why does MAGA not talk about this?
That I did is that owning pieces, tentpole pieces of American culture, even
they're too busy listening to fucking groypers, I guess.
If you don't get a ton of voting or any of that, is just effectively like a way to buy cachet and access in the United States of America. And the thing is that behind
they're
all
literally
of it,
doing the thing that he was just talking about that America was really good at.
even if the reason why they're saying that they don't have voting on the board.
Meanwhile, they're just like, white replacement theory. We can't have the Browns coming into the country, but we could have wait a minute. What's with all this entertainment? Damn it.
Is because if they did,
none of them look like me. What's going on?
It would actually trigger something called a CFIUS violation. So CFIUS is about the foreign control. So, for those of you who have ever tracked the whole like Chinese farmland thing, how these Chinese companies go in and buy farmland or they buy real estate here in the US, like the big criticism of the Obama administration is that they allowed these through CFIUS review. Now, this is basically a backdoor way to get.
You know what? Whatever. Fucking whatever. Trump literally quadrupled down on it. Don't want to hear about it.
Around CFIUS to make sure that there's no foreign scrutiny on
I don't have any pearls on the clutch there, Sog.
No reason China's Tencent should own even a sliver of the largest media conglomerate in the United States. There's no reason that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, any of these Gulf nations, again, should own any of this. They have enough control over our own culture. So this is, again, just part of the Paramount strategy, and that's why even explaining it sounds crazy. You're like, wait, so a pro-Israel billionaire is uniting with the Gulf Arab states to buy, a movie studio? It's like, yeah, well, because the Gulf Arab states don't really care that much about Israel or the Palestinians. They like make a lot of
they only
noise
care because they're popular. They're
right,
public
exactly.
figures.
But their
The
governments
leaders,
don't care.
They don't care. Yeah,
they
exactly.
don't give a crap.
Right.
No, they would be happy to normalize and do every business deal under the sun, and they don't have any ethical or moral qualms about any of it. No one should fool themselves otherwise. They feel pressure from their populations.
Moral qualms, please, fucking.
To put in proviso, you have to make some noise about a Palestinian state, etc., for us to sign on to these deals. But it makes perfect sense.
Yes, exactly.
I just like how Crystal is still pretending that these people just aren't completely evil.
All right, let's continue on.
That must be the difference where it's like, oh, she has enough money to where if she lost her job tomorrow, like her and Kyle, they would probably be fine. Like, that's the part that really bugs me about some of the, like, because this is the part that really gets my goat when they're just like independent media. It's like, yeah. Okay.
And put some more stuff on the screen. So let's put A5, like for example, I
guess it's different than working class media, but I'd rather listen to anybody like in the working class media. And I'm not just touting this because of this space. Like, yes, shout out this space. And I truly do love being part of this, but I have started looking at people like that comment on this, these specific business deals. And it's just like, wait, how much money do you have? How big is your fucking house?
That will show you is just
It's like, that's going to make me change whether or not I actually listen to you.
Amount of properties here that would be controlled by anybody who gets this.
Still on to breaking points enough to sub.
But also, finally, in terms of giving the game away.
Well, I watch a lot of it. So, yes.
It's David Ellison, the CEO of Paramount, who is openly talking about his relationship with the president on this. Let's take a listen. That's A6 Guys from CNBC yesterday.
Do you sense that he is in your corner here? What I would say is I'm incredibly grateful for the relations that I have with the president. And I also believe he believes in competition. And when you fundamentally look at the marketplace, allowing the number
you're competing with your fucking dad.
one streaming service to combine with
that's the kind of competition that he really likes, competing with your own family. So none of y'all actually lose. The only people that lose are the consumers.
number 3 streaming service is anti-competitive.
Incredibly grateful for relations with the president. And the thing is that what David Ellison has been doing over at CBS. Like, again, let's just look at this purely from business. Is CBS doing that much better? Have they done anything remarkable under Miss Weiss, Barry Weiss? What did she do? That great...
Oh, they're actually losing market share.
Roundtable.
I love it. Like I said, they keep spending these billions of dollars, but they're never actually going to get anything back from it. That's why the AI bubble bursting is going to be hilarious.
Oh, it's Secretary. I've never heard from...
Outside of the fact that it's going to tank our economy, and they did it for, reasons.
Condoleezza Rice.
Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice.
You know what I've been hurting for is more Condoleezza Rice and fucking Hillary Clinton content. Thank you, Barry, for these groundbreaking discussions. Or she's like, I want to promote, who was that guy who got into it with the Ta-Nehisi Coates?
Oh, yeah.
Tony, I can never say his last name. Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yeah,
Okay.
big pro-Israel guy, right? And they're like, oh, let's make him the new face of CBS News.
Yeah.
Like that's all they care about, okay? And that's the funny thing is, even that, what Trump does is he gives the game away, because 60 Minutes recently just did a interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's put that one up here on the screen. This is a long tirade from Trump against Marjorie Taylor Greene. And
he was so mad.
What you see in here is he goes on this.
What up, Christopher?
Tirade, but He says, my real problem with the show, however, wasn't the low IQ trader. It was the new ownership of 60 Minutes. Paramount would allow a show like this to air. They are no better than the old ownership who just paid me millions of dollars. Since they bought it, 60 Minutes has actually gotten worse. Oh, well, far things happen. I demand a complete and a total apology. I mean, what he's basically showing is that the mandate for all of these people is you don't just have to be like, you don't just have to suck up to him in private. You have to suck up to him on the air. You can't air anything that is remotely critical, or you're going to get scrutiny. I mean, this kind of reminds me of the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Like, it's overt government pressure in terms of content, not in terms of
you know what it takes. Just a bunch of people saying "fuck you, dude." Go ahead, sue us.
Good for the consumer. What's good for America? Like,
they do have the money to actually do that too.
Does this thing make any sense? You can make it.
That's why I was so mad about the Paramount one with Stephen Colbert, because I watched this one lawyer that was talking about how it was a slam dunk case if they had just fought it.
Monopolistic argument for Netflix, right? Like, hey, everybody pays way too much money for streaming. It's better for one company to own it. I don't agree with that necessarily. I do think we pay too much for streaming, but I don't think it's a good thing, broadly for culture. But you can make that argument. That's a legitimate economic argument. But they're not even making that argument, right?
Yeah. No. And okay, so think this is why the corporate ownership of the press and the consolidation is such a problem, because Trump just comes out and says it and is very direct about it, right? And if you're David Ellison and you want your deal to win out, what are you going to do? What are you going to tell Barry Weiss in terms of her content choices over at CBS? No more Trump criticism. Like, no, you can't have Marjorie Taylor Greene on. No, you can't have Thomas Massey on. No, you can't have, whoever he's pissed, Letitia James on, whoever he's pissed off at. No.
Yeah, but then you're just competing with Fox News at that point.
No more Trump criticism.
Let them eat each other.
At least until we get this deal done. And so, with him, it's extremely
The nice part
overt.
is there is choice. Like, we do even have YouTube where it's just like, you know what? Fuck this. Like, this is what I don't like about Crystal's assessment here is she's doing this with the assumption that we're always going to fall back to the big four. Like, it's cable brain. Like, these cable-brained idiots, they really don't know how to see the writing on the wall, where it's just like this on it. Like I was just saying, it's going to be a huge loss of money when people start just going elsewhere because they understand that it's like, yeah, you know what? It's the same old corporate crap everywhere.
We, of course, have been warning about the way that corporate pressure can influence things for a long time. You guys recall the whole flap with Bernie Sanders and the Washington Post talking about Bezos' ownership and how that was a problem. And this was a big scandal. How dare you even suggest that their independence be compromised, blah, blah, blah. That was, an appearance of compromise. And that comes with like an understanding from the higher ups at the Washington Post about what Bezos would want from them and what areas he wouldn't want them to touch. With Trump, it is just completely direct. It is completely brazen and is completely overt. Remember how, we covered this at the time too, like with the Twitter file.
Yeah. So all you have to do is use his words against him and just go, hey, doesn't this constitute kind of breaking some media laws here and some influence? Like, what are we doing here?
It was a genuine scandal that the federal government was not even telling Twitter, oh, you need to censor this, or Facebook, you need to censor this. Just saying, hey, we found this content and we think that this is wrong and we have a problem with it. The very understanding that the federal government had taken an interest in that is enough to exert pressure on these social media companies who want their, favorable treatment from the government, don't want to run into any problems, et cetera. Even without the threat being made overt, they all know what the game is. Here you have.
Why do you think that on your wrap up, you didn't see any political content this year? I'm not sure if you guys noticed that.
Trump just completely making it plain, whether it's with Jimmy Kimmel, whether it's this.
David Dole did a really good video on that.
Tantrum about Marjorie Taylor Greene interview on 60 Minutes and complaining about, the new ownership is just as bad as the old ownership, whether it's demanding from the Ellisons that if they win out and his deal goes through, that then
the infamous Autumn Leaves got demodded at TMR today. What?
You are going to change CNN. You're going to change the leadership at CNN. You're going to basically Barry Weissify CNN as well.
Well, they always have a place on my channel if they want a mod.
It's a genuine
and here, I'm sure.
Scandal, and it is a genuine shift.
I don't want to speak for here. I haven't spoken to anybody else on the team, but
the manner in which the federal government and the president himself feels the ability to directly coerce media. And of course, we know about all the lawsuits and all of that. And none of these media executives
also, what up, DJ?
have any sort of character. They care about their money, their profit margins, what their shareholders want from them. That's what they care about.
Mod drama again.
And so they're all going to play the game. And that at its core is the problem with corporate ownership. And with Trump, it is just completely on steroids. In terms of, I just want to give a shout out, of course, to Matt Stoller, who covers the antitrust aspect of this extraordinarily effectively. He doesn't have a piece.
Yeah, I love the coverage, but can we get more fucking lawyers that, I've been talking about this with the Trump administration for a while, and it doesn't necessarily only pertain to this story. Why is it that they know that this is going to happen? They have the attorneys that are saying, this is the law, this is what they're breaking, but they're never ready to just take it to court right away. Like the second that they start with this crap.
Up yet about the Paramount hostile takeover bid. However, he does have a piece
Try to stay out of all that kind of drama. Yeah.
about the problems with the Netflix bid. And we can put this
Exactly.
up on the screen. This
Big
is
on it.
A8 from Stoller. He says
I'm interested in it, but I'm not like, I don't want to promote it. And on like,
Netflix is trying to
I'm
buy
interested in what happened. That's my biggest thing.
Warner Brothers Discovery. That would be a disaster for America. Part of what he says here is Netflix is the #1 streamer and would be buying the #3 streamer, would also be buying a large and important content library, which would presumably then be unavailable for potential rival streaming services. A Netflix-Warner merger is a recipe for monopolization, would be a pretty straightforward challenge for an antitrust lawyer under the Clayton Act. Judges are always a crapshoot, but the story here is clear, and recent analogies work against this deal. Most industries are no longer about making a good product. Really, what they're about is
any state AG can take it to court. Anybody,
trying to figure out how they can have a monopoly so that they can basically rig the rules and cheat. He thinks that it's very possible that the Netflix deal would ultimately be blocked in the court system. I think all of that is very political ultimately. But you know, the antitrust issues for whether it's Netflix or whether it is Paramount are incredibly clear, especially in a landscape where we're already.
Yeah, because all it needs is one more merger after that, and then you have almost all the streaming services on one streaming service.
You have so much corporate consolidation.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want to miss the culture element. And I've been hammering it home. I mean, we're talking about sports, we're talking about movies, we're talking about everything together. Again,
yeah, we're talking about what did they say about the
look at the trajectory of Netflix, where you have had a reduction.
Oh my God, I usually have this quote about the whole
in good content, an increase in price, ad tiers. Is your
they take away the stuff from the
Netflix experience better today,
lower
than it was 10
classes
years ago, whenever it was cheaper, right? No, it's just not. Like, and that's one
bread and circus,
where there's this new term called and shit.
Take away the bread and circus, then what?
Yeah,
which I really like, and it applies to everything. It's applying to streaming as well, where we pay more and we get less.
Because like the other side of this is when you take the economy, a lot of people aren't going to be able to afford to even buy into these things.
Yeah,
and it's like it's
and here's the fun part: these rich fucks, they don't even pay for this stuff. It's not like they're paying for subscriptions. Trust me.
One of those where why? Why? And then I guess again, look, maybe I'm being
Autumn is already a mod here on the space. Oh, awesome.
Too romantic. Yeah. But there are only a few.
Glad I wasn't speaking out of turn.
Places left in the world where you can actually create good stuff over and over. And HBO and Warner Brothers is one of them. And it's like, please don't bring your.
I can't
the people who run that show. Is it Cake? I can't have them with their grubby paws over HBO. I can't do it. Right?
I don't watch that over the weekend.
I can't have Is It Cake? Rule America. But that's apparently that's where everything goes.
I think honestly, Is It Cake is like a best case scenario because at least there's actual human beings involved. What we're actually looking at is
it's going to be all AI slop,
like the AI slop takeover, where it's so cheap to churn it out.
But the thing is, this is where I'm sick of the fact that they have no creativity. They can't conceptualize the fact that people will get sick of that. So that this is where I was thinking about hand-drawn animation recently, and like how people are starting to recognize the difference in like hand-drawn versus AI slop. I was like I said, watching Dragon Ball Daima, and I have noticed that people really start to gravitate towards anybody that did all the work, and like they genuinely love that stuff. And there is a very, very small market for anybody that prefers AI slop. I'm talking maybe 0.2%, not even 2% of the global population is okay with that.
There's already on YouTube, there's these channels that'll just put up like thousands of AI generated music. Like that's where the Charlie Kirk music came from. I'm sure you've seen those.
You have 7 cats
floating around.
I have one 10-pound cat. Well, 2. I have 2 10-pound cats.
Yeah, I can't sing right now.
Yeah. Anyway, we are Charlie Kirk. Anyway,
and they're a handful.
Already channels that do this, that is just like so cheap and easy to churn out this content that they do it, and most of it doesn't hit. And then every once in a while you get a We Are Charlie Kirk.
The thing about YouTube Shorts and that view count, that doesn't necessarily reflect a lot of people preferring that kind of stuff.
That goes mega viral, and that pays for all of it. Like that is the logic.
But then again, you know what? I don't want to be too generalistic here because of like the way that I consume that content. Because anytime that I hear like the AI voice, I immediately nope the fuck out of it, and then I also take my view back.
They're going to use as well because they don't give a shit about art. They don't give a shit about creativity. They don't give a shit about like culture or American culture or any of that. It's just about the bottom line. And if they can rig the market and
but this is also where they're misreading a lot of this. Like the superhero genre is essentially dead. Like, let's be real. It's gonna take years for that to even possibly make a return. But I think that they oversaturated the market too much, and most people think that like superhero movies are pretty cringe.
Corner the market so that we have to accept
It
whatever
sucks.
price increases and whatever slop they give us. That's exactly the direction that they're going to go in.
Hey, if you like.
That's where we're at, though. All right. People use Sora all the time. To me, it's about paying for it. If people are going to use the AI for their enjoyment, then it should be free. Well, again, Sora's business model makes no sense. The fact that it takes almost $5 to make just one of those AI slop videos and like generate it, like, I don't know. As somebody who has a very, very small understanding of, business, I would say it doesn't seem like that's a great model, but whatever. Looking forward to Injustice 3. Well, I mean, we'll see. The Injustice world, I think that I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan. Like it was a little too glim. Or grim. Glim. Because essentially they just made Superman into Homelander, which as somebody who had already read The Boys, and I'm excited for the new season. I'm actually really excited for the new season because it's going to be totally different than anything that we've seen. See you guys later. Got to bounce. All right, DJX. I will catch you later, hopefully on my later stream, which I will be on at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Hope you guys can come join me for High on Politics. But we have another half hour in the show, so yeah, just to wrap up on like the mod thing, I just want to say that I hope that this is just a misunderstanding and that there is like no long-term mod drama. That was one thing that I did notice about like the MR chat community and also the Discord community, where it's just like it's a little bit too much like people looking to just get like, I don't know, because I know that there's infiltrators and there's definitely like, bad faith MAGA actors and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes there's a little too much infighting where I'm like, guys, come on, let's chill. Love me some fighting games. Yeah, I also like me some fighting games. God, let's see. Street Fighter. Street Fighter was the last one I was playing. Anyway, all righty. Let me add this to the stage and we got some fun to go through. So I know that they kind of cover this a little bit, speaking of MR, but yeah, Emma, she was on CNN last night. So let's take a look at some of the clips. And then I have a few clips of Anna Kasparian on Bill Maher's show, because there was one specific disagreement that they had that is going viral right now. And I got to say, even though Anna is she's gone down her little turf, let's see, she boarded the turf train. There we go. It is always refreshing to at least find one point of agreement when she starts talking about Israel and Palestine. I'm not going to take that away because she does actually make some really good points on that kind of stuff. So, all right, to the Twitter. Oh, actually, let me do that. Let's play around with this for a minute. That should work. She has her moment still. Exactly. All righty, let's play this.
I would say yes. The legislation is transformational and taking millions and millions of people off of their health care. That is exactly what's going to happen.
But the ACA was.
Oh, they're talking. Just a reader. Part of my appearance on CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillips on Mike Johnson, the Republican congressman woman who have spoken out against him and the White House and Epstein cover-up.
Supposed to fix that.
The ACA
passed before the One Big Beautiful
wasn't the
Bill
ACA
Act.
supposed to be the magic pill that fixed everything?
That's
You
not
said
my
it was a magic
contention.
bill.
I'm a
It passed
believer in
45
Medicare
million.
for all.
There's 45 million people with health care today because of the ACA.
ACA expanded coverage, but it did not solve everything. We need to have a single payer system that can change that. And that's something that I advocate for on my show all the time. So I'm not going to say that the ACA is a panacea, But the Republicans right now are not extending the 2021 ACA subsidies, meaning that people's premiums are going to maybe double, skyrocket because of the Republican Party right now. So yeah, it's transformational
That's the
legislation.
Republican Party's fault.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
You control
you
Congress and you control the White House. So of course it's the Republican Party's fault.
Who wrote the
So,
sunset? Who wrote the
Francis,
Again, they're always perpetual victims, dude. Like, this is what's really crazy, and I wish that more like Republicans or MAGA could realize, where it's like, you realize how pathetic it is that you won everything. You even hold the Supreme Court, and still somehow the Democrats are that powerful where they you just can't get anything done. These Democrats won't wet us.
Finish my point, please. Let me finish my point, please. I want to go back to what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. I want to go back to what Marjorie Taylor Greene said about Mike Johnson and about this White House, because I do think that there's a buy-in from certain Republican women that if you toe the line, we'll allow you to be a professional woman. We'll allow you to speak your mind, but only in this very narrow context, and then we'll marginalize you on the scenes along the lines. They have played ball, but when it came to the Epstein issue, they saw women who were victims. They saw them crying out, saying, can you please release this information? And they saw this White House whipping votes to make sure that that information would not get out there. They not seating Representative Grijalva for weeks and weeks so that she wouldn't be that 218th vote on the discharge petition. Yep. So I think that these Republican women are hypocrites, that they're and in many ways, and they bought into a far right agenda that is harming the American public. But we should also listen to them when they say this administration does not respect women in their actions and the way that they treat the Republican women in their caucus. And then, of course, in the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and the cover up that they've engaged in.
All right.
Yeah, well said. Here. I'm actually going to try and fix this real quick. Give me 1 sec. Oh, you know what? Since this is just loaded up here, let's check out this other clip that she did. I think that she did a really good job. That's not playing around with some of the settings. Give me a sec, guys.
Has been a
here.
I mean, I don't know what reality Ezra Klein is living in. The fact that
Okay, so this guy next to her, I love how angry he gets. Like, watching these legacy media heads just kind of realize that they are on their way out. People are listening to them so much less because they don't want to hear, well, welcome to CNN. Today's story. Donald Trump did it again. He tweeted something mean and then people reacted. We're going to go into the story now. Nobody wants this shit.
Democratic Party has
people want people that talk, normally and breaks and have opinions, and people that react with a little bit of passion where they're just like, what the fuck is this?
Tack to its left. In what universe?
Kind of playing into why people like Trump. He talks like me.
The coalescing around Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, the besmirching of Bernie Sanders supporters, the eschewing of that movement in 2016, and even in this current moment with Zoran Mamdani, who has been a shot in the arm for the Democratic Party.
And she is crushing her media appearances lately.
You still have Chuck Schumer refusing to endorse him, and Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement is lukewarm at best. There is a fight right now within the Democratic Party, and Ezra Klein is representing a floundering corporatist centrist flank that is increasingly irrelevant in the party, and he's trying to carry water for them in the Times. I mean, I think
they all hate her so much.
It's a lucrative thing to do, but it's not necessarily.
Dude, I want to pop your cheeks like the little balloons they are. Holy crap.
Necessarily matching the reality.
I love it. I'm so excited to disagree with you. I do, because I could not disagree more. The point Ezra's trying to make is that it takes two wings to fly. That he's trying to say Democrats need to build a Big Ten. And he's not saying you got to choose between Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders and the centrist wing. He's saying Democrats need to compete in more places. You raised a stat earlier that I think is the key one. Why, when Donald Trump's numbers are plummeted among independent voters, he's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate?
What up, Ghost Dog?
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here, not building a tent and saying we don't necessarily stand for anything, including Ezra advocating for saying that we should run anti-abortion Democrats in red states. Let's throw trans people under the bus. Let's throw women under the bus.
Yeah, Ezra's whole idea, literally, he was just like, well, we need to start placating to Tennessee. Like, you have to understand that in Tennessee, these people, they don't think like the average New Yorker. So we can't apply New York politics to the rest of the country. God. Is there anybody more annoying than Ezra Klein right now with his whole playing both sides bullshit? But yes, I have to say that Emma really has just been crushing it, and it has been very, very cool to see. Let's get to this Anna Kasparian thing, because it is about a 7-minute clip. But it's pretty good. Which, again, on Club Random, which I think that we all probably share the same opinion of Bill Maher, where it's just like, okay, like, you may have influenced my opinions on certain topics throughout the years, but we've all kind of, we recognize that after COVID, you started falling off, okay? It really is got that, like, Mr. Mackey tone.
You want to get exhilarated right now? I can exhilarate
I know
you.
you're going to say genocide, and I'm
Ew.
going to say, well, you don't know what the word means. And it's like, if you don't even know what the words mean.
I'm
Great start.
Armenian. I know what the word means.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It's when you try to wipe out an entire population of people, which they didn't come close to
Bill is a Republican to you?
doing.
I mean,
they prosecuted a war in which they were.
Unfortunately, it's how a lot of like rich liberals tend to think like Bill Maher.
Attacked, which everybody gets to do.
Which, by the way, let me just say, if they were literally going after Hamas,
which
that is legitimate. That's totally legitimate. But that's not what's happening.
Hamas hides in tunnels underneath hospitals. You can't go in.
Hold on.
Hamas is the bad guy. If you don't get that,
Hamas,
you don't get.
I'm shocked she's in the creep chair with Bill.
What Hamas did on October 7th was disgusting. Killing. I mean, I don't at all hold back on that. In fact,
that's the easiest thing in the world to say.
I mean,
nobody disagrees.
I agree.
Nobody disagrees.
Oh yeah, the Hawk Tua interview. Oh my god.
People who disagree.
I covered that. That was gross.
Raping babe. Yes, there are.
I'm talking about just like, what's it like to be a 21-year-old girl?
There are
just
people who think I'm wrong because Hamas, they're freedom fighters. What kind of freedom are we talking about here?
That people see
Hamas. He
Hamas.
pulls a Jimmy Dore in this, and I have to call Anna Kasparian out. Didn't say shit because he's just like, you wouldn't go to a Muslim country wearing a dress like that.
Us, the people who hate oppression so much, are on the side of the people. And that's not just Hamas. If you social justice warriors, if you have any other issue besides gender apartheid in the world that is above that, you're just a joke. That if you hate oppression, there is one issue which should be above all because it affects more people, hundreds of millions of women who have basically no freedom in the Muslim world.
Right. So we should slaughter them instead, which is what's been happening.
Well, you should prosecute a war to the end. That does involve slaughter of every war.
I think. Listen.
Again, sitting in his little his podcast chair, saying this shit, just like talking about how many people dying is okay. Yeah, nothing more elitist than that shit. And again, Anna, you ain't calling him out on it.
Civilians get killed in war.
Like I said, makes enough money.
I think everyone knows that. Everyone acknowledges that.
Especially when you hide behind them.
But when 83%, according to the IDF's own data, and this is reported, by the way, I consume Israeli media on this. I don't consume American media on this. And Israeli media is super honest, way more honest than our media is. So when the IDF's own data indicates that 83% of the people that they've killed are civilians.
Because they hide behind them.
But Bill, do you understand that by killing so many civilians, they are essentially multiplying extremism?
I do understand.
I mean, we understood this during the Iraq War.
Understand that. Do you understand?
He understood that during the Iraq War. I remember seeing that on his show.
And that there's very often in the world two very bad choices, and you only.
I mean, I'm an American. I have to vote in presidential elections. Yes, I do know that.
Okay, you don't have the good choice. You have the bad choice and the even worse choice. Israel has been being attacked by Hamas. First of all, the entire Arab world rejected them for 75 years. They kept trying to make a deal. They kept saying, no, we want it all. That's what from the river to the sea means. It means we want it all. We don't want a compromise. They've never wanted a compromise. Israel gave.
It's funny because I kind of tuned out and like for a second there, and I was just like, oh, is he talking about how Israel should probably do the same? Oh, wait a minute.
As a back.
But did they? But Bill,
back.
But Bill,
in
let's say our country was occupied by Mexico, right? We have a bunch of people who are occupying our land. And then they decide,
well,
you know what, we're going to
hold
on, let me
they
finish.
Weren't occupying
let me finish. Let's say Mexico decides, you know what, we're going to.
This is where Anna does pretty well with this.
Leave, but we're going to control their electricity, what goes in, what comes out.
Because they were attacking.
We're going to mow the lawn and just like randomly decide we're going to slaughter people because they allegedly threw rocks. They have literally nuclear.
Well, they didn't allegedly.
I mean, Israel has nuclear weapons, Bill. They have nuclear weapons.
And they don't. And
they have the world's military superpower backing them.
Right. Well, they have nuclear weapons, which they don't use. If Hamas
no, they don't use it, but just pretend.
If Hamas had a nuclear weapon, how many seconds would it take before they used it on Israel?
Man, he has not changed his stance in his anti-Islam rhetoric since like 2000, the early 2000s.
I have no idea.
3. 3's the answer. 3 seconds.
Wow.
How do you know that, Bill? Come on.
Because it's in their charter.
If they used a nuclear weapon against Israel, I'm pretty sure the very land that Hamas cares about would be done for.
Okay, then they would be martyrs, and that would be a good thing, because that's their death cult view of the world. It's a good thing when you die. That's why they strap suicide vests sometimes on children. The fact that you can't see the moral difference between these two sides always amazes me among people.
I actually don't see the moral difference when you have like Bezalel Smotrich and Ben Gvir literally talking about exterminating the entire population of Gaza.
Okay, they're not talking about.
And these are not. They are. I mean, the statements are brazen. They're upfront. They're honest. This is what they actually want to do.
Well,
I mean, the West Bank is another example.
It's in Hamas.
The West Bank had nothing to do with what happened on October 7th, but they're annexing that land anyway. They're raining terror on innocent people, innocent Palestinians. They're driving them out of their homes. Like, listen, I am willing to admit, because it's the truth, that what Hamas did on October 7th was a fucking atrocity.
Oh, wow.
Killing innocent people.
Who couldn't admit that?
But you have a difficult time at least acknowledging the atrocities that have been committed against innocent civilians in Gaza.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to turn that on them.
Well, it depends on what you call an atrocity. All wars are going to have atrocity.
A double tap on a hospital?
All war.
Why is Bill glazing Israel so much? Gee, I wonder.
A double tap on a hospital? So when the first responders show up?
He just go, oh, you're so brave.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I vaguely remember the thing.
Right.
Yeah. First of all, that's an old terrorist trick. That's what they do all the time.
Okay, but are you at least going to acknowledge that the IDF doing that was wrong?
Yeah, I'm sure they have committed what we would call war crimes, as every army does in every war.
Right, including our own, right?
In every war, including the Civil War. I forget who it was who made the good point. Like, during the Civil War, a lot of people would say, especially in the South, that Sherman did not have to burn Atlanta quite as badly as he did. I mean, we were pretty brutal. But would you also then just say, well, we don't know who the good guys were in that war? No, I think it was the North. I think that they committed the atrocity in Atlanta. Yet that's true. They burned when they shouldn't, and they were very rough on the South. They were still the good guys. They were.
This is a very, very strange conflation by him.
Fighting against slavery, as Israel is fighting to survive. And also, you know, they are the front line in the Western world.
I totally disagree with you on this entirely. Well, I think much of the problems we have in the Middle East is due to the enabling of this Look, it's an expansionist policy. If Israel wasn't trying to continue expanding in the Middle East,
So
I don't think they would be dealing with the enmity, like the enemies that they're dealing with.
They've never been asked. They've never been trying to expand.
They're trying to annex the West Bank right now, and Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and Syria, which they've succeeded in.
I'm so glad that you brought that
These
up.
are all places that they were attacked from. When they became a country in 1947, they said, "Okay, we will accept half a loaf." They had as much right to that land as anybody. There was a continual presence there since 1000 BC when King David had a kingdom.
I don't care about that at all.
Okay, but it's relevant.
But you can't.
It's relevant to people. It's
you
relevant
can't wipe out innocent people because you used to live there like centuries ago.
You're calling them colonizers. They're not colonizers.
They're expanding and they're annexing land. That's what colonizers do.
I gotta say, dude, just for how much of a piece of shit Bill Maher really is. Anna actually did a pretty decent job there handling that. Like I said, when it comes to the actual substance of the arguments with Israel-Palestine, I do think that she's still a pretty good voice on that, especially when she's like on Piers Morgan and stuff like that. Damn, is he going through the greatest? No, for real. All right, so we got 10 minutes. We're gonna have some fun. I saved this one specifically for ending the show with. Now, if you guys are regulars to my my channel, I have a little I got a sidekick. Now here's the annoying part. He just happens to be Tim Pool's biggest fan. I don't know how it happened. Yeah. Oh, we're about to watch some Tim Pool, baby. Woo! I'm Tim Pepper. Look, I have a cool beanie, but I'm stuck with this asshole. So technically, I have to play the Pepper game. But you know what? We're about to watch my hero. So, here, play the clip. Kickflip. All right, let's go. Let's play this clip so Tim Pepper can have himself a little fun here.
Is a fucking evil scumbag.
Right off the bat.
She is a degenerate.
Let them fight. The MAGA Civil War right now, that's my favorite story. I'm going to be covering this a little bit more in depth tonight. So if you guys are interested in seeing some more fun coverage of the MAGA Civil War, consider joining the High on Politics show at 4 p.m. Central.
Cunt. She is burning everything down.
Whoa!
And she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me?
You know what? Dare I say, I don't think that him and Candace Owens are going to be doing any collaborations anytime soon.
She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there.
Did you just figure out that like when a grifter's gonna grift and they have the 6 million plus that they're probably gonna start doing some things.
Send me these fucking messages. Have
YouTube
no
channel.
fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared.
Appreciate that.
Don't put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking...
So, by the way, I also just found out that he has lost some audience share. Like, apparently his videos aren't doing as well, and he did start bringing that up.
Done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house.
Okay, as somebody who unfortunately watches a pretty decent share of Tim Pool clips, he's really fucking pissed.
House, and she's
usually it's performative. This one, dare I say, I think he's genuinely angry.
Got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a shit about her security.
Yeah, fuck that fat guy. Why? You know what? My security is well cut. They work out. They eat their proteins. Come on, guys, get on it. Get on this level. Kickflip.
Security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my fucking property, and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh. So there is a theory that he set this up, that because of his audience dipping, that he was like, you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity with this infighting to just show how dangerous it is. And how they are coming after me.
I got fucking strangers coming up to my house.
I mean, wouldn't you? Why is he still there then? Why is he still there? You'd think that he would 100% take his family and move to a different location if, he's being shot at.
Maryland, breaking in.
I love how I can see Stan in the corner there.
I got people showing up and beating.
Oh, by the way, on my my normal stream, I have a dog cam. So
beating up the residents who trying to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And it's all lies. It's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose of.
I had heard rumors that Tim Pool's parents had let him use swear words to vent about the girl that he's so scared of. Didn't know it was Candace Owens.
Making money, and she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again: this conservative movement is fractured. It's fried. Whatever it is. Okay. Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point.
This is why every story right now is just about like, oh, look how strong Trump is. Trump does this. Trump does that. Meanwhile, this is what's actually happening.
Point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history. And thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point US.
I don't think you're going to be either.
They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to.
Dude, okay. The fact that he said it, I had a feeling that really did bother him even more than he was letting on, which, again, I watched these clips. He was pretty bothered by, but he, at that point, was even just like, it might have been a minor oversight. You know what? It's fine. I didn't even really need them.
I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I
didn't even want to go to this stupid event that you didn't invite me to. God.
Over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of
still the same old Tim.
Cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her.
Oh my God.
Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic bullshit. And I get people saying, Tim, thank you.
Oh, speaking of the Russian effort, you know what's weird? Yeah, because maybe that's it. Maybe he's not getting that Russian cash anymore, and there isn't the bot infusion. So now he's starting to see that drop.
So what you're talking about, I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody.
By the way, I got this from a Trump account, like a Trumpster account.
Paying me. There's no fucking Russia.
Called Chief Trumpster.
There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves? People like fucking Candace Owens.
I couldn't believe it.
Do you see what he did right there, where he's risking dying? And now this is his out.
That she put you in the thumbnail.
What a fucking cunt.
That's three today.
I'm done.
The idea that she'd imply that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow.
She benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her.
Oh my God, we are so going over this again. I'm gonna, you know what? After I hop off here in just a few minutes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and find that full clip, and that we're gonna feature that on my channel later. So if you guys are interested, come and check that out. Also, I was supposed to have the interview today, so I want to shout out to Jake for allowing me the time to possibly have had that happen. But it looks like it is going to be rescheduled. Not sure if it's going to be live though. We're kind of in limbo with that one, so might have to do a pre-record. We will see though. I am very excited though for when this does happen, which I am confident that it will. I'll say this much though. It was nice that they actually got a hold of me, with enough time kind of for me to prepare for not having them on, because the first time I did not have that luxury. I found out as I was going on air. So that was fun, but it happens, guys, just so you know. That's just a thing that happens in these spaces. So all righty, I don't have time to really cover anything else, so I'm gonna set up the next show here. I hope you guys stick around, because we have some great content coming up. I know that we have an awesome interview with Good Morning Comrade, and oh my God, I almost called him Hank Williams. Oh my god. Oh my god, what's Hank's last name? Jake, you're not the only one that I'm bad with the last names with. I still can't Dragalis. Just know that I try. Like, having dyslexia sucks. So everything is a little bit harder for me. So but I appreciate everybody that is supporting the channel and also all the awesome content creators. So if you guys can, like I said, hit the like button. It'll help the stream out today. Really appreciate that. And stick around for all the awesome content throughout the day. Hank Thompson, and Jake Dragana, Dragon Alice Dragana. Oh my god. I fucking hate this. You know what? His name's Jake, and he's awesome. So I will catch you guys next week, and hopefully we will have some exclusive content. But until then, stay cool, and I will see you guys later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Rhino.
Hello, humans. Welcome to your Power Report. This is the 4th of December, 2025. Right? I keep forgetting. Anyways, this is your Power Report. Bam is with me here. It's funny. What's good, Bam? How you doing?
I'm all right.
I literally had so many tech issues that basically the show started just right now. How am I coming in? How am I sounding?
You sound good. It kind of went low for a second there, but I think it's back normal now.
I'm gonna try to do my best with the sound here. Like,
No, you sound good.
everything got cool.
good.
Everything got changed up during this, but yeah. This is the show. This is Power Report. This is what we're doing. Thank you all who are watching and listening and bearing with me with my technical issues, because I'm now running this off of my worst computer. And so whatever happens literally happens. Oh, that's a really good angle. Actually, this looks really I look very hot in this. this. This is awesome. This is awesome. I love it. But no, let's I told Bam that like I was gonna be punching the clock on this. So like this
Show's
is gonna
over.
be a very
Show's over.
Yeah, we're done. We're out. We're it. But like let's just say I'll do this as quickly as possible. Thank you all for watching Power Report for the extent that you've done. And the extent that you have. We're out. No, I'm just kidding. I have talked internally and externally, and like, you know, people have seen this and people know kind of where I'm going. But I want to go back to Power Report was originally Bam and I never wanted to do this. Bam and I were literally like, the only reason we will do a podcast together is if America goes to war with Iran. And that happened in like 2017. And so we got stuck. A lot has happened during that time, and I think the angle is that, you know, we adapted the show to whatever was happening during these times, and I appreciate everyone from the moderators to all the TYT drama to all that stuff. I appreciate everyone who has like been here through that stuff. But I think what Bam, I'm not gonna speak for Bam. What I want for Power Report is to return to the type of show that was more about analyzing the news and not just reacting to the news. And so we've been doing the stream version of Power Report every single week, reacting to the news, and I don't love it to be honest. But we've been doing it out here, and this is no disrespect to any of the people who have ever co-hosted on the show at all, but I want to get back to the type of Power Report where we're like not just reacting to the news, but we are summarizing what is the important stuff that happened during the time in which we're doing the show. And so that is what is informing this episode, future episodes, next year's episodes, all that kind of stuff. And we're going to continue to do that. Bam has the History of Islam Part 2 already done and off the rip. I have, you know, my background is set up to actually do this, but obviously we're like not here necessarily at that point. But like that is where we want to do. We want to do some more deep dives. We want to like go more into not necessarily what is happening in the news, but what is the context behind that news. And that is where we're going. So thank you all for you know, being with us for this point. We're not necessarily going anywhere, but we want to definitely like do something a little bit different. And by different, I mean return to form of what we were here to do to begin with. And so that's my take on it. We'll do the rest of the show afterwards, but for reasons that were kind of not immediately apparent to me and also to you, because I didn't warn you, like I'm just getting my technical equipment back to set. So yeah, Bam. Any words? Any thoughts? Any opinions?
I mean, I feel you. Like there is that that feeling of like, you know, did everybody say this already kind of thing, like when you stream, you know, does anybody want to hear this again? But I feel like we have like our own personalities, our own things we bring to current events and stuff. But yeah, I think there is like some benefit to like having more like polished edited content, and like working on stuff and not just like live reacting kind of thing, And this is, honestly, like this was your idea too. Like this is your baby. So, do whatever you want, dude. Shit.
I mean, also like, sure, let's just have it out. Like maybe this is my baby, but also I don't treat it that way. I really think of it as like a project that I do with you and like with intention and like with respect to like the perspectives that we both bring to it. And so I like internally I want to make something that we all feel proud of. And it's not to say that all of the other power reports we've done in the past year or so during the Trump years are things we're not proud of, but it's like I want us to like really feel like we're putting our strengths into this. And I will admit that I have not allowed the groundwork for like you, me, the other people on the Power Report team to like really put our strengths into what we're doing. And so that's what I want to try to get to next year. But we're still doing these joints for at least like, the next like week or two. And we haven't done these joints for the past week or so, and so we out here. So anyways, I had a really good time not paying attention to politics, but my family members reminded me that like literally this is how it happened. One of my family members was like, hey, Trump just truthed this post about like these are the immigrants we like, these are the immigrants we don't like, and that was the entire thing. And yeah, I am very trying to figure out, trying to figure out what Trump means is a fool's errand, but I'm also trying to like figure out like what does this mean for
Somalians?
No, the Senegalese. That's what Power Report is all about, honestly. The Senegalese and the Somalians. No, but like Trump made this, thank you for grounding me. Trump made this grand proclamation that like we don't want the bad immigrants, we want the good immigrants. And it's very racially coded in a kind of way. And I think that's where we'll start, and then we'll start to like, develop from there. But yeah, like I when I was talking with some of my family members about this, it was just like it started to sit with them how messed up this Trump administration is and how racist and how much they're trying to like bait people of color into the worst aspects of this administration. And so yeah, bam, I'm very curious, especially because like I usually do like a longer monologue, and clearly I'm right now, but also I have some friends and family in New Orleans, and New Orleans is now where there's a new sort of like operation happening with immigration and ICE and all this other different things. And so I'm curious like kind of what you're thinking, what you've been experiencing back in LA, because I'm not from there anymore apparently. But like yeah, like where are we at right now in America, especially like when it comes to these ICE raids, when it comes to these things that like a lot of left media is not paying attention to necessarily. So yeah, let me know if you, and also my heater is very loud right now, so I'm not sure if you heard everything I just said, but like,
No, yeah.
let me know if I can elaborate. Yeah, for sure.
I can't hear the heater, but your boy Trump is wild. He's off the chain.
Friend of the show, Donald Trump.
Like, I can't believe that this dude really said Somalians are garbage. Like, dog. like, come on, dude.
No, sorry. I hate to interrupt you, but you know I don't. But like, Donald Trump threw on the Ilhan Omar fucks her brother type of business. Like, that's the type of level we're on right now, and I'm just like, I hate all of this, and I hate how this is being framed for Somalis, for Senegalese, like all that stuff. So, bam, go ahead, cook.
Yeah, he really dropped that, and I'm just like, dog, like somebody's gonna see you. But like I am from San Diego, and Minnesota, like Minneapolis is like number 1 for Somalis, and San Diego's number 2. And they turn up. So Trump, I don't know if you want to do that, buddy. But yeah, it's just a constant thing with him. And you know, just berating people. We really have like the most uncouth president in the world. Like, that's what we have. Like, nobody, like, when Bolsonaro was president, like, he was the number 1, but I think even he has like a bit more decorum in general. But he said more out of pocket stuff than Trump has, that include R-wording a chicken. Okay, Squishmallow Dragon used to live in San Ysidro. Okay, right there on the border. I used to go to the
shout out San Ysidro, dog. Shout out San Ysidro, yeah.
I used to go to the outlets right there in San Ysidro. You know what I'm saying? And then
right on the border. No, I know that shit. I know that shit very well. But anyways,
Right
that's neither here nor there.
But yeah, we just have the most uncouth president. And overall, I just feel like it's exhausting. Like, you just don't. I mean, I've said this a million times, but it's like you don't want to like have the president of your country have to be like part of your day. Like, you don't want that. And when Trump is president, he just takes up all the air. You know, like, you can't ignore him. He won't allow it. It's something every day, and it's something terrible every day. You know, it's just, you got to be like worried. And it's like, you don't want to be worried about the president, because, you know, the president shouldn't matter that much, you know, but it's like Pinkerbill said, it's really embarrassing. It just makes us all look, it's just like, what are we doing here? Aaron mentioned Trump's health is failing. He's going to say even more wild stuff as it gets worse. I completely agree. I think the last time I was on PowerPort was when he called that woman Piggy. And to me, that was like the biggest sign of his dementia. And just the other day, I don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago.
I will just say, like, not to interrupt your cooking because you're cooking, but like, he has said worse since then. So like,
yeah.
Like,
so I was.
We used to do like during the election years, like when Biden and Donald Trump were debating, we called it the Dementia-thon. But like, it's really, really the Dementia-thon right now. Like, Donald Trump is like not like whoever is here. Donald Trump is not in the building. Like, he's out.
like with Biden, it was like this fool's old and he's like doddering. But with Trump, it's like dementia. It's like because people, not everybody with dementia, but a lot of them become very angry, and have outbursts. And when he's like saying somebody's stupid 4 times in a row, it's just like, oh, like that dementia's hitting, dog. Like it's really hitting.
I have people in my, peace be with them, but they're no longer with us on this astral plane right now. But my experience with my family members with dementia is to a T exactly what Donald Trump is doing.
Yeah.
Like it's these outbursts, it's these anger, it's this everything that I'm describing, that Bam is describing, Bam, am I gonna pull you? And should I say this? Should I say this right now? Should I say this, Bam? Stop me, please. Because I want to say something, but I shouldn't. But I should.
Get it cracking.
White people are way too polite when it comes to sundowning old men in their community.
Ooh.
Because we all want to be gangsta about it, but ultimately once you start snapping at people, once you start doing what Donald Trump is doing, it is, and I don't mean it in this necessary way, but I'm still gonna say it, Donald Trump is in sundown town, and not the sundown town that Bam and I are gonna be afraid of, but Donald Trump is in sundown town for he is not capable of really understanding how bad and how racist not necessarily he is, which is not necessarily what I care about, but also he is not there when it comes to understanding where the collapse comes, right? He does not understand where, okay, no. You're out, dude. Thanks for playing. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Donald Trump is at that point where he is not going to be able to really say what's left from right. And the thing I hate is that I know for a fact that everyone around him knows that he is sundowning, but everyone is too afraid to actually say that he's sundowning. It's kind of like how power no, but yeah, do you understand what I'm saying, Bam? Do you understand really where I'm coming from? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see
Trump is out like a light, dude. This is what are we doing here? This is the crash out presidency of we're all pretending that he's president. We're all pretending that he's a competent president. But this is someone who doesn't have his mental faculties with him, which is something that Bam understands with me, but no, okay. But I'm not kidding. But yeah.
No, it's true. It's just not something that we've seen. And to be fair, it's not every time he talks, he says something insane, but I think the other night he had 100 something truth socials in the one night. And it's just there's just those outbursts. And it's that's how you know that he's having a collapse, and it doesn't happen right away. But, as it happens more and more, I guess we'll just have to see if, Congress will 25th Amendment him, or just somebody will be able to convince him to resign. Because he's gonna say more and more things that are just ridiculous. And at some point he may, because I don't really take what he says online serious, or just like stuff he says in like a, some reporter asked him a question. He says something, we're going to attack Venezuela on land. I don't really take that stuff too serious. Not to say that it can't happen. Obviously it can, but like, if he gives certain orders, are they going to take them? I mean, and obviously we're seeing that Pete Hegseth has been emboldened to commit murder on the high seas. Not even just this recent double tap that happened, like the whole time has been committing murder. And they're proud of that. And yeah, I guess we'll see if it does become a land, if they start bombing Venezuela on land. They already bombed Iran, So yeah, I think we're kind of in for it. Some of it will be funny, but some of it also is just like, it's just completely disgusting. I still haven't even got over the piggy comment that he made. Like, I'm still bothered by that. And him just calling I think it was a woman calling her stupid over and over. It's just like, oh God. Then the other day he said, like, they asked him about his MRI and he's like, I don't know what they were looking at. Like, okay. Then he's like, I passed the cognitive test, and then it's something you wouldn't be able to do, like talking to some woman right there. I'm just like, what are you doing, dude? Like, you have dementia, homie. Like, you are just doing outbursts at people for no reason. And you know what? It isn't all. He started having dementia in 2021 for sure. People might have forgot about this, but it was reported, and I'm sure it was true, that on January 6, 2021, when the limo, or whatever, his car was leaving somewhere and he wanted to go to the Capitol, this idiot fool Trump literally got up there and turned the steering wheel himself, and they damn near crashed or something. I'm sure there's video of that somewhere too. Somebody probably seen that car get off the freaking road somehow a little bit. But that's dementia, Donald, there. Like, no sane person is just gonna grab the wheel and try to turn the car. Like, what are you doing? So yeah, he's been on the dementia train for at least 4 years, 5 years or so. And now it's just getting worse, and it's going to continue to get worse. And I guess we got to be here for it.
Yeah. Like I said, like I said behind the scenes, I'm like, we're going to do a very quick power report here. I'm sorry, y'all, but like, that's the way it is. That's just the way it is. No.
Sleepy?
Oh, very. Absolutely. And also, like, I don't have my connections with this. So like, I'll deal with this later. But Donald is not there, like you're saying. And like, I totally agree with what you're saying. Is like, Donald is just like not actually understanding how bad it looks for him. And like, yeah, like I just hate, like, I mean, I don't hate this for him. Like, whatever is bad for Donald Trump, I'm like, cool, that rocks. But I don't like the politics of how all this is turning out, right? Like, I think you were kind of saying this.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something else. Yeah, no, that
Bam is so triggered by me talking for so long that he's surprised that I'm just like cutting it short.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, that was quick. Squishmallow says, didn't Trump fall asleep the other day during Hedgehog speak? That's funny. Hedgehog is funny. Yeah, he did. I mean, he'd be falling asleep, yo. That's normal. But I guess like stuff that we have to like actually worry about. His plans for Venezuela, you know, what he may or may not continue to do when it comes to, you know, non-white people in America, as far as their immigration status or lack, you know, whatever. Because, you know, I saw a video of some woman screaming that she's a citizen. They still detained her and then like let her go like a couple hours later. It's like, Jesus, dude.
Can I just like really quickly, like, yes, I am a black, but also many people know this, but like my racial history is also Japanese. And so
and 50 other things.
Facts. But like I know about that FDR executive order. And so I know what it was like to have this sort of like, as a race, we're going to select you out to be targeted and to be like, you know, attacked. And like I think it was like 3066 or like 8066. I forget the exact executive order, but like this is bad. Like what Trump is doing is bad. What Pete Hegseth is doing is bad. And like what Mark Kelly, the maybe senator from Arizona, I keep forgetting, but we're in a place where people are yeah, like people are actually understanding how bad this is with racism, with all these other different things. And I think that like white people are understanding this, and that's the thing that's kind of crazy right now, is that they're starting to realize how bad this racism is going, and like how this has a lot of parallels to the earlier parts of our history and how bad it was. And you know, the best parts of me want to think that like the Pete Hegseths of the world are going to feel some sort of guilt around everything that's going on. But I also know that like, no, they won't. Like, no, they're not. Like, again, like as someone who's like, I remember, or like at least I experienced the way that America mistreated Japanese folks during this time. We're not going to actually represent this, and like we're not going to actually represent how bad what we're doing is for people. Like in New Orleans, like every like in Chicago, for example, they called it Operation Midway Blitz. Like Midway as in the airport that is Midway, Chicago. Like they are laughing in our faces the fact that they are deporting and harassing people in these areas. And I hate that they're doing this in New Orleans, because I forget whatever operation they call it in New Orleans, but like Donald Trump doesn't really understand what he's doing to New Orleans, what he's doing to these people, and it is very dangerous. And it's sorry, I keep going in a bunch of different places, but we had the situation last week where the Afghani guy who ended up shooting some people who were working for National Guard in Washington, D.C. And again, let's protect ourselves. Bam and I are not advocating for anything that happened, but we were like, if you keep harassing people in America, especially, and you keep harassing their communities, eventually you're gonna hit the point where people from these communities are gonna fight back with their guns because this is America. And yeah, I'm just like kind of very amazed that it took to this point. It took to this like sort of like scary sort of moment to where people are starting to fight back.
Well, I honestly think like my reaction to that, I was like, they probably wasn't giving him his check or something, because homeboy was fought for the Afghan army and probably was an interpreter. The people out there the Taliban would call him a sellout, but he was risking his life, and then he came out here.
No.
They probably.
Can I say like really quick, like he said, I think like, yo, I should have just fought for Al Qaeda. He was literally like, I should have just fought for Al Qaeda, because based on how the Americans treated me, it was like, what's the point? What's the point of being like pro-America or like, pro what the Americans are going on? Because if you're going to treat me and my people like this, which is what I ever heard this person is saying, not necessarily me, but whatever. Yeah, it was like, this guy was like, I would have rather, this person was saying he would have rather fought for the Taliban. And
the Taliban won. They won. They're running they're running the country right now. The day after they took power, China came and had a meeting with them. Putin and them had a meeting with them. So it's like, yeah, you might as well have, But when I heard that it was some Afghan dude that used to fight for America out there, I was like, they probably playing with his money, and he got mad and said, you know what? If I can't get my money, then somebody got to go, And it's sad, you don't want people to be. It's unfortunate that these people are deployed to DC for no damn reason in the first place, Just to stand around and get shot. Shit.
Right. No. Like literally, like I don't like that the people who got shot, like that happened, but like it goes back to this Hassan Piker thing of like, people are like, oh, you shouldn't have said that America deserved a 9/11. But like, what did America do in our foreign policy to make a thing like a 9/11 happen? Because remember, a lot of people don't like to admit this, but we went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and everyone on the suicide planes in 9/11, sorry, demonetized, whatever. But like, all of those people were Saudi Arabians. They were Saudis, dude. So like,
well, those wars happened after 9/11, so I think you need to go to bed.
And I mean, no, totally, but like, who was on the plane? Bam. Who was on the plane? Was it Iraqis?
It was not. It was some Saudis and some Egyptians. I think one person from Dubai or something like that.
Exactly. So like, America needs to sit with that. They need to hold that. They need to hold that L real quick on some Chris Paul. Like, mostly, this PowerPoint is like how I hate the Clippers.
You got to become a Knicks fan so you can scream SMD at the camera at the games.
I'm a Mets fan, so that's That's where I'm sitting. But anyways, yeah, where are we, Bam, like what's your takeaway from this? Like, given everything we talked about here.
I don't know what you mean by this, but you are very sleepy, so I'll just talk anyway. My takeaway is that I've seen some rhetoric about, Trump's thing is kind of crumbling right now. We obviously saw Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning soon, and there's talk that Nancy Mace might as well. Looking into the future, it's going to take a long time to get out of whatever we're in right now. I just hope people have long memories, because this like MAGA movement isn't just about like being racist and being, xenophobic. It's not just about that. It's about like dismantling any kind of bureaucracy that is beneficial at all to the American people. Obviously, there's a lot of bureaucracy that hurts us, but like, there's things in place that protect the average person, and the Trump administration and the MAGA movement is like 100% against that. And it's not going to be easy to, resurrect what they've dismantled, and because they're still going to be fighting against it, even if they're not in power. And you saw the Supreme Court. So I did see your boy. I don't know if I mentioned this to you already, but I did see your favorite guy, James Carville, saying that whenever a Democrat gets elected, they have to expand the Supreme Court. And I was like, oh, that's Dan's take. Look at them agreeing on something.
Man, I hate what you just did to me, because you put me in a corner. But in defense of James Carville, I'm like, yo, dog, gotta pack the courts. We gotta pack. Like, there's no rule that says that we have to have 9 Supreme Court people. Like, let's do 50. like honestly, like, no. I'm gonna quadruple down. Let's do 50,000 Supreme Court justices.
3-month term limits.
3-second term. But no, like that's the kind of action we need to have as Democrats, and yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. What I say in that meme, like let's
wrap it up, B.
Let's do it quick.
Wrap it up, B.
Yeah. What's your take on Pharrell Williams?
What did he do? Oh, he said something like he doesn't believe in politics or something like that. Yeah. While also being the same person that performed at an IDF fundraiser. I'm just like, dog, for real? Like, you don't get to ever say that. You perform for another country. Why does a country's army need a fundraiser? Like, even like the poor ass countries ain't doing that. Israel's doing that. Like, you don't think Hezbollah needs some money? Like, they can't do a fundraiser? Like, goddamn. Like, what the hell? But no, Pharrell, I mean, look, let me just keep it a stack. Did Pharrell perform at an IDF fundraiser? Absolutely. Am I going to still listen to everything that Neptune's produced from 2000 to like 2006? Absolutely. With no question.
Dude.
Yeah, like none at all. Like, I don't feel one way about that. I don't feel a way about watching Seinfeld. I just got to keep it a stack.
I mean, like, do you expect us to listen to Kanye West like post Kim Kardashian era rather? No, we're not going to do that.
Kanye, the only thing I really like love from Kanye is like 4 songs on 808s and Heartbreaks. I can live without everything else.
Okay, thank you, Bam, because everyone hates 808s and heartbreaks. I'm like,
that shit was great.
That was
I hate
good.
Twisted Dark Fantasy.
It's amazing, so amazing.
I
love
hate
Amazing. Like,
I didn't really like Amazing because I hate Young Jeezy, but I didn't like my Twisted Dark Fantasy. I thought that was weak.
I get it. That makes sense. Anyways, listen,
Wrap it
y'all,
up,
I'm
B.
sorry. Yeah, no. We're gonna wrap it up right now. Again, like, I'm sorry, but so Bam, we have the history of Islam episode like in the pocket.
It's coming soon, guys. This is the thing. Dan,
It's my fault.
No. It's
my
not.
fault. It's all my fault. Honestly.
Dan wants to make it like glitter and glitzy, but it's just like I don't really know. Like other than like putting text on the screen, there's not really much to do when it comes to like, the first episode we could put the clips from the message and some stuff, but it's like this part of the history. There's not much live action stuff. We could just put like some people in the desert riding horses, but I think that this part of the history is like more juicy. I'll just say this really fast. Like the Islamic history is like recorded very well. And,
well, part 2 is.
And there's a lot, like there's so much that I'm going to give you that like, and from a perspective of like truth, that like no Muslim person would ever keep it so real, but I'm going to keep it so real with y'all. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to add sauce to anything either. But,
I'm going to jail, y'all. Like, it's for me.
For me, like I think like the Islamic history is like very it's like fun and it's like a lot to know about, and also it shaped so much. There's over 1 billion Muslim people in the world. So it's like also important historically.
Shout out Zoran.
Zoran, I wonder if his wife is Shia. I want to know. I know she's Syrian. Is she one of the Syrian Shia people, or is she Alawi? I don't know. I'd like to find out.
Oh yeah, Bam would like to find out because she wants to call her. But anyway,
let me look up her name because I could.
Again, like we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this for members, but also like again, like Power Report is not going anywhere. I think that like we all just by we all I mean like the people who produce it. Shout out Sachi, shout out Bam, me, like we want to produce something that like we enjoy. And so we're going to be running that. But please see what we're doing, both Bam's history of Islam, but also like PowerPoint and what we're doing here. I need to go to sleep, dude. Like I'm so
okay. I think Zoran's wife is in the CIA, but that's just me. Who knows?
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, okay, go to sleep, Doug.
No, it's all good. Anyways, the power is always within you. Thank you everyone for watching, and I'm gonna go to sleep, as Bama said. So peace.
If you're a big fan of Scooby-Doo, or if you live in the Western Massachusetts area, you've probably heard this one before. Scooby-Doo was based on or inspired by the 5 colleges in Western Massachusetts. It's one of those pop culture myths that somehow feels true. The story goes that Fred, Velma, Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby-Doo were each modeled after the school's stereotypical students. Fred is Amherst, the rich all-American leader. Velma is Smith, the brainy genius. Daphne is Mount Holyoke, preppy and socially aware. Shaggy is Hampshire, laid-back and counterculture. And Scooby, well, he's UMass's lovable chaos incarnate. Although people debate who is who all the time. Well, here's the truth, though. It's a myth. Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Premiered in 1969, a full year before Hampshire College even opened, so it would have been impossible for the gang to have been based on all 5 schools. Also, according to Io Takamoto, the original character designer, he, quote, couldn't have named 5 Boston area colleges, let alone been familiar enough with them to have copied their styles. Animation historian Mark Evner also confirmed that the creators were inspired by earlier pop culture sources like the radio serial I Love a Mystery and the sitcom The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis. Not Massachusetts colleges. Even the original development of the show confirms this too. Early drafts featured 5 teens in a traveling rock band called the Mysteries 5, and the dog, originally named Too Much, was a bongo-playing pet. They weren't college kids at all. So why does the myth persist? Well, partly because the characters map neatly onto the campus archetypes. Walk around Western Massachusetts and it's easy to see the truth in it. Add a dash of nostalgia, a few forum posts or campus newsletters, and suddenly everyone knows it's true. Local pride plays a role too. I mean, who wouldn't want to imagine their college as part of cartoon history? In the end, it's a perfect example of how myths are born. A little plausibility, some shared cultural memory, and the human urge to make connections turn rumor into legend. Scooby-Doo and the gang weren't secretly modeled on the 5 colleges. They're the product of Hanna-Barbera's imagination, 1960s pop culture, and pure creative genius. But it's still a fun story to tell, especially if you're wandering around the Pioneer Valley and you swear that you just saw a Great Dane running from a guy in a rubber mask. Although honestly, that's just a Tuesday out here.
Good morning, comrades. You're listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here on the show. We also have a very special guest, a guy that did nothing, apparently, according to Cenk Uygur.
No help.
No. We have Hank Thompson from Winners and Losers. He is also the editor, producer, creator of an upcoming documentary called Tell the Truth, Cenk. You can find more information about that at tellthetruthcenk.com. It is about the union organization effort that took place at the Young Turks. We're going to talk about all that stuff in just a moment, but we can definitely start the conversation before we even get started, just with a little taster of the documentary.
All right.
And I decided to wake up that union drive, not knowing where it's going to end up, but just being like, I got to do something. I'm working for Cenk Uygur, and I'm not getting any health care, no pay days off, no benefits at all. Felt like I was being forced to carry a dark secret about TYT. I know why we started the union. It was exploitative working conditions. And other workers had their other reasons, and there's probably some of the reasons that will never see the light of day. The first attempt was 18 months before Cenk became a politician. And the union comes forward, and Cenk goes and tells his audience his political foes started the union in order to harm his run for Congress, followed by 2 months of aggressive union busting. Wild story. It was all to hide the truth, create a smokescreen. Because if he had to explain to his audience, oh yeah, my workers did have a genuine union here, they would say, well, what were their grievances? Why were they unionizing? And those are questions he does not want to answer. So I'm going to fucking answer it. That's what this whole thing is.
All right. So welcome to the program. Welcome to Good Morning Comrade. Hank.
Hello. Hey. Thank you. I'm so thrilled to talk with you today. This is an interesting story. Thanks for having me on.
Cool. And if you wouldn't mind, just sort of introduce yourself to our audience. Just tell them a little bit about who you are, where you come from, a little bit about your background, if you don't mind.
Yeah. I grew up outside Chicago, born in the final waning days of the 70s, which is embarrassing.
Are you the last Gen Xer or the first millennial?
I think due to emotional underdevelopment, I'm a millennial, but I'm definitely,
cool.
I think technically in the very end of the Gen X. It's very cuspy though. That is I remember phone books and calling movie phone. And then also I was a very early adopter to internet. And so I was like using BBS services and like playing Duke Nukem 3D over like modem calls, message boards. Yeah. So like I kind of was surfed the internet wave. I was riding the information superhighway real early.
Oh, yeah.
So like I kind of have the technology and the computer nerd part of it all, which led me to becoming a video editor and like a motion graphics guy. And so I ended to do animation. So yeah, I grew up outside Chicago, standard white people, traumatizing white people kind of upbringing. And then, into college for business. Politically, I was always kind of independently thinking, grew up ambiently conservative, my dad, but pretty quickly dialed into how BS conservatives, were, but I didn't really arrive at where I am now until, well into adulthood, where I would call myself a leftist, anti-capitalist, or something along those lines. Certainly hoping to spur a socialist revolution. Hopefully we can accomplish that by the end of this interview. But so like kind of traverse
every week. So a socialist revolution every week.
Come on, we just got to talk people into knowing that they're worth fighting for and that they deserve to feel better. And I think that's the step. That's step one, because we've all been talked out of our own self-worth. So yeah, I've skipped over a whole bunch of this, but I have a fairly long history of TYT. But before my media career and kind of overlapping it, I did stand-up comedy for a stretch. In Chicago, I ran an aquarium service where I installed and maintained custom saltwater aquariums for hospitals and corporations. So yeah, actually got one behind me. It's kind of tough to see in the shot there, but
I can see it. I can see
an underwater planted aquarium designed
Looks
for
nice and
neglect.
clean.
Designed for neglect. Always, that's the best thing you can do for a fish tank, is make it easy for when you go into depressive episodes to leave it alone. Yeah,
I'm sure the fish appreciate that.
It's got shrimp. The shrimp eat the algae, and
there you go.
Yeah. Anyway, is that sufficient? You want to hear more? Recently, I did some assistant editing on Abby Martin's new movie, Earth's Greatest Enemy. Really proud.
Okay, cool.
Out in the wild, and she's
big Abby Martin fan from a long time ago. I remember back when she was on like Russia Today on Breaking the Set and all that stuff.
Yeah, she's an OG, man, and she holds true, and she's been fighting a good fight for Gaza too, and so yeah, I was really lucky to know the main editor who brought me on to help out with some things in that project. Yeah, and,
I remember when Abby Martin, sorry to like sideline the conversation.
No,
I remember when she decided that she would make like an anti-Putin speech on Russia Today television, and ended her program for that, and it was kind of wild. And then there was another host or whatever from that same network that did it, and immediately became friends with like the neocons, like all the worst people in the world.
Interesting. Yeah.
What's that guy that looks like an egg? Not Matt Iglesias. Oh my gosh.
I don't want to just throw out names.
Yeah.
Not sure.
I can't remember.
But the boss, you got to play by the boss's rules in the boss's world,
Yeah. Anyway, well, thank you for joining us on Good Morning Comrade. And I really wanted to talk to you today about specifically like kind of like get into the weeds of that first off, the TYT union drive, the sort of like, nuts and bolts and the process of it. I'm a nerd about that kind of stuff, but also we can definitely get into the reason I find this so interesting is because this like the Young Turks is one of the sort of like first major online sort of like independent media groups that was out there, and they sort of you would expect at least that they would have some kind of at least sympathy towards the union. Now we know that what you're going to say on YouTube or on television or whatever does not necessarily align with your material interests if you are, for example, the CEO and host of said program. So I guess let's get into it from there and just sort of like talk about the drive and talk about what brought you into even working at TYT.
Yeah, that's a good place to start. I was an early adopter, like I was saying, of podcasts as a listener, and so I was listening to Air America way back in the day. TYT had their show on there. Majority Report was on
Jerry
there.
Springer have a show on
Yeah.
on Air America.
I think yeah.
That's
Jerry
so
Springer
awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah, he had some lefty politics of some stripe, and
Yeah.
then
He was the mayor of Cincinnati.
right? Yep.
He was the mayor of Cincinnati before his television. Like
I went to a Jerry Springer taping when I was in
No
the
way.
city with my brother and his girlfriend. Yeah, it was nuts. They're always smaller than you expect, TV studios. But yeah, I shook his hand on the way out. It was home wreckers face the music was the topic, that one. And
talk about an
I
experience that like is very truly quintessentially 90s is
Yeah.
the Jerry Springer show.
Yeah, they ripped my weave out in the middle of the fight, and I had to beat somebody with my high heels. So it was very. I gave up that lifestyle on the way out there.
Yeah.
So Chuck D, Rachel Maddow, Liz Winstead had a show that was but anyway, so I became like a very early listener of TYT and started to do stand-up comedy, and that's kind of connected because I was also a fan of Jimmy Dore's podcast, Comedy and Everything Else, in like 2011. So I'm living in Chicago doing comedy, cleaning fish tanks. My politics are kind of like, I would have said progressive, but certainly not where they are now. But anti-Republican. I kind of hated the establishment, and I thought getting money out of politics was very persuasive, and I still feel that way. Not everything Cenk has ever said is BS, I agree with that side of it, obviously. And so as a fan of Jimmy's show, though, I'd introduced a close friend to the show, to TYT, and he became one of their first outside hires. He became a volunteer, and they hired him, and I helped him move across the country. And because of that contact, I recommended that they check out this guy, Jimmy Dore, and his show. And they did. And so I'm the reason why Jimmy Dore got hooked up with TYT in 2011.
Thanks a lot, pal.
I know. I shouldn't admit. I shouldn't even admit.
No, it's fine.
Sorry. My crystal ball was broken. I couldn't see the future. So give me a break, everybody. He would go on rants, and he was kind of funny, and he was, but yeah. So
I found Jimmy Dore through David Feldman. I love David Feldman. He was
right.
He was
he has some. Yeah, he's funny. I like David. I haven't listened to him in a while, but I know he still goes at it. Anyway,
6 hour podcasts.
Does he? Yeah, he does like late night streams or something, right? Or yeah.
Anyway.
Anyways, yeah. So I because of that contact, though, I had started like kind of doing video editing, and I was always really good with computers and Photoshop and editing even before I started doing stand-up comedy. But I was like making short films or doing shorts and doing stand-up clips, and kind of a camera guy, sort of good with cameras and gear and computers. And I just asked my friend if I could maybe work at TOT someday, and I was thinking I'd move to LA, pursue comedy, be involved in something cool. This was like 2013-ish, and they're like kind of made an offer, not like a formal, strong offer, but they're like, okay, come on out, and we'll test it out. So I like upended my entire life, sold my aquarium business to some other fish guys because I had paying customers. So like they were able to like give me monthly payments for like a couple years, which was a big help because I wasn't paid much at all moving there. $3,000 a month for the first bit of time, and difficult to live on even back then. And anyway, but it was a huge deal. Like I had a lot to learn. I was grateful for the opportunity. It was a massive life change for me. So I moved from Chicago to LA all within like 5 weeks, and then just started busting my butt and working and learning. And that was during the era where TOT was on Current TV. If you guys remember, Al Gore had a TV channel called Current current TV.
Oh yeah.
And so it was a really
year.
roughly, yeah. It was a fascinating experience because this production was the web show, and TOT was becoming more and much better established. Like you said, they were very early on YouTube. In fact, Cenk will even call himself the first YouTuber, and that might even be. I know it's eye roll, but I agree. But I do think
it's just so bombastic, you know what I mean?
like I said, because YouTube also grew along with this stuff. They were also, and
he got in at the right time.
He says he
got in at the right time.
Yeah, he's like the first contract that they signed or something, and you can almost think of them as like the Tesla of online progressive media. First to market, nobody knew any different. Therefore, they had a lot of advantages. And then you realize the boss is a Wharton Business School narcissist who does union busting. Cenk went to Wharton Business School, the same business school as Donald Trump and Elon Musk. So there's a right. Yes. It's a vampire academy. There's a conservative reactionary foundation to this guy's politics.
I do have to pause for station ID. You're listening to WHIPLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Hank is on the show. You can follow Hank at Winners and Losers, and you can check out all of his stuff over at tellthetruthjenk.com. Anyway, so you uprooted your life. You moved to Los Angeles from Chicago. You sold your precious aquarium business to take on a video editing job at TYT.
Sort of. Not video editing quite, but that included that. Produced studio setup. I ended up doing headlines actually during that time. I got certified in YouTube publishing from YouTube, and took tests. But yes, video editing was part of it. Not to interrupt, but yeah.
You're in production.
Production, behind the scenes stuff, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And so I guess take us from there.
All right. So that eventually kind of ended, and I left the company. I was wanted to pursue comedy with more force and time, and was just needed to change my direction. And then I had been working with Jimmy Dore because he was there during that time. So because I was the comedian, Jimmy's a comedian, I was like his main producer, editor, publisher.
Just throw all the comedians into one room. It's fine. No,
I think it's a rational choice. I don't think it's the worst idea. We got along fine, Yeah, it was all right. But then Jimmy called me up and asked me to help him, or if I wanted to get involved with his channel. He wanted to do what TYT did in late 2015. I was desperate for work, really needed it. It was, I needed some money. And so I said yes, and we started posting and started doing stuff on YouTube and developed his channel. That eventually expired in about a year later, as he was entering different phases of his development. And then I stayed in touch with TYT because Jimmy was also, we got to go on some road work. We went to a Bernie Sanders campaign. I rode in a multiple Bernie Sanders rallies. Nice. And then I got to ride in a motorcade with Bernie Sanders, not like in the car with him, not like Bernie. Why would I do a Bernie impression at Bernie? Hank, give me one of those Jolly Ranchers. But it's this intense experience to be in a press motorcade too. It's really fascinating when you're just some schmuck, with wet arms from the fish tank world, right? And so that was a cool story. If you want me to detail it, I can. No. But do you say no or yes? Yes, go, or no, stop?
Let's get to the union part.
Yeah, exactly. That's my saying. So then I go back in 2018 and I get hired again because I was I told him I just wanted to do video editing. I very much dialed in on filmmaking and video editor and stuff. And first thing out the gate is I have to sign a contract that says I'm an independent contractor in order to work there as a video editor.
WWE style.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was like, where's Vince? Is he in the other room? Yeah. And so I'm like, I don't think this is, but okay, I really need the money. I was grateful for some stable
I'm sorry,
income.
For the benefit of our audience, a 1099 means that you are an independent contractor, which essentially means that you are your own sort of self-governing entity. You're not an employee, which means that you essentially are not privy to the benefits that would otherwise go to somebody who is a W-2 employee. You're not protected by the National Labor Relations Board in the same way. It's and a lot of companies, especially startups, which I would describe the Young Turks as potentially at this point, maybe it was a little bit more progressed, but they even very, very, very well, very developed companies will also use 1099s as well as a way to prevent costs, essentially. Is that
Yes.
accurate for the most part?
Yes, exactly. And you have to pay the entire payroll tax, whereas when you're an employee, that's
Yes.
split, and so the burden is higher. You don't have zero benefits. On top of that, I was paid less per hour than everybody else who were also video editors. So
Oh, cool. You got the worst of both worlds.
$21.63 an hour, less than every other video editor. So, and that's not a high rate for professional video editing in Los Angeles for work that goes on television and other
In
places.
Los Angeles too. I mean, geez.
Yeah. But I needed the money. I was having a hard time. I struggle with emotional, mental issues, which I later learned was autism. So that's kind of a big part of my story. That's why I'm mentioning it. But like, I was so happy to finally have some stable income, doing work I was good at with people I liked, because I still knew a bunch of the people. And but I also knew I wasn't entering a very high respect environment, you know. So I was like, okay, this is BS, but hopefully only a month or two. Then they'll get me benefits. I'd like to have the same disrespect everybody else gets, and we can get some freaking benefits and pay days off. Like going through like the holidays, 0 days, paid days off with no pay. Everybody else is getting paid. I'm sitting next to people who are called employees. The person who held their job before me was an employee. So on Friday, it was an employee's job. When I showed up on Monday, it was an independent contractor job. And during this time, I'd heard about a union effort that had sparked up during that period where I wasn't there, right? So there's a critical timeline to this whole story. And that union effort got shied away by a round of firings that had occurred. I don't think management got wind of it. They might have heard.
Classic.
Yeah, but it was, okay. They were intimidated. It's scary. It takes a lot, you know, and there can be consequences for organizing and for, you know, doing something that might threaten the boss's power and the boss's pocketbook. And, you know, nobody knows their boss better than their longtime workers, you know, at least, especially within this world of online personalities, because the audience thinks they know the bosses so well, or the personalities, but actually it's the workers have a much closer look at who they really are.
It's
so that
parasocial relationship versus actual relationships in the real world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Versus capitalist exploiter relationship. So, the union draft that had been frozen, I knew we had a contact with IATSE, the International Association of Theater and Stage Employees, which represents post-production and production professionals. And we were post-production and production professionals looking to join this union. And they were really receptive that time, but it froze. So I'm going through this thinking, I think I deserve health insurance. I think I should get paid days off. I think I should get the same benefits other people get. And remember,
you're crazy, man.
Yeah, it was just like, I can't believe this is like, is this really happening? It was really stressful and like incredibly disrespectful too, to just sort of be treated with that, like with that level of disrespect. Go.
And I also like, again, like just to juxtapose that with the way that like the on-air content of the Young Turks, where they're essentially like Medicare for all and all this other stuff. Right. And again, you're an employee of the company, you know, the traditional way, obviously, that things have been at least done in the post-war era, and it's been decreasingly so the case, especially since the 70s and 80s, especially the 80s, has been essentially to not do that. And it's very interesting, in my opinion, I think it is, not to be like, oh, hypocrisy or whatever, but to see some, you know, you work for somebody who is exposing or espousing these values of everyone deserves health care and things like that, while also not providing health care through your job. You know, I can imagine that being pretty, like, you'd be pretty pissed off about that. You know what I mean?
Especially being a like longtime super fan, a paying member of the company to, you know,
so you understand that this is what you're saying all the time.
Yeah, like I paid close attention to this whole thing and understood that his alleged compassion for people suffering without health care, that kind of did make it a little worse than if it's just some regular capitalist exploiting people. You'd see videos of him screaming about how people die without health insurance, and I got paperwork in my desk that says no health care, no benefits, nothing. And I just thought that was way overboard. And yeah, hypocrisy is just the shallow layer that we dig through in this catacomb of story here. But it's important to point out, I think, though, it should matter. I know it doesn't to a lot of people, but so I'm kind of plotting. I'm not putting up with this stuff. I caught myself there. I'm not doing this. This is BS, man. Like, I think I got to wake up that union. I'm thinking this for a couple of months. And finally, though, I'm sort of a loud idiot. I kind of, I don't really keep my thoughts to myself much. And so probably the wrong guy to mess with here in this kind of way. So I finally get a meeting with HR and I'm like, hey, this is bad for me and it's bad for you. Like, don't you, why would you take risks? Like as an employee, I'm supposed to look out for your interests. Seems to me that the thousands of dollars of my money that you're keeping should be in my bank account, not yours, but also your reputation's on it. Is this okay? Is this appropriate? Like, how can you possibly take this risk? It doesn't seem worth the risk. What are you doing? And they answered that. So this is like 7 months into the gig. And I'd already started to bring up the union organizing, or like, because I was close with other people. I credit to a lot of great people behind the scenes at TYT. I want to give them their flowers. A lot of wonderful, hardworking, smart, and intelligent, good people that bust their butts at that company. So they deserve to be a shout out. And like, I was already, but intentionally I picked somebody I trusted, and like it was a friend, and it was like, I'm going to start bringing it up. Like I went on my way to say, what about that? So we do have a contact. Okay. And then like we eventually, after this meeting, they answered it with a change of job classification. So they decided to hire me, air quotes, for the second time, and called me a part-time temporary employee. So I did get, I got this,
for benefits.
No benefits, exactly. And also not part-time. Like I've posted all this information on my Substack, balledontheinside.substack. Sorry to plug early, but just so people know that like everything I'm claiming, I have shown documentation for too, and it's not just my word.
The receipts are there.
Receipts, that's the word. Thank you. And so like I'm called now I'm part-time temporary, but I'm working 40-hour weeks. And I'm doing video editing work at a video editing company on company property, under company direction, with the company equipment, on the company schedule, under company review, right? So, and if you look up how the government assesses whether you're an employee for things like wage theft cases and stuff, they have a thing called the ABC test, and they have another one called the Morello test. And I looked into that stuff, and I was like, by all of these metrics, I feel like I'm doing company work for a video. I'm a video editor at a video production company. Like an independent contractor would be like the pest control or the coffee service that comes in and fixes the coffee machine that they had, something like that. Or maybe even a one-off project that was just like, okay, you're only going to work for a month, clear end date. Yes, it's videos, but it's still independent contractor. Fine, that's BS, but okay, that's acceptable, I guess. Because I did one of the
drywall in my house or something,
Yeah. But if you're a drywall business and hire a drywall guy, then that's a drywall employee, not an independent.
You have your infrastructure,
Yeah. And I wasn't running I did freelance stuff within like during that year before, but it's not like I was some company doing video production. I was just like a neurodivergent dude who desperately needed work. Go ahead.
Right. Oh, and I also wanted to say that this is not something that is like super out of the ordinary for media generally. This is sort of like an industry standard, which again, like not to be hypocrisy or whatever, but like you would expect, you as the super fan who gets the show, starts working for that company, essentially like be kind of like smacked in the face by the fact that this thing that you thought had these particular values did not, and the reality was very much different than what you had expected. Let me pause the station ID. You listen to HIVLP New Orleans 102.3. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been on Matt Strackbine's The Leather Hack, one of our faves.
Shout out to
space,
Leather Hack.
everybody. Yep, lots of cool stuff coming out of that guy. And he made the point like, who talked about unionizing there? Did Cenk ever talk? And I was like, yes, he would talk about unions. They would do stories about unions. I'd edit stories about unions and about other companies pulling BS on their workers and why unions were good. But it was also kind of qualified as those are other people. That's not internal, obviously. But like, big his argument would be big. He supports unions at big companies, but small companies he shouldn't. There's actually a website called the Digital it's in the film. It's called the Digital Employees something. But it's this big list of small media companies. Young Turks is on there, all who have unions. So and they had gotten tens of millions of dollar investments and 80 employees, and our work was going on to Roku and TV stations and stuff. Like this is more than just a small podcast. And so anyway, after that job change, that title change to part-time worker while I'm working 40 hours, that's when like we took the union drive much more seriously, right? We really pushed into like, we're serious now. In fact, that's something I would advise people starting a union is like, you have to be very careful at first. You got to have good operational security. Don't do it on company property. Don't use Slack to do your organizing. Hell, maybe do a misinformation. Maybe send them in the wrong course. Be like, hey, we love the company. We're all so happy.
Yeah, and I'm sure that when you reached out to the IATSE folks, they advised you on a lot of these things as well.
Correct. We hadn't reached out yet. We knew we had a contact, but at this point, we were just basically going, okay. Oh yeah. One other advice is like, do a check-in on how serious you are, because sometimes you just got to blow off steam because work sucks, right? You're just griping about your boss. But I actually went on my way to be like, so are we just blowing steam here? Or are we actually serious? Do you want to go forward? Do you want to really do this? And it's healthy to be very clear about where you stand, and you could even change your mind down the road. It's not like any commitment means you have to stick with it forever. There's nuances to how this whole process works. But then we go, yeah, we're serious. Like you're not part-time, and we're all employees, except you're called a part-time worker who doesn't get benefits. 4th of July, day off. Everybody gets paid except me. Cenk keeps my $173.04. Like, what the hell? This is wrong. And so, so then we're like, okay, well, who else are we talking? Well, let's talk to that person. Cool. Now it's 3 people. Let's talk to that. Okay, now it's 4 people. Cool. Now let's talk to that person. Now it's 5 people. Now it's getting bigger. So you start to expand that sort of bargaining unit and kind of get people's interest in it. And we're still doing our jobs. We're still working our butts off. Fast forward a little to October, we finally email IATSE and schedule our first meeting. And then all of a sudden, this is where the story goes from sort of a classic labor drama to a weird media and political battle, is that Cenk just goes and becomes a politician.
This is awesome, because I remember when this was happening, and like I was just like, I had long since like stopped watching at this point, but I had just sort of like, oh, that guy from that show from those years ago that I used to watch, he's running for Congress. Good on him, whatever.
What can you maybe you can share a little though? What was your interface with TYT and your media diet?
I mean, I would have probably watched it around probably 2010 through 2012, like prior to that, like that current TV era. I was already kind of like tuned into it, and then like when I really did start watching it more when they did that big crowd fund for their studio that their members essentially purchased, and then they used a lot of that member money to hire a union. But this is spoilers here a little bit, but
sure. Okay to spoil it,
just to kind of get ahead of it. But that was sort of like, okay, cool. I thought it was really awesome that this is independent media. It's funded by the people who consume it, and this is a really good model for. This is really a good model, and how can they're constantly reinforced over and over again how much they live their values essentially, and that was sort of like they insisted on it constantly, how much they were really about it, and obviously, I mean, the way things sort of when reality hits you in the face like that, it was obviously not the truth.
It was marketing. It was marketing. It was. Yes, you'd think we're the honesty people. We're the ones that do the work. We fight for the little guy. We fight for the average guy. These are all stuff he still says, and it's like you don't. You're really just using that to trick people, because people want to hear that, and it's certainly, if you're going to label yourself the home of progressives, you have to sort of sell those traits. And I think to some degree, like if Cenk became a politician, I still think he'd be. I'm not saying I'm supporting him becoming a congressperson, but he should run for freaking Congress.
He wouldn't be the worst congressperson, I guess.
Wouldn't be the worst by any stretch.
Even with bad people in Congress.
Yes, it's a demon convention. It's all horrible people.
Sorry to like do an aside, but like this is a conversation I've had with a number of people when we would talk about Graham Plattner and like his Nazi tattoo, quote unquote, or whatever, and not even quote unquote. Sure, it's got the thing, but I'm just sort of like, okay, let's just say that all of the stuff is true and he's like kind of racist or whatever. Like he'd probably be like the 99th most racist senator.
Yeah. I think he should have put like the Ghostbusters logo, like this red circle.
Yeah.
That's what he should have put on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Like the things remain to be seen, and we have to make space. If we don't make space for people to change in this country, because we are a crappy dude factory. This country is.
Rocky said it best in Rocky 4. If you could change and I could change, everybody could change.
Rocky.
Remember that?
Rocky. I trust you. I'm not going to fact check
Rocky 4, when he fought the giant Russian.
And
he turned the Soviet crowd like behind him. It was so awesome.
Wonderful.
That movie God, I love that movie.
Yeah. You defeat communism by beating it up and inspiring the masses. So
working class rose up the working class rose up to throw off its communist oppressors and embrace the capitalist.
Yes.
Society, utopia.
Yeah, going great. Really great work, capitalists.
I love the 80s. I love the 80s.
No, right? Yeah. The military is so deeply involved in films, and especially if you use their gear and their equipment, like they have script approval, and so I just worked on a movie about that with Abby Martin. It's so where was I in this story? So now Cenk's a politician, so he decides to run for Congress in California's 25th district, which is like Palmdale, like kind of the Valley. I think I don't know the precise borders, but it was a special election,
right? A purple district, essentially.
Yeah, a lot of entertainment workers from LA. I mean, a lot of union people too. IATSE, people live all over the place, and IATSE is also in international, and wherever there's films and cameras and stuff and commercials, there's IATSE is around. So, anyway, but the term is carpetbagger, which is where you're not from the district, but you're running for it. And he was promising to move there if he won and stuff like that. A congresswoman named Katie Hill had been bounced out from a scandal involving photos of her and a staffer, something with her husband. The Democrats, of course, cowards that they are, kicked her out. So they had to do a special election to fill her seat. So Cenk was running against this person, Christy Smith, who was a California state assemblywoman, centrist, lib centrist, wouldn't be the worst in Congress, but definitely like centrist and kind of supported. But she had some I think she might have been endorsed by the nurses union, teachers union, or something like that. And I don't want to get into too much of that detail. But in this film that I'm making, we get into the politics of it, right? So it's sort of an unofficial documentary of Cenk's campaign at the time, because that was a context in which later, as the months went by, and we'll rewind too, because there's some interesting nuts and bolts I want to share. But the election was in March, and Cenk filed in November. And our first meeting with IATSE was like was the same week that he filed. So there was like this little 2-day gap where, and this is an important detail, is like, he files and then announces, and then we had our meeting with IATSE on that Friday. So it's like Tuesday morning to like Friday morning. We'll come back to that gap. That's an important little detail. And so the union doesn't come forward until February, right? So that's when they, as far as I understand, although there's been some indications they did have some inkling close to the date that we came forward. I should say that I'm getting a little bit twisted up here. So this 4-month period was very intense for the company, where between November, December, January, February, and then into March, we obviously, when the boss is a congressperson, you're going to consider that as a factor in how you're going to behave and what you might do. Is running, but that's the environment. Every union has to operate within its environment and within the constraints and the opportunities and strengths and whatever else of its circumstances. And so I get actually laid off. That's why I say the union came forward. I wasn't involved when the union came forward. I got laid off in January. The union doesn't come forward, and at that point I'm like cut off from communication. Like I didn't think it wasn't appropriate for me to stay involved. It was unfortunate. I got tapped on the shoulder, brought up to an office with Cenk and his number 2 guy. And Cenk had made a formal declaration of not being the CEO of his company during his candidacy too, because there's ethical boundaries in terms of a media boss owner running as a politician because of the risk that appearances on his own shows or stuff like that might be considered in-kind contributions. There's like pretty substantial legal things to be careful about. But, you know, fired, laid off. I didn't get any indication it was about unionizing. I thought it might be, you know, I had to kind of make up my mind during that like 60-foot walk to the execution chamber with the HR person. Just like if they confront me about, because I'm unionizing this place, right? We're deep in it at this point. We'd already had a couple of meetings with the IATSE organizers, and we were like building out our bargaining unit and working on it. And so like it was like, man, if they want to confront me, I might fight. I'm not a weakling, you know. I'll yell back, but also I was like, it won't do my friends any good if I create a giant scene here. So I was like, I'm just gonna be quiet if they bring it up. And it didn't seem like they thought they did fired me for unionizing. It did appear to be a part of like a small downsizing that they were doing. They're canceling some shows and stuff like that. So but nevertheless, it was intense. And of course I'm still interested in this. And the union comes forward in February after, and the way that works is a company, a boss has a decision to make. Do we voluntarily recognize? We came forward, or they came forward with card check, right? So they held an election.
So this was the company's idea to. Well, no, the union decided that they wanted to essentially pursue card check. Can you describe what card check is?
Yeah, so card check is a process where it's an election that the workers hold. It actually goes to a certification from the NLRB after it's formalized. But it's essentially if 50% plus one of the employees say they're for the union, then the company is required to recognize. Well, the PRO Act would make it so that they're required. They're currently not required. But it's
can I just elaborate a little bit? Sorry,
it's democracy. Yeah, you do it. Yeah, go.
So essentially, the normal process is for you to essentially collect a certain amount of cards. When you reach a certain threshold of union people sign union cards, then you present it to the National Labor Relations Board, and you hold an election. Now, there is an alternative process that you can go through, which you can be negotiated through the employer, called card check, which essentially, if you can get a majority of cards, 50% plus one, then essentially you can skip the union part, skip the whole get out the vote part, and essentially the employer agrees that they would recognize the union. That's sort of like two paths that could be pursued to get to union recognition.
Yes, and it's generally like shows good faith that this is a union and that we're willing to start negotiating. So if you recognize the union, then that begins the negotiation process. And there's a pretty detailed graphic in the film that kind of lays that out. And there's also examples of like I think the Vice Union drive was recognized within like an hour. I recall reading about the Talking Points memo, website. They had a union drive, and apparently the guy like got a text on his way to work and then recognized it before he got to work. Like you can make a decision about it. They didn't make it. They were holding off on recognizing card check. So there's this really critical period. It turned out to be about 9 days where is TYT going to say yes to this union or not? Now, there's a very important detail here. That IATSE had endorsed Christy Smith, Cenk's opponent, in the race. So that adds a layer of suspicion and paranoia. And I actually think, and I've gone out of my way on my Substack writings and in the film and somewhat, that I think it's appropriate that they would have been somewhat or justifiable that given like how intense this campaign was and that TYT was facing a lot of the pushback, how Democratic Party pushback against progressive outsiders, that happens all over the place. We can list all there's so many examples. In fact, in the final version of the film, I hope to do like a little history portion that details some of that with, the various ways that they do it.
I will say this though, I'm sorry, just to jump in.
Please.
It is not uncommon, I guess you could say, for a union to make a safe endorsement in an election, especially if you and this is sort of why a lot of in 2016, people don't always understand this. Like people were like, yeah, unions need to endorse Bernie Sanders in 2016, or whatever. Unions can actually feel fairly confident that whether or not they would endorse somebody like Bernie Sanders would be supportive of their program because it's such a key integral part of his project that if you endorse the safe option, the more conservative establishment option, they will not be vindictive to you. So it's like, it's not the most courageous approach for a union to take, but there is a logic to it, right? It's essentially like mitigating loss. And I just wanted to sort of point that part out because it's really kind of key to like when people are just like, oh, this, I remember in 2020 there was a really big, and I thought I was very disappointed in the Culinary Union in Las Vegas when they were supportive of Joe Biden, but it was for very similar reasons.
Related to the healthcare access, they didn't want to
healthcare access, and again, making sure that you're on board or you're essentially kissing the king's ring, rather than, Bernie's not going to kick you in the teeth. Biden probably would, and he eventually did. And actually, the fact that he's been better than the alternative Republican.
That Vegas union has been cited. I've seen for people that kind of relate it to why unions can be suspect. In other words, that they might be up to dirty political moves from people justifying TYT's union busting.
I'm sure that there is not everything on the up and up with Culinary 322. It is also undeniable that Culinary 322 has lifted so many workers out of destitute situations in the generations that they've been in existence. So I mean, like, you do, in a lot of senses, if you navigate the political climate and measure that against the actual material benefit of a union, you got to look at that, and you cannot say, well, unions are bad for workers. You know what I mean?
They're political. They can be political entities, and they're human entities. That means that they're inherently going to be messy, especially in the kind of culture we come from. I mean, America, anti-union, pro-capitalism, brainwashed. Yeah, no class consciousness. So, like, you don't just turn your brain off because you think unions are perfect for every single nuance and stop thinking. Yes, those are decisions that have to be made and negotiated. And to me, it always shakes down to, do you deserve more agency over your life or do you not? Should you have a say in how much BS you're going to put up with? What are the consent parameters for your life? And having collective bargaining gave us the power to make our boss give everybody health insurance and paid days off. As a negotiator, I was an individual before. I didn't, and I never reached a point. Well, let me just be clear. Actually, I did finally get benefits after 12 months of full-time labor. I did finally get hired for a third time for the same job, and I got almost full benefits. So 12 months without benefits doing full-time, ridiculous. But as an individual, I had no power. I had no leverage. That's what it all comes down to. And that's sort of the core thesis of this whole project I'm doing is hoping to educate and trying to inspire people to see that if you want to improve your lot, if you feel like you deserve more out of your life, if you can only do that with more agency. In fact, in like end of life studies where people are dying, it's always, I wish I spent more time with my family, the people I love, and I also wish I had more agency over my life. It's like the number one predictor of human happiness is how much are you allowed to consent to, is what it comes down to. Because democracy is about consent, and collective bargaining. Oh, you got to do your break. Go.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. Collective bargaining changes the leverage. As a group, we had more leverage than we didn't. In fact, like one of the things I like to think, the way I conceive it, is that Cenk had power. His power was my weakness. Because I was weak, he was strong.
Yep.
And what the threat to a union is that we, by taking away his power, we made him weaker. But we did that by increasing our strength. We became strong as a group. Therefore, his power went down because our weakness was his strength. That's what we got to realize about all these capitalist bastards. Is that a word I can say? Sorry, make it.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. That's what we got to realize, is that the reason they're strong isn't because they are strong. They are only strong because they control how weak we are. Mm-hmm. Weakness and stress and toil and struggle that we all have to put up with, the precariousness that they keep us living on, this razor's edge of, oh, you're going to end up like those homeless people. Look at you out there. You're going to end up even worse. That's all so that they can titrate the degree of weakness that we have to live with so that they can be strong relatively. And collective bargaining wipes out that weakness in a major way and turns the tables, because the actual source of it all is labor, is actually people working together as a group.
United we bargain, divided we beg.
So because IATSE had endorsed Christy Smith, they had decided they rejected card check. And as I detail in the film, like, everything kind of comes public on February 21st. So the union came forward on the 12th. 9 days later, on the 21st, is when it becomes this public thing. And IATSE and TYT union put out statements saying that they rejected card check. Cenk and Anna immediately launch into damage recovery mode, and they put out false information. Anna put out completely false information about how the union operates, saying they were trying to unionize producers, which is just literally impossible. IATSE doesn't unionize producers whatsoever. And so she was getting bad information from somewhere. But they pointed to the fact that IATSE had endorsed Smith as justification for why they had to reject this union. So that served them as a very important or very useful smokescreen to create this facade that this wasn't actually my workers unionizing. This was a dirty political trick to harm my run for Congress. And so that's the core lie of the film. Tell the truth, Cenk. It's like, no, it was a worker-led union, and it wasn't a political ploy at all. And we didn't. And this was an insulting smear to myself and to everybody in the union. And I'm not basing that off my own feelings. I also have good sources. Go ahead.
Well, and I also want to point out that. Well, let me pause for station ID. You listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Hank on the program. Tellthetruthjenk.com. You can. One of the things that I noticed that was consistent in the statements that they made was not that like they would always target IATSE as an international union, which the TYT union was attempting to become a part of. However, like the TYT union aren't even members of that union yet. They don't have a contract. They are not members of IATSE. They aspire to become members of IATSE, but that doesn't happen until you have a contract. So there is a distinction, but they are trying to essentially third party the union or even make a messy conflation between TYT union and IATSE as a whole.
Yes, and in the intervening years since, so TYT then does 2 months of aggressive union busting, withholding raises and bonuses, putting out this slander about the workers who started the union, myself included. That's why that's like one of the that's why I do have ownership over my own lived experience.
And trying to blame the union for withholding the wages and bonuses, which is insane because like if they tried to do that, I've been on campaigns. I'm a union organizer myself. When the boss gives a raise or whatever to attempt to fend off the union, it's very easy to just say, hey, you don't think they would have done that if the union wasn't already there? It's kind of insane that you would already take off your own workers into getting into the union.
Yes, and in these 4 articles were written. The easiest place to find the 4 articles is the sources section of the website, tellthetruthjenk.com. Scroll down to sources. And so the 4 articles, he was quoted because he talked to the journalists. This is Hamilton Nolan, who you might be familiar with his work. He said that everybody knows that if we give them the raises and bonuses, we'll be accused of bribing the workers not to unionize. It's like, no, this money that they earned, dude. Oh, there you go. Great. Yeah, those are the headlines. So there was the Huffington Post article.
The union will say, "You're welcome. More of that, please."
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, Kim Kelly wrote the New Republic article. Hamilton Nolan wrote the Indies Times, and Alex Thompson wrote the Politico article, which was like the kind of sums it all up. That was the latest one. But in the intervening years, to get to what you're saying, Cenk has denied being a union buster. He's never been confronted about it by anybody on the left, and I think that's something that I would hope to correct. Let's see that. We'd like to see that change in 2026.
Or at least anybody with clout.
No, literally nobody's confronted him about it. No, not a single. He got called as a show. It was brought up by a caller.
Let Good Morning Comrade be the first ones to do it.
That would be fantastic. Yeah.
We hereby call you out, Cenk Uygur, the union buster.
Seriously, I mean, are we not supposed to live our principles or not? I mean, and we saw the hatred that he had for me at the beginning in the clip you played. Like all I've done this whole time is live the principles CYT pretends to live. I moved across the country to fight for these principles. I'm not going to stop living them just because it would make the company look bad, right? But so he was confronted about it by a caller. He said he didn't do any union busting. He denied being a union buster and then gaslit about how could we be a union buster if we have a union? Like losing a union busting campaign still means you tried to start a union. Arsonists that don't burn down buildings are still arsonists, And
attempted union buster, is that better? You failed at union busting?
Yeah. I couldn't even do that right. And then he was asked about it on Revolutionary Change, a show on YouTube. It was called generational change before, but they were very friendly and they trusted him. And actually, that's going to be in the film because the film is about misinformation and media and power dynamics as much as it's about the union side. So it's like kind of these two dramas that move alongside each other. And they asked him very friendly, and he gave them a BS line. He doubled down on the smear that the workers were intimidating other workers. He even said his own workers were intimidating other workers as a way
that is 101 union busting.
Dude,
bro,
seriously.
I was on strike one time. With the driver. It was a part of a union drive that was out, and one part of this unit went out, and the other part wasn't, and the other one had not essentially organized their union or whatever yet, and management was essentially on the people that were in the process of organizing, saying, "Oh, make sure you're safe. If you need to take PTO or whatever," like that kind of stuff. I trying to scare you of the union, or like trying to say that people who are organizing for their collective, rights or right to bargain or for better, conditions or respect on the job, you are actually doing something violent or dangerous. It's
right.
Sort of like
be careful. Yeah. They're going to hurt the wonderful parent. Like it's very patrician. It's very patriarchal kind of bull s. I'm trying to not use my words. Bullpucky. Thank you. Like they fired somebody who was organizing the union during the whole campaign, the day after he loses the election, too. So like the morning after he loses the election, his first act is as back as the CEO, back as I'm doing
a charge,
is that they fired someone who was doing a union organizing, and that also generated one of the 2 NLRB cases that were generated. So you can search the NLRB website, find TYT's union busting stuff, and actually that one was finally in 2022. When I was working on this documentary, this piece of paper, you've probably seen these before. This is a notice to employees, this big, tall sheet of paper that the Young Turks got nabbed for doing union busting. And this is the guy who says he didn't do any union busting, even though he did so much union busting. The government told him to stop doing union busting. So give me a break, dude. So this is obviously in the film, and this is actually kind of drove me to expand this project because I wasn't really intending to make a full feature-length documentary until it became clear it was this big story. Shoot, I lost track of where I was.
He had fired somebody when he lost the election. When he had lost his election for Congress.
I was going through the
2 minutes left, by the way.
I know, yeah. So he's been asked about it multiple times. It was brought up on Jubilee in a very dramatic way, and he doubled down on the
when he debated leftist and right wingers. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Jubilee is the worst.
It is very not a good.
Wow.
But I was grateful that guy brought it up. That brought a lot of attention to it, and that's going to be in the film and stuff. But no, he hasn't been confronted. Like I want to see someone of a high profile, and even Hassan Piker has said that Uncle Cenk skirted labor regulations, stole ad sales from him, and he told Sean O'Brien on his podcast that he 100% needed a union to be protected. So like there's a bigger story here, and the entire, and it also, the greater story is about work and why are we working for people? What is work supposed to mean in our lives, and what is labor, and when is it time to maybe defend planet Earth from these demons that are going to kill the entire species so that they can make their stupid line go up. Anyway, I'm trying to wrap it up quickly, but I appreciate you having me on. I want to hear so much more about your stuff. You got to come on my show and tell me stories about you.
Oh, totally. I mean, obviously, I can't talk about ongoing projects.
I know.
Definitely tell you about some of my previous things. But just sort of like in the last minute or so, where can people find you? Tell us about what you're doing, and any kind of parting words for our audience.
Well, first parting word is you deserve better. Everybody deserves better, and I hope that I can
deserve better, baby.
We got to take the power back from these people, and I'm hopeful to. So tellthetruthjank.com. I'm going to launch a big fundraiser push in the next year. I'm in debt to my roommate about 40 grand. I'm trying to raise 50 grand. It's hard to do.
Roommate.
Honestly, it's just a mess, and I've almost had to. I mean, it's been not okay. Like things have been stressful. So my beard fell out. This has not been a healthy process for me at all. That's what the money's for. But I'm trying to get that together. Would love to get a big rally going for that. So tellthetruthjank.com. All the way at the bottom are all my socials. Winners and Losers is my podcast on YouTube. And I also do some video game stuff on Suck Professor, another one of my YouTube channels that I have had for quite a long time. So, and this space TV, I show up every once in a while, and big things ahead for that little co-op too.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. You're obviously welcome to come back anytime. We can talk about this some more or some different fun stuff, whatever it is. But Hank, thank you so much for joining us on Good Morning Comrade.
You're welcome. Grateful for you. Solidarity.
And, yeah, absolutely. Solidarity. And thank you to everybody for listening. This is a Good Morning Comrade on WHIV LP New Orleans. We love you. Bye-bye.
Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from the 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana, where brass bands and public health both know how to make some noise. Welcome to Noise Filter, where we cut through the static and serve you what's really happening in public health. Simply. So today's hot topic. Imagine you pop into the ER for a bum ankle or some mysterious stomach drama, and the nurse says, "Hey, while you're here, want to catch up on your vaccines?" Sounds like a fever dream, right? Well, it's reality, and the data says that it's a pretty smart one. All right, well, let's hear about this. A sweeping new study that was published in the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report surveyed over 3,000 adults in 10 ERs across 5 states. And forget Dr. Google, where 90% were missing at least one recommended vaccine, and almost half haven't even heard of all the shots they ought to have. We're talking about basics like tetanus, pneumonia, RSV, and the ever-present influenza, critical shields needed in our germ-ridden world. Now, here's the twist that'll make your public health heart skip a beat. Among folks behind on vaccines, nearly half were perfectly happy to get vaccinated while in the ER. And if offered all of their missing shots at once, nearly 87% said, "Roll up my sleeve, let's do it." So much for vaccine hesitancy. Sometimes it's just about missed chances, not missing trust. Why does this matter? Well, millions of Americans only get their care in the ER, especially uninsured, underinsured, and unseen populations. For many, it's the only health system doorway that's open, and traditional reminders from primary care never actually reach them. So giving them shots in the ER could potentially more than triple up-to-date vaccine rates from just 14% to a hearty 48%. That's not just a shot in the arm, it's a shot at public health equity. Researchers say that top barriers are simply lack of knowledge and lack of offers, and the solution being the provider and the needle to wherever people show up. No appointment necessary. If an ER visit can end up with a patched up wrist and a fresh tetanus shot, why not let people leave healthier on the inside and the outside? Public health officials are taking notes. They see the ER as a powerhouse for nudging vaccination rates amongst those that are left out of routine prevention. Automated screening, partnerships with community clinics, and even digital reminders could someday make the ER a one-stop shop for urgent care and prevention. So, the next time you find yourself visiting in the ER, don't just count the ceiling tiles. Ask what vaccines you're missing. Who knows? You might leave with a patched up knee, a boosted immune system, and a killer sticker for that boot. Remember, here at Noise Filter, we believe that sometimes the best shot at protecting the public comes when you least expect it. So stay noisy, stay protected, and if life knocks you down, make sure you get up to date, one bandage and one vaccine at a time. Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from 102.3 WHIV studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. This is Noise Filter, our unwavering commitment to human rights and social justice, where we cut through the noise and explain what's going on in public health simply. And today's main course is food safety with a side dish of federal cutbacks. For 30 years, the Foodborne Diseases Active Surveillance Network, that's the Foodborne Diseases Active Surveillance Network, known as FoodNet, has been the CDC's top shelf data collector for tracking outbreaks across America's dinner tables. But as of July, the CDC quietly shrank FoodNet menu from 8 pathogens to just 2, Salmonella and the sugar toxin producing E. coli. That's right. Health departments in the 10 FoodNet states are no longer required to track infections from Campylobacter, Cyclospora, Listeria, Shigella, Vibrio, or Yersinia. These 6 bacteria and parasites aren't banned from the surveillance buffet. States can keep tabs if they have the appetite and the budget. These changes stem from funding constraints. Turns out keeping up with comprehensive surveillance for 8 pathogens is a real, pricey proposition. With resources stretched so thin, the CDC decided to focus on the main troublemakers, Salmonella, which sends over 1 million Americans to the doctor each year, and the sugar toxin producing E. coli, infamous for making headlines whenever a leafy green or a burger gets dodgy. The CDC argues that both the infrastructure and the quality of FoodNet will be preserved, just with a narrow view of 6 less pathogens. But not everyone's swallowing that reassuring message. State health agencies in places like Minnesota and Maryland say they'll keep tracking all 8 pathogens, while others like Colorado may have to scale back. Food safety experts warn this cutback could mean slower outbreak detection and fuzzier data about how exactly our food supply is keeping us healthy or not. As Carlotto Midas from Minnesota's health department put it, in the long run, this will impact our capacity to use surveillance data for a clearer understanding of risks within the food supply. And if you're wondering whether these extra pathogens really matter, let's put things into perspective. Campylobacter causes nearly 2 million illnesses a year, more than Salmonella. Listeria is rare, but it is deadly. In fact, I did see it today in the hospital, but we do see it, especially for pregnant folks, newborns, and people with weakened immune systems, especially the elderly. Each year, thousands get sick from foods contaminated with Vibrio. Think raw oyster, Cyclospora. Wash your fresh produce, and Shigella, unwashed hands at salad bars. In Yersinia, pork, dairy, anyone? While some federal systems still keep tabs on dropped pathogens, FoodNet was unique. It was an active real-time surveillance net. Other systems are more of a wait and call sort of thing. That means some outbreaks might slip by until it's too late. So what does this mean for the person at the grocery store, the restaurateur, or that eternal optimist who eats potato salad at summer picnics? It means our line of defense is thinner than ever before, and that makes staying vigilant at home and in the kitchen even more important. Wash those veggies, cook that meat, and don't be afraid to ask loud questions about where your food comes from. Because here at Noise Filter, we believe public health shouldn't cut corners any more than a chef should skip hand washing. Fewer eyes on your fries doesn't mean the risks have disappeared. It just means that we're not going to catch that trouble as fast as we have in the past. And remember, in the kitchen of public health, when the CDC takes 6 pathogens off the menu, it's not just a smaller tasting plate. It's really just less food for thought. So stay tuned, stay noisy, and don't let the salad dressing distract you from what's really on the plate. Hey ho, let's go. Welcome to Noise Filter. Today we're going to be talking about tuberculosis or TB. And this remains, unfortunately, one of the world's deadliest infectious diseases, responsible for an estimated 1.25 million deaths in 2023 alone. That's more deaths each year than COVID-19, underscoring how critical this disease is to global health. Last year, about 10.8 million people worldwide fell ill with TB, a disease that is both preventable and curable, but only if resources and access to care reach those who need it the most. That's why the fight against TB has been a long battle, with many victories. Since 2000, global health efforts have saved an estimated 79 million lives through improved diagnoses, treatment, and prevention. Yet, Despite progress, TB remains stubbornly persistent, especially in low and middle income countries where the burden is highest. Think of countries like India, Indonesia, China, the Philippines, and Pakistan. Those countries alone account for over half of the global burden. Now, the U.S. funding cuts to international TB programs threaten to reverse this progress. A recent study published in PLOS Global Public Health projects that over the next 6 years, these funding reductions could lead to 10.7 million new TB cases and as many as 2.2 million additional deaths in 26 high-burden countries. These countries rely heavily on foreign aid to sustain TB services, and without continued support, millions more could face illness and even death. So why does that matter here? Why does that matter here to the U.S.? Well, it's because TB is not only a health issue in distant countries, it's a global health security problem that affects us all. TB doesn't respect boundaries, and every increase in disease contributes to risks of drug-resistant strains and wider transmission. The human cost is staggering. Families torn apart, communities weakened, and overall health systems that can be completely overwhelmed and the infrastructure dismantled. Beyond the raw numbers, TB's impact is felt most keenly among vulnerable populations, people living with HIV, those facing poverty, malnutrition, or even limited access to healthcare. The COVID-19 pandemic deepened these inequalities, causing disruptions that led to delayed diagnoses and treatments, making the situation even more urgent. Ending TB requires sustained commitment, innovative approaches, and reliable funding streams. There are hopeful signs, shorter, maybe more effective treatment regimens for resistant TB strains, advances in diagnostics, and even programs that integrate TB care with other health services. But these can only succeed if investments continue and countries stay committed. We have tools to prevent, detect, and cure TB. The challenge now lies in ensuring that these tools reach every community at risk before the gains of decades are lost. And as the global health community faces this challenge, the question is, will we act to keep TB control on track or watch as years of progress unravel? The lives of millions depend on the choices that we make today. Thank you for tuning in to Noise Filter. Thank you.
Hello, it's your girl here for another Tuesday with some good news. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, no movie night extravaganza, but Forrest and I are going to do a 2-hour special of the Absurdity Space. Yay! Y'all love it. We got a lot to talk about, too. I got some stuff I want to talk about today. Obviously, get off my chest. First of all, Christmas is canceled. Unfortunately, the money that my mom and I are getting from relatives is not going to go to a new computer, which I need. I stream with a laptop. It's going to go to rented bills instead. Yay. Just my luck as always. Also, apparently, this just happened. So we're going to be talking about the Paramount, Netflix, Warner Brothers debacle a lot more in detail later on. I haven't had a computer in 2 years. So, and it was a brand new computer too that I had to, it's a long story, but it was a brand new computer. I had to get rid of it. And Yeah. Anyway, $2,000. You know how good of a PC I could have got with $2,000 this Christmas? Rent and bills are more important, though, unfortunately. There's always next year. Or the year after that. Or the year. I mean, I could try to raise funds, but the last time I tried raising money for a new PC, all I got was $50 towards the fund. So, yay. This laptop's fine and all, but I can't game or do much with it besides just stream. I tried even doing like Discord stuff with my community, like while I'm streaming. Who is talking about me? My ear is ringing. Okay, someone's talking shit. I see how this is. I'll find you. I'll find you. Ringing in my ear. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, the funniest thing happened before I went live about an hour ago. Someone hacked the Paramount Pictures Twitter account. Oh man, this is funny. It says Paramount Pictures, proud arm of the fascist regime. If you know, you know. What's happening is Paramount's trying to do a hostile bidding takeover of Warner Brothers after a very successful year. Larry Ellison, a very pro-Trump guy, owns Paramount Pictures now, which means he also owns CBS. And if he owns Warner Brothers, he even informed Donald Trump that if he were to buy Warner Brothers, that they would do a retooling of CNN to make it more Trump-friendly, like CBS has started to become under Barry Weiss. Same thing happened with TikTok. TikTok sucks now. Just when I'm starting to go viral, it just goes downhill. It always happens. It always happens. But now I'm over here like, you know what? Maybe Netflix just says Universal's nowhere to be found. I'm just, you know what? Fuck it. Movie theater's dead. As long as, I mean, I do not want another pro-Trump guy owning and controlling media for another, like, I can't, guys. I can't do this. I mean, it's not going to be fun watching the Batman Part 2 in my living room on my or even in my bedroom on my 32-inch TV screen. It's not going to be as fun, but I mean, if it prevents Trump from controlling another media outlet, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. But you know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Oh. It sucks. I hate it. I hate it. I hate what's happening. I mean, you know, why would you even think that after a successful year as a movie studio, you're like, let's sell? Like, no, like the only reason why I want Warner Brothers to be owned by Universal is that Warner Brothers owns the Wizard of Oz IP and Universal owns the Wicked IP. And you know what that means? We can get a George Lucas style re-editing, reshoot of Wicked and Wicked for Good, make it one big movie, make the Silver Slippers Ruby, make the Yellow Brick Road look like you know, and make the green skin look like, you know what? I mean, I'm dreaming big here, but like they could do that. I want them to do that, but like it ain't happening. Again, Universal, Universal, you have the opportunity to do the best thing. Buying out Warner Brothers probably would be the best thing for you, considering they do own the Wizard of Oz IP. I'm just saying. Ruby slippers, the Yellow Brick Road design, the actual skin paint color of, which is just grease paint, of the Wicked Witch of the West. By the way, R.I.P. Happy birthday, Margaret Hamilton. You queen. We love her so much. I feel like the Wicked Witch of the West was the first real movie villain in cinema. You know, like, I don't know. But yeah, like it's just this whole, as a movie lover, I'm like, I'm just not really happy with what's going on here. I mean, shit. It's not pretty, guys. Also, my brain has betrayed me. I was just thinking, what are you talking about? So when I develop a celebrity crush on someone, there are times where my brain's like, you know what? You done did good, girl. That person's fine. You do well. Pat yourself on the back. And then there's other times where my brain's like, no, don't stop. Don't do that. Why them? Not that anyone but them. No, it's Ethan Slater. I have a celebrity crush now on Ethan Slater. Ariana Grande's beau, aka Bach from Wicked and SpongeBob. I didn't see it 10 years ago, but I see it now, and I'm like, fuck. I need to maybe I should not watch Gen V again. I don't know. But it's just my brain does a thing where it's like, yeah, you need a lobotomy. Like use like an ice pick through my eyes and just fix my brain, or guess I don't know. There's something wrong with me. I can't explain it. And you usually have good taste in people as a bisexual, but this time it's like, girl, what are you doing? I have no idea. So I want to talk about, if any of you have Netflix, future owner of Warner Brothers, hopefully, I don't know at this point, I'm so conflicted. Did you guys watch the Diddy documentary? That documentary, oh my God. The TikTok trend right now is just dancing to I'll Be Missing You, wearing all white, not realizing that Diddy was dancing on Biggie's grave. Like y'all remember, right? Y'all remember it was 1997. Tupac had just died. Well, Tupac had just got killed by Diddy. Princess Diana's dead. Biggie's dead. Who else died in 97? I don't know, but like it was MTV VMAs. I was almost 4 years old. I remember weirdly watching that because Sting came out, right? Remember Sting? Because I'll Be Missing You samples ish Every Breath You Take. Sting was like, you can't be using my song for your song. So pay me like $5,000 a day until the day you die. And he has to do that now, especially considering Every Breath You Take is the most played song on the radio now. And so Dee was like, cool, I'll do that. Let's make amends. And you'll sing Every Breath You Take, but I'll sing I'll Be Missing You. Well, actually, no, you'll sing, I'll lip sync. And we didn't see it. Why get Sting to sing the lyrics to the very weird, creepy, stalker-ish song? And I put a few TikToks about it, but oh my God. The TikToks, man, I don't want to get us demonetized for songs, but oh my God, the TikToks from this documentary have been so good. So good. So good. Because all these men that they interviewed are like, yeah, I saw him beat his wife, but I didn't think that he was going to do it again, or he's going through a low point. I'm sure he's going to come out of this a stronger, better man. And it's like, yes, I knew he was, cheating and blah, 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 but I still, like, it's always the case for so many men in Hollywood or in the entertainment industry. They're like, yeah, we knew what he was doing. We helped enable him, but we didn't think it was going to get this bad. And it's like, what? Also, where's J-Lo in that documentary? Remember the shootout at that nightclub? Again, you all probably think, Kristina, you were like a child when all this. How do you remember this? I remember a lot, okay? My brain is like a sponge. I remember too much pop culture stuff. But like, where's J-Lo in this documentary? She's never said any, and they dated for like a few years. She's never said anything about him. Also, where's Lil' Kim? Where's Faith Evans? I'm like, where are these women to talk about this shit in this documentary? But you know what, 50 Cent, you also are a piece of shit. If you know, you know. But you've inspired me to be a hater, like hater to the you know what, there's nothing wrong with be the better person, fuck that shit. No, I need to like hold on to anger and like, oh my God, Claire was like, that's not healthy, let it go. No, I need also to, there's nothing wrong with hating someone and leaving them alone. Like a lot of people don't realize this. I'm like, you can hate a person and just not fuck with their content. And I feel like that's the problem with people who hate watch. It's like, why do you, it's like all the like Ethan Klein, Hassan, like streamer L stuff on Reddit. Like I've never spent any time on Reddit. Like never. I don't understand the appeal. But it's like, there are people like, who spend their days recording all of like a streamer's 12-hour stream just to find little things to nitpick and like, make into drama and shit. And I'm like, do y'all not have any better time to like find a better hobby? Find something fun to do. If that's the thing that brings you the most joy, I'm sorry, but you need like we need to bring back electroshock therapy for these people specifically. I don't care. They need help. And I don't think medication alone can fix them, or just behavioral therapy. I cannot think about like consuming media that I hate. Like if I was, I mean, cover the news, but like just spending my day watching like all conservative media. I mean, there are people who do that for a living just to, to cover it and fact check it, but like to engage with it, it's like, oh, like I can't do it. I don't know. It's weird. I don't like it. I can't do it. Also, so a week ago, oh my God, this cough, my asthma is so bad. So, so like a week ago, I saw this a few days ago on TikTok. PBS did a segment on crisis pregnancy centers. I'm sure you guys are familiar with those. They are the places that have replaced abortion clinics and tell women, oh, if you get an abortion, you can't have any more kids. Oh, you are 12 weeks pregnant. You can't get an abortion even though you're 6 weeks pregnant. Like they're not licensed medical professionals. They lie to women and fearmonger about abortion. So they stay pregnant and then they end up being alone with a kid that they didn't have to have. And it's just a whole thing. Like we have one in my town and I'm considering going undercover. I might need funds for that, but I'm considering a lot of stuff here. But PBS did an excellent job. Okay, accept the cookies. Okay, accept the cookies. But like a lot of these places are getting federal funds because they are replacing abortion clinics. But the problem is I actually, let me see if I can find if it's still, let's see, crisis. Let me show you guys like the website if they still have it. Okay, here we go. Life choices, pregnancy. Okay. So let me show you guys the website of this place because it's interesting. So, Life Choices Pregnancy Care Center sounds great. Awesome, cool, love it. Pregnant, what now? Pregnant, wondering how to move forward? It's so important to know that you have options. Remember that, options. Learn all that you can ensure that you're making an informed decision. Okay, parenting. Facing an unexpected pregnancy can be overwhelming, and deciding whether parenting is in the right path for you is deeply a personal choice. At Life Choices Pregnancy Care Center, we are here to support you as you consider your options and plan for your future. Reflecting on parenting as a choice. Parenting is both rewarding and challenging, and it's natural to feel uncertain as you explore this option, while only you can determine if you have a heart to parent. Asking yourself these questions to help guide your decision. Do you have a desire to nurture and raise a child? What support system do you have in place to help you as a parent? Remember those. Remember these points, y'all. Are you willing to learn and grow as you navigate the challenges of parenthood? It's okay if you don't have all the answers right now. At Life Choices, we believe that with the right support and resources, every woman has the potential to thrive as a parent. Have Life Choices can help. If you're considering parenting, we offer educational opportunities and practical resources to help you feel prepared by knowing what to expect. Our parenting programs cover topics such as prenatal care and childbirth preparation, infant care and child development, building a strong emotional bond with your child. Okay, what about if you have postpartum depression? Budgeting and managing family life. Our caring team provides one-on-one mentoring and access to material assistance, including diapers, baby clothing, and other essentials. These services are designed to empower you to succeed as a parent, no matter your starting point. You don't have to decide alone. Deciding whether parenting is right for you takes time and thoughtful consideration. At Life Choices Pregnancy Center, we're here to provide the information and support you need to make the best decision for yourself and your baby. If you'd like to learn more about our parenting resources, explore your other options, contact us today. We don't have to navigate this journey alone. We're here to walk alongside you every step of the way. Now, the parenting section It seems fine. It seems fine. It seems like, yeah, okay, yeah, you know what? Now let's go back and look at the adoption section. Let's see what they have about adoption. Maybe they help out with adoption agencies. If you know what? Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Choosing adoption is a deeply personal decision, and it's natural to have questions about how the process works and what options are available. At Life Choices Pregnancy Center, we are here to provide compassionate support and accurate information to help you decide if adoption is right for you. How adoption works. Adoption is a legal process where you choose to place your child with another family who will raise and care for them. As the birth mother, you have control over many aspects of the adoption process, including selecting the family, determining the level of involvement you'd like to have. Adoption allows you to create a plan that aligns with your values and circumstances while providing a loving home for your child. That is no longer your child, though. Why would you say that? Just say for the baby. Types of adoption plans. There are 3 main types of adoption plans. Open adoption. In open adoption, you maintain contact with the adopted family and child. This can include phone calls, letters, who does letters, or in-person visits, depending on what everyone agrees to. Semi-open adoption. This is the type of adoption communication happens through a third party, such as an adoption agency, to maintain some level of privacy on British, while still allowing updates and occasional contact. Closed adoption. In a closed adoption, there is no ongoing contact between you and the adopted family after the process is finalized. This option ensures privacy for both parties. While this is rare today, I would close it, keep it shut. It might be the best option if you need to maintain confidentiality. How Life Choices can help. Deciding if adoption is the right choice for you can be challenging. At Life Choices Pregnancy Care Center, we offer a safe, non-judgmental space to explore your feelings and options. Our team can connect you with reputable adoption agencies, answer your questions, and support you through every step of the process. You are not alone in this journey. If you're considering adoption or want to learn, contact us today. We're here to help you make an informed decision that's best for you and your baby. I know you're all thinking, this looks fine. This looks, I don't see the problem here. What's the problem? Well, let's click on abortion and see what they have to say. Abortion. There are 2 types of abortion. Chemical, also known as the abortion pill, and surgical. Your pregnancy gestational age is one of the main factors that determine which type of abortion you're eligible for. What should I know about chemical abortions? Well, here we go, folks. Chemical abortions involve 2 powerful drugs, mifepristone and mifepristone. These drugs are taken at home without the oversight of a physician. Mifepristone is taken first. It blocks progesterone and begins the abortion process. Your uterine lining will loosen and shed, causing your pregnancy to detach and end. Misoprostol is taken next. The drug causes your uterus to cramp and expel the pregnancy out through your vagina. This is very weird and graphic to say, but whatever. You know how they're detailing, so it makes you think twice before doing it. These drugs will cause you to experience vaginal bleeding and abdominal cramping, which in some cases can be severe. You might also witness the expelled embryo fetus, which can be distressing for some women. This is where I'm going with it? They're like, oh, it's gonna be a very traumatic experience. Oh, you're gonna see gross stuff that your poor feminine eyes can't handle. The abortion drugs are only FDA approved if your pregnancy is 10 weeks gestation or under. These drugs come with risk, like incomplete abortion. This happens when parts of the terminated pregnancy remain in the uterus, and it can lead to heavy and prolonged bleeding and a potentially life-threatening infection. This is the scaremongering, okay? Notice how none of this sounds good. What should I know about surgical abortion? Here we go. Surgical abortion is done in a clinical setting. While it can be done earlier in pregnancy, it's usually performed later in pregnancy. That is a fucking lie. No, it's not. Most abortions are done within the first trimester. When women find out they're pregnant and they know their only choices is having an abortion, they get that shit done as soon as possible. The problem is with anti-abortion laws, it's taken weeks, months even, to get an abortion because you got to come with the funds to travel out of state to a place that has abortion legalized. See, this is the problem here. This is what I'm talking about. You know, you guys are hearing this shit, right? This does not sound like factual information. It does not to me. All right. And see, and they're gonna give you, they're trying to paint a picture so you don't want to get one done. Surgical abortions involve dilating the cervix so that medical instruments can enter the uterus to remove the pregnancy. Earlier in pregnancy, strong suction and scraping tools are used. However, later in pregnancy, other instruments like forceps are used to remove larger parts of the pregnancy. Again, most late-term abortions are very, 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 very rare. One of the main risks of surgical abortion is uterine perforation, which is when one of the abortion instruments pokes a hole in your uterus. I've never met a woman who ever experienced that. This can lead to painful menstrual periods or future infertility. Whoever edits this clip, I hope y'all do good close-ups of my expressions because this shit's crazy. How can I protect my health? Wow. Okay. The most important step to take if you're considering an abortion is to get an ultrasound. This simple scan can help reveal your pregnancy's gestational age, which is critical to know before seeking a medical abortion, and refers to how long you are, location, viability, whether it's progressing, and has a heartbeat. At Life Choices Pregnancy Care, we offer free, limited ultrasounds because we believe you deserve to have information you need to stay safe and make an educational decision. You're not alone in this. We're here for you. What if I okay, I'm not contacting you, but like, isn't it kind of weird? Post-abortion support, though. They offer pregnancy testing. Awesome. Uterine blood test. Yeah, but none of these people who work here are medical professionals. I'm just saying, like, none of these people are medical professionals. You don't have to have a license. I mean, a lot of states that do have these crisis pregnancy centers are having laws saying, okay, we need a medical professional in the room so they actually know the ultrasound. Like, they actually, like, having me just do this and say, oh, you're like a few weeks along, or it's, I don't know the actual age of the embryo, of the zygote. Like, I don't know. I'm not licensed to do this. So a lot of blue states who unfortunately do have crisis pregnancy centers are like, look, we need an actual medical professional to determine that these women are not being lied to when they get these ultrasounds, being told that, oh, you're actually like 12 or 14 weeks ahead when you're like 7 or 8, you know? So I want to look at the post-abortion support. This is going to be funny as hell. At Choices Pregnancy Care Center, we understand that every woman's abortion experience is unique, and the emotions that follow can be complex and difficult to navigate. If you're facing feelings of sadness, guilt, or anger, confusion after an abortion, know that it's understandable and you don't have to go through it alone. Okay? Our post-abortion support programs are designed to provide a safe, compassionate space to find hope, healing, and hope. Wait, what? Hope, healing, and hope. See, who the fuck? Okay, well, that's error right there. I'm going to contact them right now and tell them they've messed up on this one. What you're feeling is understandable. For everyone, abortion is a traumatic event. No, it's not. And it's, you know what? I've heard women say that getting an abortion is not as bad as getting a fucking pap smear. And I've had a pap smear. It's not fun. The fact that women's health is still revolved around inserting instruments inside and just going is crazy to me. Even men who partake in women's health are like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay, for us men, they just grab our balls and tell us to cough, but women have to get all these instruments inserted inside and moved around. What is wrong with the medical field? I mean, but also at the same time, most men don't realize when women are faking it, so. Anyway, moving on. Let's see. For many women, abortion is a traumatic event. And it's common to experience a range of emotions after an abortion. These may include sadness or grief, mourning the loss of what could have been. Oh, what could have been. Guilt or regret, wondering the right choice was made. See, I feel like they will make you feel guilty when they try to counsel you about your choices. Anger or frustration, feeling angry at yourself, others, or circumstances. Confusion, struggling to process your emotions or make sense of your feelings. Loneliness, feeling isolated or unsure of where to turn for support. Whatever you're feeling, your emotions are valid and healing is possible. We're here to help. At Choices Pregnancy Care Center, we understand what you're going through and we're here to help through. Peer counseling. Meet one-on-one with a peer counselor who understands what you're going through. These confidential sessions provide a non-judgmental space to share your story and work through your feelings. I'm sorry, but are these peer counselors women who've also had abortions and have regret? Because I doubt that. Support groups. Join a group of women who have had similar experiences. In these group settings, you can find encouragement, share insights, and build connections and others on the path to healing. Again, it's impossible to get abortion in the state of South Carolina these days without traveling out of state and getting arrested. What are we doing here? One-on-one support. For those who prefer personalized guidance, we offer tailored support to address your unique situation and needs. Finding hope and healing. Our goal is to help you process your emotions, rediscover your sense of self, and move towards a brighter future. By forcing you to have a baby the next time you come in and have, an ultrasound or whatever, you come to us, we'll make sure that you won't get an abortion this time. Healing takes time, but with the right support, it's possible. At Choices, we are here to walk along you every step of the way. If you're ready to begin your healing journey, contact us today to learn more about our post-abortion support services. You're not alone, and we're here to help. I feel like this whole thing is just a way to collect data on women and then get them in trouble with the state. Y'all get what am I wrong? I feel like this is what it is. Oh God, they have a section for men. Oh God, you know what? Let's read the for men section because I'm dying to know what they got. Here's how you could prevent your baby mama, future potential baby mom, from getting an abortion and killing your baby. Shit. Okay, for men. For men, finding out your partner's experiencing an unexpected pregnancy can bring a mix of emotions for both of you. Really? Sure. Well, it's natural to feel overwhelmed. Your support and understanding are crucial during this time. Okay, tell all the men who don't want to pay child support this shit, because I'm dying to read the rest. Here's how you can help your partner navigate this journey while also working through your own feelings. Listen and be present. Your partner is likely experiencing a range of emotions, and one of the most valuable things you can do is listen. Create a safe space where she feels comfortable sharing her thoughts and feelings without fear of judgment. Let her know you're there for her no matter what. Okay, but not all men are like that, though. No offense, guys, but you are kind of fumbling the bag on this one with this section. Learn together. Educate yourself about pregnancy and the options available. This might include parenting, adoption, or abortion. See, they always want to include abortion just to, be like, you could force her to keep it. You could stop. It's her choice, but it's also your choice because it's your baby too. Being informed allows you to have meaningful, supportive conversations with your partner. At Choices Pregnancy Care Center, we're here for you both. We're here to give you accurate information and guidance in a non-judgmental environment. Work through your own feelings. It's okay to feel scared, confused, or uncertain. Take the time to process your own emotions, whether by talking to a trusted friend, seeking counseling, or journaling. Really? Okay, what? Okay, men expressing their feelings by journaling? Okay. What? Who wrote this? Working through your feelings will help you be the steady support your partner needs. Worried about becoming a father? We can help. Many of our staff have been in your same shoes. Okay. And we're here to offer practical tips and wisdom to help you move forward with feeling encouraged. Our offer practical help. Support goes beyond emotional encouragement. Ask how you can help in practical ways, such as accompanying her to appointments, researching resources, or helping with daily responsibilities. These gestures show your commitment and care. Yeah, for men who are ready to be a father. There are a lot of men out there who aren't ready to be a father. None of this applies to them. I'm sorry, but you're not getting through men who don't want to be fathers through this shit. I'm just saying. Communicate openly. Honest, open communication is key. Share your thoughts and listen to hers without trying to control the decision. They want the men to control the decision if it doesn't pan out the way this place wants the decision to be. Y'all know this. Respect her autonomy while reassuring her that you're in this together. Be kind and patient. Unexpected pregnancy is life change for both of you. Be patient with yourself and your partner as you navigate the situation together. Your support can make all the difference in helping her feel empowered and loved. Okay, what if he ends up leaving her? How does it, what do I do when I go here? I'm like, I'm pregnant, I'm scared. The baby daddy left me for some other woman. He got pregnant. What do I like? I gotta come up with the most crazy scenario for them to be like, what? We're here to help, you know. If you need guidance or resources, Choices Pregnancy Care Center is here to help you both during this time. Together, you can work towards a solution that feels right for you both. Whew, where is this located at? Oh, it's off of Whiskey Road. Oh, it's by the Home Depot? It's by the Home Depot. Oh, it's it's actually wait. Okay. Is it like by the Sorry, I'm distracted now. I'm not giving you any of my money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It's East Pine Log Road. Okay, I gotta visit that place. Anyway, that and there are so many websites that are very similar. Some are even more graphic with like abortion will kill you if you get one. Like I used to, you know what's so funny? The price, this pregnancy center, their whole like abortion thing was a lot more graphic the first time I read it a few years ago. So I'm like, wow, they really toned down the fear mongering, but they still have it where it's like, you know, you can get an abortion, but like it fucks with your fertility. You can't have any more kids afterwards. I mean, I know women who've had like multiple abortions and it actually has messed up their chance of having kids again. But like 1 or 2 is not going to like be the end of the world. Like I don't get it. Like I seriously I don't get it. It's funny to me because it's like, you know, we know what they're doing here. I mean, I remember there was a Planned Parenthood like right downtown in Augusta, Georgia, across the river from me, off of Broad Street. It's now a crisis pregnancy center. Like if you just look up crisis pregnancy center, it just gives a red flag. The phrasing too. But I don't know. It's like. But I don't know. Oh man. I need to take a break from talking. My voice, my ass was like, girl, you talk too much. And I'm like, well, I have to. This is what I do for a living. Anyway, how y'all doing? But now have I piqued y'all's interest about these like crisis pregnancy centers? Just look up crisis pregnancy center. I'm sure your town has a few. Look up the information about what they say about abortion, and if it's all very similar because they're all getting the same talking points from Christian groups. It's really, really, really sad. Anyway. Okay. Now, yeah, like I mean, again, it's really not that big. It's just a quick procedure. Like you can like, I mean, there might be some like little like like guys they freak out about vasectomies. I'm like, what? God, people don't understand how invasive a freaking hysterectomy is. Like, or getting your tubes tied. Like, men, no offense, but y'all fucking pussies. All your organs are external, really, compared to most women's, if not all people who can get pregnant, are internal. You know how that makes us feel? Ugh. Seriously, like it's also to a lot of young women who are like, I know I'm not gonna have kids. Let me get my tubes tied. Let me get my hysterectomy. Let me, I don't want to have a period anymore. A lot of doctors are like, you are rearing age, childbearing age, you still get to keep your parts because you don't know. You might, no, I don't want kids. I know what I want. Get this out of me. Like, goddamn. You know what partially radicalized me on women's issues? Sandra Fluke and Rush Limbaugh saying that she was a slut for wanting birth control for her friend. Remember that? Because she had premenopause or whatever, like hitting menopause at an early age. I mean, I can't wait. You know, a lot of people are like, girl, why you want to hit the because no more cramps once a month, no more PMSing once a month. I wouldn't mind hitting menopause early. I was 12. No, I was 11 when I had my first menstrual cycle. It was New Year's Eve. And Billy Idol was performing on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. I remember vividly. The cramps were and I was bloated. It was so painful. And my mom didn't know what was going on with me. And then she's like, well, your underwear is dirty. Let's try this again. My underwear got dirty. And she's like, well, you start your period, girl. You're becoming a woman. I'm like, what? Why? Also, my nurse's office didn't even have menstrual products. Because, I mean, what girl in elementary school gets her period? Apparently I did. And I was the only girl who did it. Man, being an early bloomer sucked. So alone. So isolating. Anyway. Enough about my pain. Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. And her ad is just... Actually, let me find her ad. People honestly think that this woman has a chance at winning a Senate seat in Texas that is getting redistricted to the point that 6 House seats that are Democrats are going away. I don't get it. Okay, okay, here we go. Here it is. This is just not I don't get it. And I never will. Okay, let's do this.
They have their new star, Crockett. How about her? She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble.
But you have this woman, Crockett. She's a very low IQ person.
I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. Crockett. Oh, man. She's a very low IQ person.
What is this ad?
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
That is it. That is the. Oh my God, we are so fucked. That is the ad. So it's just me. No. I mean, listen. If you're gonna run for office, and I'm not saying like I'm the arbiter of like how you should start, but like this is like the opposite of what Zohran Mamdani did. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like it's cringe. Like she's just like, and Trump's like basically saying everything but the R word about her. Like this is stuff that Forrest and I are going to discuss later tonight because I know he has a lot to say. But like if you're going to run for Senate in Texas, first of all, you have no chance as a Democrat. Why are you doing this? You're fighting your seat. You're fighting what it like. Listen, if I was like one of the few Democrats left in the state of South Carolina, I know that my political ambitions don't matter because I still would lose. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like, if you're gonna do your first political ad, you gotta talk about like Texas, cost of living, infrastructure, data centers are causing pollution to the environment, like anything, but not just like, oh, Trump's insulting me, and I'm just gonna look at the camera like, you know, like what is that? What is that? God damn, man. We're cooked, man. We're so cooked. Everyone, like, also too, like, so many people are doing like the Zohran Mamdani like copy pasta. At this point, it's like you can do what he did, but do it that suits your thing. Like, don't copy him directly. Do what suits you. Have the blueprint. There's nothing wrong with having the blueprint, but when you're like copying and pasting what Zohran did, it's not good. It's not good. It's not helpful. I don't understand why so many Democrats are doing this, but I will say this. I am so happy to see all these hot hot. Like leftists running for office in the Democratic primaries. Like that one dude in Michigan with the beard. I forgot what his name is, but I followed him. He fine. I was like, you know what? I'm here for it. You know what? All these hot young people running for office in the Democratic Party. I'm like, this is what we need. Not some 80-year-old in Maine who's going to be the oldest freshman congressperson for one term just to keep the other dude out. Like, it's stupid. But you know what? You know what? Keep it up, Democrats. You know, you just let these people run. Let these people run. They're young, they're hot, they're running on the issues. Just don't intervene. Do not be running someone from the center in a very, very safe blue district. It's stupid. I don't know why they think that's a good idea. A lot of Democrats are doing that too. They're like, we're gonna run someone, an anti-choice Democrat, in a very, very safe, dark, deep navy blue district, and they're gonna win. It's like, no. I mean, like, I have a friend who's a moderate, and it's kind of weird, and it drives me nuts that he's a moderate because he's younger than me. It's like, what are you doing? He thinks that data centers are good. He's like, data centers are good. We just got to fix the infrastructure to keep up with them. Here's the problem, though. Most data centers are being used to power AI slop, okay? Until AI is regulated, data centers are no-go, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but, like, if we're not going to regulate AI, I mean, I'm even hearing that RAM, you know, the shit that you put in your computer that helps, you know, the game PCs to go. RAM is now costing like a thing of RAM costs like $5,000 now. So a lot of people will say, well, Kristina, you should build your own PC. That ain't going to cut it anymore. Because the RAM is being used to power these data centers. Remember how a few years ago, back like when people started live streaming during COVID because they had nothing else better to do, GPUs were so expensive because there were those GPU farms that were just running them constantly 24/7, and it jacked up the prices. That's what's happening with RAM now. And I've seen all over TikTok where people are like, you got to just buy a pre-built PC because none of them are AI powered now, and they're regulated still, you know, so the RAM is still cheap. It's crazy. It's so insane how, like, people can be like, I'm like, you know, the people in Memphis, these poor communities that are suffering, tell them it's worth it. Tell them these data centers are worth it. I doubt they'll be happy to hear it. You know, like, I don't get it, guys. I just don't understand how these modders could be like, it's fine. No, it's not. And then at the same time, a lot of them are like, well, moderates do well in swing districts. I'm like, but it doesn't matter if they win. What matters is how they vote. And if these moderate Democrats are voting with Republicans and enabling Trump's agenda most of the time, it's not worth running these candidates. I'm sorry. And I don't understand why a lot of moderates. I'm like, time and time again, a moderate Democrat or just a moderate in general, whether they still vote for Republicans because they don't want to admit that they like some of Trump's policies. That's it. That is it. And sometimes these moderates still believe that running people like Gavin Newsom's good. I'm like, no, we need people like Andy Beshear. You know why? Because that man is a Democratic governor in a red state, running on pro-trans issues, right? He's running as he's a pro-trans governor, yet they still keep voting for his ass. Maybe we need to look to the West and the South to find Democrats who do well in red areas. That's how you could bring a center together. You know what I'm saying? Where you can bring left and right together in a way. I don't know. But it seems to me that, you know, just running centrists, multiple centrists with no vision who are still going to vote for Trump's policies and enable his fascist policies should not be what the Democratic Party should be aiming for. They need to aim for hot, young, progressive talent. I'm just saying. And every time I see Zohran Mamdani doing something for the community, a lot of people are like, wow, I haven't seen a mayor do this before. Like, he's actually handing out meals, you know, hanging out with veterans who didn't vote for him and asking them what do they need to better their lives. That's what we need. Like, it's crazy. I don't understand. Sorry. God damn it. Also, I found out it's been 50 years since the first Glee Christmas episode dropped, and I'm feeling very old right now. Very, very old. What the hell? Oh my god, my group chat just blew up. What the fuck? Also, it looks like Anna Kasperi was on Bill Maher's podcast, and yeah, I'm gonna have to react to that later this week on my Twitch stream because her and I were friends for like a decade, and I tried to steer her away from the person she is now, and it didn't work. I'm sorry, guys. I have to. A lot of us have to own that anyway. But it's like the New York Post, Murdoch's rag was like, she had to admit that the only place she could probably wear like a miniskirt was Israel, and it's like, see, the only democracy in the Middle East, and I'm like, I would use the D word very loosely to describe Israel, but like, I don't know. Like, also too, a lot of the policies in the Middle East are just because of the U.S. government intervening for like the last 70 plus years in the Middle East. So I have nothing to blame on themselves. Guys, did anyone watch Welcome to Derry this week? My poor baby Rich. Oh, we don't just piss in pots. We protect fair maidens. Oh, man, y'all know Marge is Richie Tozer's mom, right? And she ends up naming her son after her night. Oh man, yo, that the black spot fire scene went on for way too long, and it made me very uncomfortable. But we have to be reminded of this, the shit that black folks were dealing with. Even to this day, white folks be like, create your own spaces and get away from us. We like segregation. They did, okay? And then you end up destroying their safe spaces. Low Black Wall Street, like I don't. That was a brutal scene to watch. And then Pennywise just appearing out of nowhere. Like, okay, this is a cosmic event for him to, go to sleep to. But then the fucking military takes the things that restrict it. And now he's like, I'm awake, bitch. Deadlights. We're going to float, It drives me nuts. Bill Skarsgård should get an Emmy nomination. It's really like him playing Bob Gray, the person that it realizes that it needs to be as a common like attraction for kids, because in the novel it prefers kids and their fear because it salts the meat, quote, in the novel. So I mean, just watching the Bob Gray origin story, and I'm like, oh, he was just a dude who just loved his daughter, who was a single dad, he was just a clown who liked entertaining kids, and the kids were kind of crazy because they loved him. He was so good. Like, oh man. I knew the kid watching from a distance was it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's it, looking like for like a form that he can that it can use for like most of the time. And it's like, ugh. All in all, great episode. I cannot believe next week is the season final, but there's gonna be 2 more seasons. There's gonna be 1935 and then 1908. I can't wait. I'm just gonna assume 1935 is when they put plumbing in dairy, and it realizes that it could use the sewers as a way to attract kids and scare them. I mean, that's what I think. Because I doubt there was plumbing in 1908. People still had outhouses, right? I don't know. And piss and pots and I don't know. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I don't know. Comment down below if I'm right, because I have no idea if I am. Oh, my toe hurts so bad now. Also, update. Upstate South Carolina, the measles. We now have over 100 cases in Spartanburg alone. Yay! There are. Okay, let me read this article because it's making me mad. Because people are like, "How can we prevent this? Vaccines, dumb." Never mind. So, South Carolina health officials are reporting 27 new measles cases. That's Friday, an ongoing outbreak. The last cases announced Friday bring the total to the upstate outbreak to 111 and overall cases to 114 in the state of the year for the year. 16 of the new cases resulted from the previously reported exposure at the Way of Truth Church in Amen. 8 of the cases are household members of known cases. 1 resulted from a previously reported school exposure, and 1 from exposure in a healthcare setting. And the source of exposure is unknown for 1 of the cases. There are currently 254 people in quarantine and 16 in isolation. Based on new cases, DPH has identified public exposures at Inman Intermediate School and began notifying potentially exposed students, faculty, and staff on December 4th. There are currently 43 students in quarantine. Students from Inman Intermediate who quarantined successfully without becoming ill are scheduled to be able to return to classes December 15th. Of the measles patients in the outbreak, only 10 are 18 or older. The rest are minors, including at least 20 under 5 years old and 75 between 5 and 17 years old. The ages are not known for the 10 of the patients who are under 18. What if you're exposed? Identifying a healthcare provider for potential exposure before seeking care is very important, experts say. Yeah, no shit. This allows prior arrangements to be made in clinical settings to prevent additional exposures of staff and other visitors, as some clinical sites have been settings of public exposure. Keep in mind, measles is highly contagious, said Conway Medical Center Chief Medical Officer Paul Richardson. Richardson said the symptoms mimic those of any viral infection with the addition of a rash. Which, by the way, a lot of people are like, measles is fine. It's just a rash. Just, build up immunity to it. Have a measles party. No, people, it's not just a rash. You get fever, blindness, brain damage, death. In most cases, he said, it is not life-threatening. The good news is that for a vast majority of patients, it is a self-limiting illness. I don't trust this dude's opinion. Richardson says the bad news is, though, for those small cases who do contact it, it can lead to serious complications, including respiratory failure and things of that nature, like death. Richardson says the primary concern is for younger children and elderly people contacting measles because they have more compromised immune systems. What to expect? Symptoms typically begin a week to 12 days. This is why measles is bad, because it takes forever for it to really take effect. But up to 21 days after exposure, start with a cough, a runny nose, red eyes, along with a mild to moderate fever. 3 or 2 days later, the fever spikes, often as high as 104. At the same time, a red, splotchy rash appears, usually first on the face and head, and then rapidly spreads down the remainder of the body. A person with measles is contagious from 4 days before the rash appears through 4 days after it is onset. So someone may be able to spread measles before they know they have the disease. It is important to stay home if you're ill. If anyone who may be exposed develops an illness with a fever of 101 or more, cough, runny nose, or red eyes, with or without rash, immediately call your doctor and let them know about the exposure and symptoms so they can tell you what to do next. Your doctor can make special arrangements to evaluate you without putting other patients and medical staff at risk. Okay, here's the thing. 5 minutes. So I'm going to say this. We had it so good for a very long time. Vaccines, we were eradicating stuff left and right. It was a good thing. I feel like maybe we need to be reminded about how good vaccines were. So I'm gonna be like Vanessa Hudgens. People are gonna die. That's just okay. Like seriously, like it's like people, because of people's own stupidity. Because of stupidity. I don't feel sorry if you're gonna die from measles or some illness that was definitely preventable because of vaccines. People don't understand that there are people who vaccines don't work. So it's up to someone like me whose body reacts positively to vaccines to make sure the person doesn't get sick with a disease that could kill them. I know so many parents who are like, my child, the vaccines don't work. They're vaccinated, but they don't work because they catch anything. And the fact that they're surrounded by kids who aren't vaccinated puts their lives at risk more. And I'm like, exactly. So it just pisses me off that we actually have to we're gonna have to watch people suffer to be reminded how good vaccines and medical science is. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's the worst thing ever. So yeah, I hate to end on a show on an angry note, but yeah. If you want to learn more about anyway, sorry. Gotta take a break from talking for like a few hours before I go on with Forrest to do Absurdity Space at 8 p.m. tonight. 2 hours of awesome Forrest and Kristina content. You're not ready for that. Or are you? I don't know. Hopefully you guys are. I know I am. I just need to eat dinner and take my inhaler again. Yeah, that's all I got for today, really. Looks like Alex is coming up next with Hank. Oh, Hank's been everywhere today. I like that. That's good. That's good. We like to hear more about Hank working at TYT and all the juicy gossip, because there's so much stuff that I know too because of being friends with Anna for as long as I have been. So, yay! Anyway, guys, tune in to Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions, and Hank's gonna be on with him. And then, of course, we got Carlos, and then, of course, my show with Forrest. The Absurdity Space. We'll talk about politics and pop culture. We're gonna goof off, ask Forrest questions because I don't feel like you guys know him enough. So it'd be interesting for you guys to get to know Forrest more because y'all know me. I'm an open book. Kim, he's also an open book, but at times, whatever. But anyway, guys, I will see you guys in 2 hours. Bye bye.
Hello, folks. I am Alex. I'm Devil's Advocate. We're talking about the Game Awards today. We got plenty of guests. Hank.
Hey.
From Winners and Losers. My
What's
buddy, Warhide from Twitch.
Yo.
We will be joined by Larry and possibly Vasora soon. Andrea may stop by. But yeah, I just wanted a free-for-all talking about video games, give everybody a break from politics a little bit. But we can tie it in if you want. And what do you usually watch? Hank, do you usually watch the Game Awards? I know you're saying like you mostly just kind of play your style of game, just keep it like that. But yeah, tell me a little bit about that.
Sure, man. Yeah, I used to track the video game world a lot closer, like reading daily news and looking up reviews and stuff like that. I did a video game channel on YouTube for some years. That's where I leveled up in video gaming, and I've done a bunch of Let's Plays and stuff. Also been a huge gamer since I was a kid. Consoles, computers. So I've kind of seen all the epochs, and I have to confess I'm ignorant about what the awards are up to this year and in recent years. So I'm just here to sort of throw in commentary, and I have plenty of opinions, but games are amazing. I mean, where things have come in over my whole generation. I remember being incredibly impressed with Virtua Fighter and Pilot Wings. And now it's like, wow, every game I see, I'm like, damn, that's better than Virtua Fighter.
By a mile. Well, let me bring on Carly, who is dressed for the occasion.
Hi. Can you hear me all right? Is everything set up?
Yes. Welcome. I just want to introduce everybody a little bit. So Hank from Winners Losers, Carly Wynn, where can people find your stuff?
I'm like on Instagram, Facebook.
And you are a professional cosplayer?
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess
I
professional.
remember
but-
your interview with Letterhack. Very cool. What kind of games do you like playing?
Oh, I do. Oh no, these ears. This is the problem.
What kind of games do you like
headphones?
I know I need like special like ear headphones.
Like traffic cones.
Just gonna have to wear these funny. Okay.
So what kind of games do you like playing?
Like I've been playing games like all the time and
What are you
always.
playing
Like
right now? What's your big game right now?
I guess probably DC Dark Legion I play a lot of. It's a phone
Okay.
game. And Magia, etc. Hi baby.
Yeah, don't mind him. He's always in and out. Have an office, they said. You'll have a private space, they say.
Warhide is the guy I go to
Oh my gosh, my
when I
goodness.
need like, hey, what's going on here with video games? Like, and he'll like, oh, dude, you don't even know about the Resident Evil 9 trailer.
I watched it with you.
I know, but I'm saying like you already knew that there was hype
Right.
for it. I didn't hear about that. So War, give us a little table dressing of what to expect maybe at this year's Game Awards.
I'm gonna be asleep. I'm gonna be asleep about 30 minutes into the thing, like I am every year. And I don't know. I know that they announced this morning, like yesterday, that there was gonna be a Tomb Raider trailer shown. There's the giant mural that's in the middle of nowhere, California, that somebody paid for.
What?
That thing I showed you on Discord earlier, the red thing with the letters.
Oh,
that's actually in California, in the middle of nowhere. They dropped it in. Somebody paid for I don't know what it is, but it's a promotion that's in the middle of nowhere. That's an actual street. You can pull it up on Google Maps.
Well, I'm gonna do that in just a sec.
Nobody
what is
knows
this
what
game
that is.
for? What is this ad for?
Well, there was a trademark this morning for something for Divinity, but nobody knows. They're keeping it so close to the chest that nobody really knows. They said Tomb Raider there's going to be a thing for Tomb Raider, the new Prince of Persia.
They just came out with a Prince of Persia last year, right?
But I think it's supposed to be a remake of the first one that came out like in 2001, 2002 or something like that.
Prince of Persia, okay.
Yeah, the
They
original
had a
one.
Metroidvania one recently that looked pretty cool.
It was okay. I mean, it was on Epic and Ubisoft Plus, which yeah.
Ubisoft Plus. Well, Hank, what are your games that you're really into playing right now?
I've been doing a fairly long series playing Valheim on my computer here on Suck Professor, my channel. I love it's an open world survival craft, like low poly kind of game. I absolutely love the decorating and the building and the construction part of it. It tickles my divergence in a way that is really satisfying. So I have a huge base with a whole bunch of projects that I've gotten between 20 and 60% complete. So it mirrors my real life in ways that are substantial. The harbor, I've got a canal system I'm building. I want to do sculptures. I've got designs for a big fish sculpture that will have inside of it fish. Of course, it's got a lot of fun it's a lot like Minecraft. You can farm, you can do all sorts of stuff. Cooking, cleaning. I guess that's not really one of the mini games, but
My friends used to we used to do that a lot during COVID because we'd usually go like LARPing together and be hanging out outside by the campfire and stuff. But right at the beginning of COVID, nobody had any shots or anything, so it was dangerous. So we were all like hanging out in the virtual campfire.
It's fun. Yeah,
it's a good time. Yeah.
Feeling lonely is probably my main activity in Valheim because it's so clearly designed to be played with groups. Like you get the big boat, and you're like, look at all those empty chairs.
A few years ago.
That's definitely something like there's whole genres of games that I don't play because I know I don't have a group of people to play it with. And I feel like I guess I miss out on that, but it looks like fun. Like I did Warhide. I think you and I played Fortnite once with Barbara.
Oh God,
it was the most fun I'd had ever playing Fortnite. And I was like, I get it now. I get why people use this as a place to hang out. after school or work or whatever.
Yeah, like COVID was a thing because like games like Valheim and Ark, like that's all I did for like 6 months. Valheim and Ark and all the survival games.
Mhm.
It was a good old time.
I keep
But you
trying to
and your
get
wife
friends
do
to
it
play Genshin Impact with me.
Genshin is fun, man.
I love Genshin.
It's really fun. I got
know.
it's free to play, and I'm like, hey, it's on PlayStation. I'll try this. I love like PlayStation Plus or Epic Game Store where it just gives you free games.
It's basically it's Zelda.
Yeah.
You don't fall when it's raining.
I couldn't do it because I would see a skin on that little gacha system they got, and my credit card would start hating me at an accelerated rate.
It's not so bad unless you get really like obsessed with it. Like they don't push it. Like I don't know. I've never spent any money on Genshin, and I have like all the characters I'd want. And then the game is so big that I can't even.
Yeah, but that's something too where I'll get to a point, and I was playing what is it, Raid, not Raid Shadow Legends.
No,
what's that, dude? Laura, you started playing it again. It was something 2, like Guild Wars. Guild Wars. I get to a certain point, like past the tutorial, and then I'm like, I don't even know what the main mission is. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Go over there. That's your mission. Go over there. You'll
But
figure it out when
there's
you
a
get there.
million over there's. Same thing with Genshin Impact. Like I got to a certain point, and I'm just like, I don't know where I'm supposed to. Is there a story I'm supposed to be following? Same thing.
Guess.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, there
Final
isn't
Fantasy
Genshin.
Online. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Carly.
And Genshin, I think they leave so many guides online too, and you do kind of make your own goals because they've made the game so big now. There's like a whole like Animal Crossing type, like decorate your
Really?
area type thing. Yes,
That's cool.
Decorating.
So like you can kind of like
Thanks from
do whatever. Yeah. They give you a little area you can like build stuff.
Yeah.
But I barely touched that because I'm still just exploring all the landscapes. And then the one thing I like about that game is it's like a treasure chest like every 3 feet. Like I'm just like,
it
treasure
does
chest.
really get that dopamine going.
Yeah.
I like I mean, because like Zelda's like that, the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I love that. They drop a trailer or a teaser even for like the Zelda movie during the Game Awards. That would be sick. We might get some of that. I know Supergirl's gonna drop.
Right?
I know Supergirl's gonna drop this week. James Gunn just said it. I know that's not strictly video game related, but DC. What was the DC game you mentioned, Carly?
Oh, DC Dark Legion.
DC Dark Legion.
It is one of the worst like pay some money gotchas out there, but it's big. It's really big.
I like playing DC
Not like
Universe
Marvel
Online.
Rivals big, but
DC Universe Online was a lot of fun.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
like going in there and
That's a
flying
good
around
one.
the cities, flying around Gotham and Metropolis. Like that's just fun to do. Same thing with Spider-Man. I'll just boot that up and just swing around New York for a while. You don't even need a goal.
I just downloaded Arkham City the other day because I got a hard
Oh,
drive
nice.
I'm testing to see if it runs, and it runs great. So you can anyway, but like and I have an older computer, so I'm sort of limited in that sense. But the Arkham games or the Batman games, the flying around, that's sometimes just so satisfying once you sort of get the hang of it too. Of course, there's always that learning curve. And and I did play some of that Spider-Man too, flying around and just exploring. And then of course in Zelda, man, the latest one, I put a lot of hours into that. Didn't get to the end of it, but watched my roommate get pretty far. So yeah, it's.
I just finished today actually this game that I made a video about, Ball Pit. It is super addicting, super fun. I guess I got to I was just mindlessly playing it as I made my Rage Against the Machine reaction today.
You don't have to focus. You can just
don't have to
play it.
focus. You can do it. It's a perfect time waster game. I love it. And then I beat it. And I was like, oh, I win. Okay, great. But then I'm going to keep going. New Game Plus. Let's go. They just announced a bunch of free DLCs next year. It was $15. I love a company like that. Like Team Cherry, Silk Song is one of the favorites to win Game of the Year. They're amazing. Like $20. Here's this massive, satisfying, like perfectly well-polished game. And people are, when it came out, right, Warhide, people were like, I wish I could pay you more. Charge me $100 for it.
That's been the whole year though, man. Like all these games that are nominated for Game of the Year, not one. I think one Death Stranding cost over $50.
Oh yeah,
That's it.
Interesting.
Claire Obscure was like Claire Obscure. I think was 60, but everybody got it on Game Pass for free.
Claire Obscure. I just actually got. My father-in-law loves RPGs, so
Yeah.
he was just asking for a new one to play, and while basically waiting for The Witcher 4 to come out, because he's Polish and he loves like actually the Witcher books.
Yes, Witcher.
So he's been a
Waiting for
lifelong
it.
fan, and he's excited for The Witcher 4, and he needed something in between. I said, well, Claire Obscure is getting nominated for all these awards. You might try this one, and he absolutely loves it. But then he got stuck at there was like a challenge that was akin to I don't know if you've heard of a game called Getting Over It by Bennett Foddy. Yeah, where you have to like
the one on the beach. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So he got stuck, and I had to do that on a mouse and keyboard, and eventually I did get through it. But
it took me.
There's a
6
lot of like you're
hours
saying.
to
There's
do
a
that.
lot of great like independent studios just turning out these good quality games, and the fans will let you know that we like it.
Did you play Blueprints at all?
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh golly,
Blueprints?
Yeah, Blueprints.
Let me see.
It's like a roguelite escape room.
Oh, I love, dude. Roguelike is the magic word for me now. Now that I know what it is, let me take the chat off. It's coming more hype. Now that I know what roguelike is, I'm addicted to anything. Like Balatro, I love that game. Enter the Gungeon was like my entry point. Sometimes
the game that was like with the playing cards. But
yeah,
like,
Balatro last year I think was won the game.
I think there was another one. There was another one where it was like meta, where like you were playing versus some guy that was trying to like chop your fingers off.
Oh,
Chef Simulator.
Yes.
Overcooked.
No, it was
you know what I'm talking about, like in that cabin, and then it went to like another level.
Oh, kitty cat. Is this Blueprints? Is this Blueprints?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah,
INCE. I was looking for.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's a play on where everything is put on in that game.
Somehow I knew how to spell it like that.
that was an architecture game.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's like escape rooms, but the rooms reset every time you go to play.
I love that. Is that sort of the core like model for all roguelike? Is it's essentially a generative what's the word I'm looking for? Geez, you know what I mean? A regenerative escape room is kind of like it has a set of conditions that must be satisfied, but the specifics are always different. Would you say that's a fair way to put that or not?
That's not quite how it is in Blueprints, but it's more like you're placing tiles of the rooms. So like the when you know how to beat a room, you can always beat that room.
I see.
But like I don't know, it's very complicated. You end up making a crazy person book, like notebook. Like I'm not even joking. All my friends who were playing it, we all made crazy person notebooks with like strings and like.
Can you do a sane person notebook? Is it?
You could. No.
I've played Hades a bunch, and Hades 2 was I got into that for quite a stretch, and
for a while those were king of the roguelikes. There was nothing better than the original Hades for a long time.
That's what I was saying too. Is like sometimes they're too hard. I learned that with Spelunky. I tried that. I was like, this is a different league of roguelite for me. I can't mess with that. Hades, I got to the end once, and then I was like, okay, I'm done.
Yep. I got through it once, and I was like, I'm gonna get up because I was starting to finally start to put it all together. But as you can, it's RPG in a sense. You build your different weapons, and you learn which gods give you which skill and stuff. And then, but to fully 100% it, which is sort of not a thing you do, but there's no way I had enough time for that. But I hardly ever get to the end of games. I don't know. What do you guys do? Do you finish every game you play? Like if you start a game, you're going to beat it?
I have to. I won't be able to sleep. I won't I like Claire Obscure was mentioned earlier, for example. It came out on a Tuesday. I slept once in 4 days.
Oh, you get obsessive.
Oh my goodness.
These two were gone. They weren't here. It was me. I was at home. So I slept once in 4 days. Talking to him too. He was DMing me about it.
Yeah.
I've noticed that games have been putting in like this meta level where like you have to kind of like crowdsource and like figure things out. Like I don't know if you played Animal Well at all. Or, like, know that's got
I know
like
what you're talking about.
there's like levels of 100%ing that like you're not going to get to it alone, and like people are on Reddit forums like and
yeah, I mean,
so like
that's a pretty
games
cool...
like that will play until it stops being fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I thought about that. I was like, hey, this is cool. It's I don't know if you know the story behind that. YouTuber Video Game Donkey created a video game publishing company where indie developers come to him and he says, okay, I'll put it on blast and try to get your game sold, which I think is really cool. But the games that he likes are nail-biting, difficult games, very obscure and like weird. So I'm like, I'm glad you're doing it, but I don't want to play that. Same with Cuphead. I love that animation, the way it looks, but I'm not a boss rush guy. So I'm not going to play this unless I get it for free somehow.
Yeah, those type of games are stressful. That sort of boss rush, is that what that genre of Cuphead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you fight a boss over and over and over, so it just lasts forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Like not that I'm going to betray my ignorance here, but like I would have described it as a side-scrolling action platformer, but maybe I'm using outdated terms.
That's what I thought, because I'm like, okay, give me like a Mario or a Metroid or a Donkey
Super
Kong
Meat Boy.
Where it's like rubber hose animation from the 30s that looks awesome.
Yeah.
But then I found out, it's really boss rushes. I'm not gonna get this. Same with Resident Evil 8. I liked 7 enough, but I didn't really like the first person aspect. So when I found out 8 was also going to be first person, I was like, well, I'm skipping that one. Despite the Lady Dimitru cosplays and everything everywhere that year. But 9 looks pretty cool. And then it has, I think, a third person option, or it is in third person. I can't remember. Or both.
It has both. There's certain sequences that are in first and some that are in third.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
That's a design challenge. That's if they could pull that off. That's impressive.
It's Capcom. They ain't doing nothing else. I mean,
had anybody played Witcher 3? I know you said your dad is looking for. I have a playthrough of me playing that on Suck Professor. And
did you play Witcher 1?
No.
Witcher 1 ain't bad.
Way behind.
Witcher 1's not bad.
I started with 3, and I was maybe I do want to look back. And then I look back, and I was like, maybe not.
We were like, we're gonna start with 1 and go through, and like 1 was painful, but we did it.
One's horrible. The story's great. It's everything else is
as bad as the TV show. Talk about a miss, man. Jeez, I don't know.
It started out pretty.
I like it.
Yeah,
it had
season was all right.
I
just found myself so confused. I wanted to love it. I love that genre, and I like those actors, and I just felt the scenes were. Anyway, I'm not trying to change the genre. But I was deep in my Witcher 3 playthrough before I even realized I was on Death March, and I had gotten like really good I was on the hardest level, so I did the whole thing on the max difficulty. One of my rare games I've actually like totally finished, not 100%, but totally finished. Yeah. And partially why I didn't 100% is because I didn't pick up all the Gwent cards. Which then, because I didn't realize how cool it was at first, so I missed all the starter ones. And now Gwent became its own like standalone too.
Yeah.
I would just put on Witcher 3 just to play Gwent sometimes. I'll do the same thing with Red Dead. Play poker.
That's actually an outstanding rumor right now. Is Thursday at the Game Awards. It's been going around for weeks that CD Projekt Red's announcing another DLC for Witcher 3 to bridge the gap in between 3 and 4.
Oh,
that's supposed to be announced. Yes.
Why? Does that mean they're gonna push 4 back?
No, 4's coming out. 4's coming out in 2027. That's already set in stone.
They just want people to get hyped.
Fix that in stone.
No, that was what they said in their press call, that they want 4 and 27, 5 and 29, and 6 and 31. They're doing 3 more. Because they're figuring out how to use Unreal Engine, which is a challenge, I suppose.
Well, you know, you got Siri now as the main character, so you can just keep making them.
Yeah.
We got another guest, Jeff from Good Morning Comrade. Here,
Jeff.
There we go.
Hello.
How you doing? What's going on, Jeff?
What's up? Am I in the presence of Princess Zelda? That is awesome.
Yes, she's here.
That
We
is
got
a
her.
super cool costume.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to announce, you know, prematurely, but we did get her for the.
I mean, I would not have been late if I had known I would have had an audience.
Royalty.
I'm glad you didn't say Galadriel.
Well, I don't know, Jeff, if you watch the Game Awards. I love watching the Game Awards. I would always watch streamers watching it. And now I get to be one of the streamers watching, along with Warhite and Larry, who might show up. We've been doing it for the last 2-3 years now.
Three.
Yeah. And it's a ball. I didn't even know I could vote in the Game Awards, but you can, folks. If you go to the Game Awards, you just make a little account and you can vote. And this is my voter card.
You mean the website? Not you don't have to be there in person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
For Game of the Year, I put Donkey Kong. I know it's not going to win, but I love Donkey Kong. It's my favorite game of all time, actually. Donkey Kong Country. 1, 2, and 3.
Donkey Kong Country is great.
Yeah. So that's what I put for Game of the Year. I'm sorry, Carly. What'd you say?
Do they give you choices, or you get to choose whatever? You
Oh no,
want?
they give you choices.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
look, like these are the nominees.
You only get- Well, Silk Song. I mean, bam, there you go.
Yeah. But I was like, you know what? It's gonna get enough votes. It's really like, I mean, Warhite, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the favorites right now are Silk Song and Claire Obscure.
It's Silk Song or Claire Obscure is going to win the Game of the Year.
I played Expedition 33. I just had it in my brain as the second part of the name when you guys. I didn't even realize it was called Claire Obscure.
I think
I
Claire
didn't get all that.
I think Claire Obscure's nominated for 11 things, and it's supposed to sweep. It's supposed to just sweep. is
Yeah,
what
I think so.
everybody's saying.
It's
I
amazing.
put it for best game direction. Again, we can click in and you'll see the nominees.
I have it. I have the game Expedition 33, and I haven't really gotten into it. I will say it looks incredible. I did just get a Steam Deck, so
there you go.
I actually have the ability to sort of like, if I'm on a break or whatever, I can play that. I've been playing a lot of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney though. I love those games. They're so
Those are
stupid.
fantastic games.
I think the thing with Expedition 33 is it was the studio's first game. It's like a debut game that's going to get a lot of stuff behind it.
Yeah, it's like kind of reminds me of when Horizon Zero Dawn came out. Like indie studio putting out this big project as their first thing, and it hits and people love it to the point where now, like, my nephew is asking for like Horizons games and stuff and merch for Christmas, and I'm like, dude, how do you know about this? This is a game not for you. This is a mature rated game. How do you know about this? Who's telling you these things?
I will say this though. Everything that I see that Hades 2 is nominated for, I am voting for it because I love that game. Hades, like those games are so fucking cool. Like I love it. I don't know. They're super fun. Like I never really got into roguelikes until the first Hades, and I played that game like it's crack cocaine. Like it was nuts.
They should call them crack cocaine like.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
those really are.
Elatros, same thing. Absolutely,
And,
just injected into my veins.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me because Larry and I were talking about this, Devil. The last time a big studio won Game of the Year was 2022. At 2023, it was 2022 was Elden Ring, which it had every right to win Game of the Year. 23 was Baldur's Gate. 24 was Astrobot, which
was crazy. That's crazy that game won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Johnny says I should get in on that and vote for the underdogs. I agree with you because on these some of these categories I have no idea. Best mobile game, I voted for the horse racing anime girls.
Oh yeah,
because I was like, you know what? This is the only one that I've seen trending and people seem to like it. So here you go. Here's a vote for you.
Hilarious.
Best esports athlete. Like I don't know these people.
best,
me.
Best Gooner game.
Like that sports game. I'm like, I don't know, Dota, I guess, because it's been around the longest. I don't know any of these other games.
Silent Hill.
And screw League of Legends, you know.
That entire bottom list for that entire bottom section, except for maybe like one or two things, I just picked something that I knew.
Yeah. Right. Is there a first-person shooter category?
No, they got rid of that years ago, I believe.
What would it be? Best ongoing, best community support game?
It would fall under action, I believe, is where you're gonna find it.
Yeah, I voted for No Man's Sky for community support.
I'm gonna join you in voting for Uma Musa.
Yeah, we're encouraging people to vote right now. This is politics. We're doing it.
Democracy.
This is the most important. This is the most important election of our lifetime.
This is the most important election of
You said that last year.
Best racing game, I gave it to Mario Kart because I'm like, why not?
Can I shout out, by the way? People might have watched it already on this space, but if you haven't seen it already, you can check out. Hank actually joined us on Good Morning Comrade this past week. It is live on our YouTube. Check it out. It was a very fun conversation. We talked about TYT union. We got into it.
Lots of tea, lots of TYT. And, labor, politics, drama. It's all good stuff. Yeah.
I got so for best.
Thanks. So Arc Raiders.
Shout
can
out,
I just
shout that out. Check that out.
Can I just interrupt real quick? I almost downloaded it. I listened to an episode of Good Morning America, Jeff and Robert. Robert's into Arc Raiders. I put it on my wish list on Steam and read the comments. That sounds like a lot of fun and probably a pretty good community game from the way he was explaining it.
Yeah, it's a good Warhead. Have you played it?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I enjoyed Arc Raiders. It's just there's a lot of like people right now. Like I think the Arc Raiders is a really good game and it's got great community support or whatever. But there's people mad that it wasn't nominated for Game of the Year, and I'm kind of rolling my eyes at them. Like the year
brand new.
Well, I mean that too, but it's like there's so much.
It's a multiplayer like online shooter. Why would it be
like if you go back to Game of the Year and line up Arc Raiders with those other 6, it wouldn't stand a chance in hell. It just would. It wouldn't. Like I love Arc Raiders, but even Donkey Kong, and I'm like, no. Like
Kingdom Come.
I'm seeing Blueprints on here a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Vote for it. Democracy.
Silent Hill.
Like the only one, in my opinion, that didn't belong was Death Stranding. Like I didn't hear anybody say anything good about Death Stranding 2, but that's just my opinion, though.
But Kojima, never count Kojima out.
I played the first one. It was great as a Amazon DoorDash simulator, but otherwise,
is that the delivery one where you just pack stuff on your back like a weird bug?
Yeah. Norman Reedus carrying around the packages everywhere, listening to music the whole time.
Does it get more involved, or is that I watched a streamer play it a little bit, and I was like, "Is this all there? Does it eventually? Does it get more?"
You get the Kojima cutscenes. That's the thing. That's the whole. It's Kojima.
Did you see under best VR?
Oh, VR.
Did you see? There's the Midnight Walk.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yes,
that looked awesome
game's beautiful.
too.
I don't know if you played that.
No, that looked amazing too. But that's one of those games where I'm like, oh, it's VR. I don't have VR. I can't.
You don't have to play it VR. We weren't playing it VR. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you all tried VR? What's been anyone's experience with a headset with a?
The only VR I might buy.
You want to throw up?
The only VR that I might buy, the only VR like hardware that I might buy, just because I'm, like, just cucked for Steam, and for Valve, I might buy the Steam machine thing. I am so like geeked for their hardware that they have coming out.
Yeah, and the Cube looks cool. I looked into that a little. Yeah, I've tried VR a little. There was a roller coaster. This is pretty early. My roommate's like a very early adopter with sort of game technology, so he's had a bunch of different ones of them. And but the first one, or not when I say that, I just mean like within the first few years of VR coming out, there was a roller coaster mode, and the nausea stuff is just so difficult. Like there's parts of VR I'm so impressed by, but as a storytelling device, and I really hope it becomes something that they figure out in term, So, but I think that that nausea factor is just going to be a huge wall that they're going to have a hard time getting over.
I've
Brains
tried
just
VR
don't
once.
manage that.
I tried VR once at a like a VR cafe where you could just like go and they have a bunch of, it's like an arcade. And the Beat Saber thing was fun. The Killer 7 or whatever, where like time moves when you move. That's really cool. And you're shooting people and snatching guns out of the air. Yeah, super hot. Yeah. Killer 7. I don't know why. And the one where you cross between two buildings on like a plank, and they have a real plank on the floor where you can feel it. And I'm trying to hold on to the guy, and the guy's like, no.
You had me too. You talking about jumping across buildings?
There's a good VR game where you're just a wizard and you just toss spells around. Like you're at like your wizard desk and you like pick up a skull and you toss it in a pot and there's potions and you toss it in. Yeah, that one's fun.
Yeah.
A wizard lab sounds fun, but the way your mind works, it kind of gives you even in the real world, you're sort of like, you're only just negotiating the reality inside your consciousness. You know what I mean? You're not acting like
by the end of that experience, me and the person I went with were very like queasy. Like that was a lot of fun, but I didn't realize how much it was affecting me. Best indie game, the Blueprints is there. I voted for that because I just can't get enough.
You played Balta, yeah.
But
always
I was just looking at
I basically voted for
multiplayer.
Best multiplayer.
Yeah, because I don't know if you've played Peak. My friends play Peak a lot.
Oh Lord!
Oh, is it good?
Yeah,
it is. Is it like
it is?
What's it called? Party Animals or whatever, where you're like a floppy guy and you're trying
you
to.
You are kind of a floppy guy.
You're a little floppy boy, and you're trying to climb the mountain with friends and yelling at each other, like chained together. That game.
Peak is one of those. Peak is one of those games where you're going to learn who your friends are real quick.
I tried speaking of best multiplayer games, I tried out Battlefield 6 for the first time because I've never played Battlefield. I made a little video about it, but that game sucks. Like, spoilers. I think I'm just too used to Call of Duty controls. Sometimes a control scheme just dominates. Like GTA did that, where they're like, no, the trigger buttons are how you drive. This is how you shoot, and that's it. And if any other game deviates, you kind of have to formulate it for that or to be a successful product. And I think there's huge games like that. I mean, GTA 6 is coming around the corner, and I'm very excited for that.
I just voted for that for most anticipated, even though I am very annoyed that they're going to be. They actually, what is it? The company Rockstar.
Yeah,
they actually have recently laid off a ton of people.
Oh yeah, they're horrible.
Union.
Yeah,
and they're like. Not just that, but they are like replacing them with AI and shit like that, and it's just like, oh no. So maybe I don't want to play that game.
Well, good news, it probably won't be out. Good news, it probably won't be out for about 5 years. So 10 years, something like that. They delay it. They delay it every 3 months.
They really do. But we got another guest who just joined up. Well, who's trying to join in. But for most anticipated, I put because I cannot wait to play as Siri.
Yeah.
And I know, Witcher. I'm so excited.
And also to watch not an insignificant part of me wants to see the meltdown of the incels and whatnot on Twitter. Oh my God, Siri's not hot. That's unbelievable. That discourse has been coming back up again, I guess, in anticipation of the Game Awards.
Yeah. I did also see my Discord checkpoint or whatever, which is like the Spotify Wrapped. And it was like Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear Strive, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, and like the Marvel collection, the Marvel versus SNK collection, and like all like 4 fighting games and Balatro.
Balatro is so fun. That's another one that I'll just put on. Especially there's different moods. Like, first of all, I just want to put out there, anyone watching, everyone's a gamer. If you play games at all, you're a gamer. There's no gatekeeping. Like, there's none of that shit. Exactly. If you play solitaire, you're a gamer. My mom's a gamer. She's on like level 8 million of Candy Crush.
Those cops crushing candy in the subway instead of doing their job.
Exactly.
Gamers.
Those are gamers. But
incels.
The incels, the loud incels, they'll try and make you feel like you're not a gamer. Maybe I'll pull up this clip. There was what was it? The Streamer Awards.
Oh my
recently
God!
happened, and a fighting game streamer won who had been getting a lot of hate.
Lily Pichu.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find that video.
Yeah,
the whole Streamer Awards thing was nothing but drama from like the second it started to the second it finished. It was insane.
I mean, Hassan did decide to wear a Mao suit, which is very funny. A Chairman Mao suit.
He asked for that.
Hello to your cat, by the way, Carly Wynn. That is, can you see?
Butterscotch.
Oh, that's
she's 22 years old.
Hi, Butterscotch. I love you.
She's 22.
20. Wow.
22.
Yeah, we're constantly like,
yeah, I know.
is she okay?
Yeah.
She's fine. Yeah, she's running around.
Looks
She's
fabulous for 22.
Keep doing what you're doing. What's your secret?
Yeah.
Definitely trying to not feed them bad meats. So like I want to get into it, but I don't trust a lot of American meats. I don't know if you've seen what
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, look at the trash they give humans. I mean, what they're putting in the cat.
Yeah, that's why I was like, ooh. So I basically feed them only fish, which the ocean's full of mercury, but it's been working out for them.
Yeah, when people say like, people say you're gonna. Oh, sorry, man. Larry.
I figured it out. I wasn't on Chrome. That's why.
Yeah, Google Chrome. That's
Stop using Opera.
I will say this. I do got to jump, but it was really cool meeting you guys. Y'all have a cool one. I got to go actually record GMC for this week with Robert. So y'all have a great one.
But on Thursday, if you'd like to join us watching the Game Awards, we will try and figure out how to do that because Warhide's the man when it comes to co-streaming.
It is a possibility. If I can't make it, I can offer up my StreamYard potentially.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Jeff, for stopping in and talking with us about games.
Bye, Jeff.
Bye.
But yeah, Larry, what games have you been playing recently?
Some old stuff.
That's all right. What's the old stuff?
I've been trying to finish on stream when I have felt like streaming. Warhammer 40K, Rogue Trader.
Oh yeah.
Started playing Dark Souls Remastered again this week to kind of warm up for something for later.
Ooh.
A little bit of Dragon Age Origins in my free time.
Go on, you.
And then yesterday I picked up Skate Story.
How's that? I've been seeing a lot of hype for that.
Awesome. The music is fantastic. It plays like Skate or Tony Hawk.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's got similar, skateboarding controls to both of those. The music is fantastic. The music is like 11 out of 10.
Okay.
And just adds to the atmosphere. And I mean, all you're really doing it is you're a demon that signed a contract with the devil, and your goal to get out of the contract is to skateboard through the underworld and eat the moons.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just you go around eating moons, and it's fantastic.
That is a you game if I ain't ever heard it.
So good. So worth it. Was worth the $28.
That looks great on Steam here. Looking at it, it's got a free demo. I might check that out. I played a ton of Tony Hawk back in college or something.
I love Tony Hawk.
They
got the remakes out now.
I know. Yeah. Came back.
It'll feel very similar to those.
I love those.
All right. Yeah. Well, now I'm very, very interested. But yeah, I wanted to bring up this clip from the Streamer Awards. Lily Pichu accepting her award for Best Fighting Game Streamer, and what she says.
The Streamer Award goes to...
I've never heard of Lily Pichu, by the way, until I started seeing her get hate on Twitter.
Lily Pichu.
Oh, she's cute.
Yeah, she didn't even know that you're supposed to go up.
Wow, thank you so much for nominating and picking me, even though I know a lot of you did it out of spite. I think fighting games are for everyone, and they're really fun, and I think you should try it. And if you haven't yet, I'm sure there's one that will fit you. And if you think I'm an FGC tourist, suck my balls.
I mean, that's beautiful. That's a
Sir.
beautiful message, I think. Just try it. Give it a shot. You know, my fiance, she's not a gamer very much, but I've slowly started introducing her like, hey, I'll be on the controls. You just watch and sit there and we interact. Help me figure out this mystery. Been playing a little Alan Wake 2 because that was free on PlayStation Plus a month or so ago, and it's a detective story. It's a dark detective story. She loves those. We're into it. We're playing it, and I think that's a great message that she had. Just try games, even in ones you might not think that you like fighting games, or I might not like Battlefield, but I wanted to give it a shot. And yeah, I didn't really like it much, but I tried it. It's free.
I didn't expect to like Rocket League.
Yeah, me too.
Years ago, like when it first came out, and my roommates goes, "There's this game, Rocket League. I just download. It's free." And I didn't immediately take to it, but I was just like, okay, all right. And then just over the years, I just kept going back to it. And now I'm a low diamond hoops main, and I'm looking to perform a quad. And I'd love to get into it with some lefties and do some Rocket League streams or something.
Well, that would be fun.
I use it as breaks. It's like it requires focus. It can be a lot of fun for beginners, but also it's super challenging because it's so well tuned.
Yeah.
And not that I'm a giant sports dude. I've played more sports than I've watched. But like I love to see. I like the feeling of Rocket League. It really gets into that like those intangible athlete like sports things like momentum and tempo and like the sort of parts where like sports becomes like really nuanced and interesting because it's all about mental game and stuff. And of course, there's your ping matters a lot too. But yeah, Rocket League is so great. I love Rocket League.
It's a great one.
Working on my
I
air
also
rolls.
didn't expect to get into it either. But then,
which one? Say again.
Rocket League. I also didn't expect to get into it.
You play?
It's a great
Bro.
game. Like before bed. I'm down. Next 2 weeks.
No, for sure.
We'll have a Rocket League stream. All we do is just play Rocket League all here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll
I think it'd be a fun podcast.
audience.
Yeah,
Teach
people Rocket League and just it's
Carly, do you have any multiplayer games that you like playing?
Usually I'll play this more like in person, like you were talking about, like Overcooked. Like I like that. There's a cat game I liked playing. We've tried playing it at when we go to PAX East. That's when we play a lot of like group games together. I don't know if you've been. It's real fun.
I've only heard about it, and it seems like a really good time.
PAX is lovely, and it's like one of the really nice things about PAX is that there are places for you to exist as a human being and like have your bodily needs met. Like you may sit, you can just chill, you can find a plate. Because like a lot of times it's like the Penny Arcade Expo.
Okay.
It's like a huge gaming convention, and they have a few of them. There's I always go to PAX East because I'm in Salem, so it's Boston, so they do a tabletop one in Philly. There's I think PAX in Texas and a PAX on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And then there's a PAX in Australia.
Yeah, they're big gaming conventions.
Yeah, really, really big. I think the only other really big would be like MagFest, would maybe like rival that. And that's in Washington.
I don't think I've heard of MagFest.
Really?
But,
look up MagFest. It's it's in the same hotel as KatsuCon.
This is Skate Story.
The whole album for this game's on Spotify.
Is this
and,
copyright? Are we gonna get struck for this music?
No, because it's an album for the
theirs.
game.
Oh,
yeah.
Free use. It's free use, basically.
I already know that.
Well, of course we're a demon.
Yeah.
And glass and paint.
And egg rolls.
Did you ever play that the game on the iToy for the PS2? Where you were like anti-grav, where you're like you had to be like this and this, like because it's tracking your hands, because it's iToy.
No.
Anti-grav.
Anti-grav.
Yeah. For the iToy. For PS2.
Oh.
Don't just take classes. Take charge.
We got
Start
an ad.
your
Hang
comeback
on.
today. Do global.
Plus YouTube.
I'm an ad
You were-
completionist, by the way. Let it go all the way.
You were asking me about multiplayer games, so it's called Wildwoods. I was playing it at PAX. It's like you're these like cat caravan and you're defending your caravan. It's really cute. But it's multiplayer. It's like 4-player.
Is this the game you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, so you're out here doing like this to kind of control yourself on the skateboard thing.
Oh.
See,
This is
that's the other-
PS2?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they had motion controls.
Yeah, I could go grab it from the other room. Let's see.
That's the other problem with virtual reality is like, who wants to move?
Yeah.
Well, it's more like Wii. It's like you
I
have
know.
the
Yeah.
the Wii sticks. It's like
Yeah,
that
but
genre of.
I don't want to use my muscles. That's why.
Yeah,
what do you-
the
yeah,
whole,
I just want to.
metaverse idea of Elon
Yeah.
Musk. Like nobody
Yeah.
wants to have a headset on constantly 24/7.
Ridiculous.
No.
I have giant thumb muscles and finger muscle, and that's the only muscles I'm willing to devote to this. And maybe my swallowing muscle.
That's like with the VR.
That does sound
headsets when
cool.
They have the boxing games. Like I'm scared I'm gonna break my television. I'm gonna break my
Yeah.
television. I'm gonna swing and not realize where I am at this point.
We're going back to 2009, throwing Wii remotes through TVs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love those videos. Those videos
Those life
on
is
YouTube
full,
are so funny.
history is full circle, man.
Have you seen the U-Force for the NES?
No.
It's like the very first kind of like motion capture for it was for NES. I have one. It's like, but for Mike Tyson's Punch Out, you can like.
Oh, that thing, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work very well.
Let's see. I think I found a commercial here.
Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
How did I miss this?
What?
Yeah, I have one. Do you want me to grab it? Yeah.
Wow.
I would.
It's like how you want the Power Glove to work, and the Power Glove like barely works.
Yeah.
You see
Well,
us
that's
close to
something
punch
that
again?
you can
Not
say for
breaking.
Nintendo. They're always trying to innovate.
That's ahead of its time by a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was
by
the
a lot.
gamepad. Remember the track and field gamepad Nintendo accessory with the big vinyl mat? Yeah. It was just a huge button pad. It was just like this giant thing. And
I have one.
you had, yeah.
You
Again,
want me to grab it? I have all these things.
You wanna grab all this stuff?
I grab it.
does it still
I'm gonna
work?
disappear. I'm gonna come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think.
Oh,
it all
good. You
works.
still, yeah,
Oh, that's
right on.
awesome.
Okay, she's gonna go get it. Yeah, it's like track and field. So you're supposed to like, if you're just using the controller, you're just like A B to run. But it's a huge gamepad with buttons, and we'd get down on the ground and just use our hands, and you're supposed to use your feet. Yeah, it's like this 4-foot carpet of vinyl. It worked all right. And Carly's gonna go get hers. That's funny that she's got.
She does. Look at her.
Insane.
Oh wow.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's for multiplayer.
You're gonna beat Dark
And
Souls.
you know
with
that
one of
thing has
those.
never been flat in its life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God,
You
yeah.
can rig
You
it
leave
up
that
with
leave that on your
Souls.
car dashboard, and it turns into toxic vapor. Yeah. That's so funny.
War or Larry, do you know of any trailers that have come out recently in anticipation of the Game Awards that we
No.
can check out?
No, they've been quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, it's been very low key. I mean, there's the Fallout 2 trailer or Fallout Season 2 trailers.
Yep.
Those,
Oh,
that's
really?
really all I've seen trailer wise recently is just stuff leading up to Season 2 of Fallout.
Yeah, they've been like super quiet with the Game Awards for real because, like I said, they're wanting people. Because remember last year they had like 9 leaks at once and just had to dump them all, and nobody really cared about watching the things at the show.
Yeah.
They've been super tight-lipped.
Okay.
The closest thing we've had is really today with the Divinity thing.
Yep.
That's really all we've
almost
had.
Confirmed that's Divinity.
That and like what CD Projekt Red has been putting out about Witcher 4 and how that's not going to be at the Game Awards.
No, but they're still there, which is
They're still there.
Look at this. This is incredible.
Look at that.
Crazy.
I think
Amazing.
I think it's going to be the DLC for 3. I really do. By the
Yeah.
way, breaking news
Oh,
from
that's
the
so
day.
cool.
Breaking
That's
news
awesome. Breaking news.
Todd Howard is going to present Game of the Year at the Game Awards.
Oh, that's so funny.
The memes are coming.
Speaking of which, let's thank you very much, Carly, for bringing out.
That's really cool.
Not only
really
Sorry,
awesome.
and I couldn't hear anybody. I had my headphones on. But
not just that Carly had that stuff, but that it was all available for immediate
Readily.
grabbing too. Yeah, I love that. That's so cool.
I'm big into sorting all of my objects.
Yeah.
Now, do
I like
you?
that.
Quite a few.
Are you someone who are you going to do a challenge run of like Dark Souls with that pad?
You can't. How would you do that?
I've seen it. I've
There's a
seen
way.
someone-
There's got to be a way.
Who was
How would you,
the
like-
streamer who did like they were playing
What would you
two
hook
games
this up into?
Elden Ring, one with the controller on one TV and one with the dance pad on another TV at the same time and beat them. Did it with
Would it
Dark
be like
Souls?
a DDR? They used the NES
Yeah.
one, not a DDR one. Crazy. They must have wired it. It's something crazy.
The best one I've seen, look it up, was the Goldfish playing.
Oh, yes, the
Was
Goldfish.
playing Elden Ring. I was like his movements
10 out of
shows
10.
the blocking and everything.
Amazing.
That's cool.
Did that Goldfish win Streamer of the Year that year?
It should have.
Should have. Who's that Goldfish? Actually, I saw that Goldfish died like last
Yes,
week.
it did. It was a big deal. The
It
Goldfish
was a big
died.
deal. The
Like,
Goldfish
everybody was
passed
mad
away.
The Goldfish died.
I'm trying to
Well-
remember what streamer whose Goldfish it was.
Oh,
It already forgot that it died.
Well, I got it pulled up, but right now I want to check in with Uncle Jeff.
Jeff.
The 30-second announcement that he put out this morning about
Fill us in
the
on who
upcoming Game
this-
Awards.
This person.
This is Jeff Keighley, who was very involved with E3, I believe.
Yes.
And now kind of created the Game Awards and Summer Games Fest in lieu of E3 kind of falling apart. And just has been the standard bearer of like video games as a real media empire.
He's
championing video games.
He's hosted the Game Awards since it was originally on Spike TV.
I was gonna say
I
he
love
was
that long.
tight
He's
with
been-
the
he's
Spike
been-
homies.
He was back on Spike like 2001.
And you know what came right after the Game Awards back in the day on Spike? 1,000 Ways to Die.
That's right. It was
Reruns of 1,000 Ways
Great
to Die.
show.
like I remember him when he was on G4 TV. That's where he
Yeah.
got started. He was
Oh,
on G4
God, yeah.
back in the day. But
And
he's
somehow
like,
he's positioned himself perfectly. And
He's the Game Awards guy now.
He's the Game Awards.
Are you ready for the Game Awards?
I know exactly what I ask.
I'm looking for some old friends.
We will do whatever it takes! Fortune favors the brave.
They just showed K-pop Demon Hunters.
I think
Are
they
you
must
ready?
have something there. There was something I seen about the Game Awards and K-pop. I don't remember what it is. though.
I would not be surprised
Maybe they'll
if they have
show
a
up.
game coming out. I mean, they could show up. They could perform. Absolutely. He does love getting people
And then
to
announce their game. They'll announce a
yeah,
mobile game.
yeah.
No,
Get our
it's
new
gonna be a
mobile game where
gacha,
you can dress us
and you have
up.
to pay
and-
for their outfits. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so this
Oh.
is
Another
the-
something for y'all to look into. How about the World of Warcraft collaboration with the Edmonton Oilers this past weekend?
what?
Anyways.
Yes.
Not a sentence I ever thought I'd hear. Yeah.
Weird collaboration between WoW and hockey. Yeah.
Hang on. This is the
Desperation.
Yes.
Desperation.
In lieu of their new game coming out.
Yes,
The
this
new
guy
expansion.
right here.
Just playing
Brilliant,
Point Crow.
brilliant gentleman.
He's quite good at it, actually. The plan is, I'm going to pit him against harder and harder enemies until he's trained enough to be one of the hardest bosses of any Soulsborne game. Melania, Blade of Mikola. Nice! This dagger. Come on, you got this. Let's go! The flex of just drinking all of the flasks. The dodge,
all right.
the dodge.
So he's got What is this? So he's got like this is the goldfish tank, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And then wherever it swims, that's what correlates to the action buttons.
Is he reading
That's very funny.
its instructions, or is it somehow detecting the goldfish position and doing it without his input?
I think that's what's happening.
I think it's the goldfish position.
Yeah.
But he's not going like, oh, it's at the L trigger. I'll just press. So it's something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not automatic.
One of his
What's even
Twitch streams, he
crazier is
walked away and let the fish play for like 10 minutes.
This is
I hope
great.
I hope that fish isn't an incel.
Yeah, see, look, it's just kind of swimming around. I don't know how does he incentivize it where to go, or does he even just
The fish just does its thing.
What?
As
Does
far
it
as I
have a-
know,
Wow.
the fish just does its thing.
That's so crazy.
That's just
That's so crazy. And
like,
when
is
we
it
were-
watching a monitor, being like, "Oh, did I get it right? Okay, next time. All right, did I get it right? Okay, I'll swim."
Did you see
I
that
can't
video?
remember long enough to recognize patterns is the issue.
But I killed Melania though. I
It
did.
killed
I killed the hardest
Melania.
boss in Elden Ring.
It doesn't remember doing it, but it did it.
Did you see the one where the guy was like inviting people into his game, but he was dressed up as one of like the like skeletons? So like the guy getting invited in couldn't find him to fight him.
Nope.
No.
I haven't seen that.
3 years later, Elden Ring provides the best memes. The
Still
best memes.
so good.
Is this what you're talking about, Larry?
Yes. Well, kind of. There's more to it. There was like
Okay.
a bunch of cosplayers throughout the arena. They were
Nice.
giving away like codes for the game and stuff like that, like for the expansion.
Yeah, for midnight.
Oh,
There's
that's
a whole
wild.
thing. There's a whole like midnight collaboration here.
So I played World of Warcraft when it first came out and had a lot of fun. Made a couple friends, but kind
Same.
of get sort of into it pretty far, but not really. And then it became a whole other thing after, and then it just died off. Can anybody like download me real fast? Is it even played anymore? I mean, obviously they're promoting
yeah.
it hockey, so it's still got
Yeah,
a big
people-
audience.
But yeah, it is really different, I would say.
It's
Like
been
I
so
tried
many
to pick it
years.
back up again, and I was like, I this is just a totally different game.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not the WoW that people played in like 2004, 2005.
Yeah,
It's not.
You
that's what I
can
remember.
still play like they made some vanilla servers. You can still like do that, but you have to start from scratch again.
The thing is
Yeah.
with WoW now too is there was no competition back then, and now there's like 30 other things you can play.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I love my personal favorite was Final Fantasy 15, the online one.
14.
But 14. But paying monthly, I tried that with WoW too. I was like, if I'm not playing this every day for hours, it's not worth it to spend a monthly subscription on this. So I can't.
That's why I stopped playing Final Fantasy 14 for the most part. I haven't
Yeah.
played that in 2-3 years almost.
Two. No, no,
Two?
two for me too, yeah.
Yeah.
Since the last expansion.
I didn't even play the last expansion.
It's just,
I
it's a
haven't
good-
even finished the patches for Endwalker yet.
My dad
mean-
used to try and get me to play EverQuest.
That goes back.
He was playing that for a long time.
That sounds
3D.
vaguely familiar.
Yeah, that was
You know,
like
Ultima Online is
1999.
still going.
Yeah.
Some of those like dead games are still like
Yeah.
going.
Yeah. And let's check in one more time with Uncle Jeff. He posted
Uncle
here.
Jeff.
This is last week. This Thursday night, he joined us for the Game Awards, our night to celebrate. I edited this year's nominees trailer as a personal reflection on rebirth, renewal, and finding hope. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Thanks, man.
And as a professional editor who's currently working off screen right now, I appreciate shouting out editing and how fun it can be.
Is the ring
Living
supposed
things
to
can
look
help
like
but
that?
change, you see.
I'm sorry?
The ring on the finger.
That's what living is.
Yeah, it had a the gap in the ring.
Oh yeah.
The gap.
That's one of those like money wasting machine ones.
Yeah. It's a
Got
should
like a
have-
space so it can fit anybody.
It should have a giant piece of
Living
candy on
things
it.
can help but change, you see. They can't stay the same forever. That's what living is. To change and to embrace change.
Gustav.
Oh, that ring was from Death Stranding.
Sometimes
I just
we
figured
paint
that
the
out.
bars of our own prison.
This is the
Andy
this is the game of the year trailer. What it is?
You chose a hard road for
There's
yourself.
Blueprints.
I like all the Silent Hill ones.
Oh, wait, this music might be
change the world.
this music might be copyrighted. I don't know.
That's my son.
Say the thing you're afraid to say.
Also, this best adaptation, which I guess they voted for Last of Us 2, but I think
Same.
Fallout really should have been nominated because Fallout was great.
It won last year.
Oh, yeah.
It won last year.
Oh, it did win last year.
Yeah, it won last year. That's why they're in between seasons.
Right. New season, I think, starts maybe next week.
Something like that. I think so, yeah.
I know that Johnny Pemberton guy.
You do?
I haven't seen him in a while, but from an LA comedy scene.
Yeah. He's really funny.
Yeah, he's funny.
No one escapes my simulation.
I will find you.
Maybe you should have built yourself.
How was Snake Eater?
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Tragedy must be
I thought he was pregnant.
Let's dance.
Temper your expectations.
I can't believe Silk Song is out. Like I'm playing it.
Things you didn't have on your bingo card.
Yeah. Last year, or you told me it wasn't happening, but it happened. Where it was this summer.
You know me, headmistress.
Yeah, it was the summer because they didn't say nothing until like July. Like, oh, it's coming in September. My bad. We just forgot to tell y'all.
That was crazy. Coming out in 4 weeks. I love when they do that.
One of us stands.
It's my favorite.
Our fight is not over.
Why read or watch a story when you can live it?
I know what it is to be left alone in the world. Is this what my tomorrow will be?
For those who come after.
Hell yeah.
I'll be your umbrella.
Supposed to be 3 to 4 hours long this year. They're gonna fill a lot of stuff in there.
3 to 4 hours. All right. Well, on Thursday, if you come to my Twitch, Larry's Twitch, or Warhide's Twitch, and Carly and Hank, if you feel so inclined to join us, we will be streaming the Game Awards on our Twitches.
Sure will.
We'll figure out how to do it.
It'll be fine. I know what I'm doing.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I want to say thank you, everyone, for coming. Hank, Carly,
Yeah.
Warhite, Larry.
Anytime.
Thank you
Let's
for
go
having
maybe
us.
clockwise and tell everybody where they can find you.
Does that mean me first?
Yes.
Okay. Winners and Losers is my YouTube channel. You can also, that's where you can watch the first 84 minutes of the documentary. The documentary Tell the Truth, Jank, about unionizing the Young Turks. Going to be doing a big push next year to try to finish that, and tellthetruthjank.com will also get you there. My socials are at the bottom of that one too. So
Yeah,
thanks for having me on, guys. Nice meeting
Have
you.
you on and talk about that at some point in the future.
Yeah, let's do it. We could hold a union buster accountable for once. It'll be
Yeah.
the first time we could demonstrate the power of solidarity if we all come together and make this happen. So
war.
Oh, twitch.tv/Warhide Omega. That's honestly about it. I haven't been as active as much because I've had bronchitis and a sinus infection for
my brother
2 weeks, 3.
The revolution will come, and we will bring Medicare for all to Alabama.
Oh no, I've got
get
all of it. I've got all of it. The problem is it's 32 degrees outside right now, and it was 87 at noon today. So the temperature's make up its mind.
Oh my gosh.
As I tell Larry, take your Canadian weather back, please.
No, because it's getting shittier here. Minus 38 this weekend. So
just send all the heat here and take yours back. I live in the South. Okay, I'm supposed to be.
we don't have it. The heat's gone. It's cold.
Carly, where can people find you?
I'm on like a lot of different, so Instagram mostly. So Carly Wynn on there. I'm Carly Wynn on everything. So Facebook, on the Blue Sky, on it, where I put myself there. And I'm mostly, you'll find me in person at things lately. So Anther New England is coming up in January, and Steampunk in Attleboro. All the New England cons. I tend to be at like everything in New England.
Cool. And Larry.
You can find me on Twitch and TikTok at Larry Corp. And yeah, I haven't been as active, much like War. I'm getting over a pretty bad head cold, but hopefully going into the new year, we'll be doing things a little bit more regularly again.
Yeah. It's always hard to sometimes it really is difficult to get yourself to want to stream. But then once I do it, I'm like, oh, I'm so happy.
No, once you're
100%.
in, you're in. It's just once you get out of it, it's just so hard to get back. It's horrible.
And you can find me, folks, at all the places that you see on screen. And like I said, we'll be on Twitch on Thursday, starting at what time more? 7?
The
7:15
shows at 7:30. So I'm gonna get in about 7:15, and then bring popcorn, drinks.
Bring snacks, because you like he said it
Supposed
can
to be
go
nonstop.
3-4 hours.
Yeah, they don't take commercial breaks like that. It's on Twitch and YouTube, so it's just constant for 3 to 4 hours.
And Hank and Carly, if you feel like popping in, do not feel obligated to stay for the entire show.
I'll wear a diaper. I can do it.
And once again,
I'm gonna have work on Friday morning, so yeah.
I'm an astronaut.
Thank all of you so much for coming, and stay tuned, folks, because we have a difficult truth up next with some actual news. Back to the news. What's going on in the world?
The worst video game of all, reality.
Damn.
Is there a restart button on that? I can
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to cruise through.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. Huge round of applause for that. That was pretty cool. Thank you for that, Alex and company. Welcome, everybody. Edgebox, welcome. Heat, how's it going? Hey. Johnny Too Late. Welcome, everybody. It is the top of the hour, folks. It's about 7 o'clock. Please do all the things, folks. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Spread the word. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. We do live streams, and we do syndicated content, folks. Jet, welcome. Rich P, welcome. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, excellent show. Seriously. Good stuff. Another round of applause. Nadia, welcome. Chicken noodle soup. Honestly, that sounds absolutely delicious right now. It's 28 degrees, snowing, and you have homemade chicken noodle soup. Well, that's all, folks. That's all you need to lock in right there. Ooh, let me change myself. Please do. I'll post pictures. Yeah. I love chicken noodle soup. Especially homemade chicken noodle soup. Oof. I don't think you can beat that. I really don't. And a cat on your lap. Well, I think that's everything. I think that kind of completes everything. Ladybug, welcome. On a cold day, that's all you can ask for. All right, folks, let's get started here. We've got plenty of stuff to go through. Sorry for running. No, you're good. You're good, Alex. Let me make sure we got everything going. Yeah, it is a great day for soup. I mean, mind you, it's not as cold as it is over there, but it's pretty chilly for me. Folks, we are doing so great, you know. As the dear leader has told us, we are doing so great. The farmers are doing so great that we now needed to have a round table to unveil a $12 billion bailout for farmers who have been shellacked by Trump's ingenious tariff policy. Minnesota got 5 inches of snow today. Ooh, that's snow. That's winter. Trump's $12 billion farm out bailout is a band-aid on a bigger wound the American agriculture industry is still reeling from. President Trump has delivered on his promise to provide aid to farmers. And mind you, this is coming from Fortune, so yeah, not exactly a bastion of left-wing media. Hit hard by his sweeping tariff policy, but that hasn't freed the agriculture industry from the worries of tight margins and volatile markets. Cool. On Monday, Trump, alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, and National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, announced a $12 billion farm aid program, which outlined a much-needed relief for farmers who sounded the alarm about increasing input costs and fewer export opportunities amid the ongoing trade tensions. In other words, China didn't buy a single soybean, and it kind of single-handedly destroyed the American soy farmers. Ladybug, I'm not sure if I said hello. Welcome in. Are we going to have to say everything now? MAGA's going to love that. Soy boys, rise up. Farmers will begin receiving funds by the end of February, Rollins said. Incidentally, also, real quick, how many of these farmers actually voted for Trump? A lot of them. A lot of them voted for Trump. Ironic that Trump Trumpo gave $40 billion to Argentina, who went in the tank because the climate catastrophe meant drought for soybean farmers there. Yeah, and not only that, he screwed cattle ranchers too as well. Yeah, 99.9%. Like, yeah, a lot of them did. A lot of them did. Now we're once again in a position where a president is able to put farmers first, Trump said on Monday after wrecking said farmers. This is like the local arsonist returns to put out fire he started. And Trump said at a Monday roundtable of farmers and lawmakers, but unfortunately, I'm the only president that does that. Of course, that's obviously not true. The only reason we're in a situation where we would need to bail out these farmers is because of Trump's policies. Like, we wouldn't need to have a discussion about bailing out farmers if he never did those tariffs. I'm not saying things were going great for farmers. I'm saying that it really put the nail in the coffin, so to speak. And they wouldn't need a $12 billion bailout if Trump didn't do these ridiculous tariffs. Nothing that man says is true. If he told me it was Tuesday today, I'd seriously question reality right now. Yeah. Like, exactly. It's that type of situation where, like, yeah, okay, he's saying it's Tuesday, but, like, we got to double check because literally everything this guy says is a lie. While farmer and agriculture economists see the package as a way to move forward after a disappointing harvest season, they fear that the precedent of cash bailouts does not provide the systemic solution to a beleaguered industry. Yeah, no kidding. They don't believe the $12 billion gesture is enough to solve the agricultural's deeper challenges. Also, hey, weren't the same people that would ostensibly vote for Trump? Why are they taking government bailouts? Why are these farmers taking government bailouts? Seems a bit socialisty. His idea of tariffs are just price hikes. He doesn't understand what a tariff is. Correct. A tariff is a tax. I mean, I don't know what they are either, but I'm not the president. Believe me, nobody knows more than tariffs than I do. We're talking $12 billion, and while it's a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be a band-aid on a bigger wound, said Ryan Loy, assistant professor and extension economist for University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture, told Fortune, how can we triage the situation right now, work on that long-term solution? That's really, I think, the overall attitude. What kind of corpo speak is this? A lot of nothing, but thanks. Anyways, the one-time payment program will send $11 billion to major row crop producers growing corn, soybeans, and rice, and the remaining $1 billion will be reserved for specialty crop growers such as sugar. Trump said additional aid programs will depend on whether trade improves with China and other countries. What? Yeah. Fantastic. Where's Looney when you need them? Yeah, call their name 3 times, they'll appear. Trump also doesn't understand that trade deficits are not the same as being taken advantage of. Of course, he doesn't understand that. Trade deficits is not inherently a bad thing. They just happen, right? Like, we are a consumerist nation, so we're obviously going to have a big trade deficit because we are net consumers. We buy stuff. We don't really export that much in comparison. My Left Eye Raiders, welcome everybody. Thank you all for joining. If you're new here, please consider hitting that subscribe button. Share, like, comment, do all the things, folks. And thank you, My Left Eye UK, for rating over. Appreciate that. That's all good, Johnny. Too late. Tariffs are regressive taxes hurting the poor and middle class. Yes. While the money is welcome, farmers said they'd rather have the government secure stable markets and trade relations. This is a mealy mouth way of saying, "Look, bro, you screwed us." Okay, this is a very mealy mouth way of saying you screwed us because of your trade policies. Okay. At the end of the day, the farmers, they just want to conduct business, not necessarily have to get these packages to help them out during these times. I mean, they shouldn't take any of that, right? They're anti-socialist, they're anti-government, right? That's the whole premise of a lot of these people. True. It's been a bit of a roller coaster. Since Trump introduced expansive import taxes, especially on China, provoking a wave of retaliatory tariffs, farmers have been seeing input costs increase while export demand and crop prices plummet. See, this is what these MAGA people don't understand, right? Like, they pretend that the United States is some kind of like fantastical, like, I don't know, omnipotent force out there, right? And it's like that's not how the world works. If you try to strong arm someone, they're not gonna like that, right? Like if you try to say like, well, we're just gonna tariff the crap out of you, China. China's like, okay, that's cool. We'll just go buy soybeans from Brazil. And for months, not a single soybean was bought. That's why we're here. I heard that farmers are out of $315 billion in losses from tariffs shutting down the Chinese soybean market. I'm going to be honest, I don't know the exact total, but it's a lot. You might be 100% correct, but it's a lot. They literally for months did not buy a singular soybean from the United States. And somehow this is supposed to be winning? These people have a completely different definition and worldview of what winning means, I guess. Yeah, but this is 1955. Well, wait, it's not. No, you're right. It's not. It's more like 1985, right? Am I right? It's been a roller coaster in terms of not just uncertainty over our global markets and our prices, but also whether or not we're going to see any relief on the input side, said Kyle Jory, a economist, Northwest Minnesota-based farmer and secretary of Minnesota Soybean Growers Association. Fantastic. Tariffs on farming-related machinery as well as products like seeds and fertilizers sit at 9%, costing farmers about $33 billion more. Fantastic. According to North Dakota State University's Agriculture Trade Monitor. Man, so much winning. Is anybody tired of winning? That includes a more than 15% tax on tractors and herbicides. We're doing great, folks. We're doing great. Soybean farmers responsible for the U.S. biggest agriculture export, which accounts for 14% of the country's top total crops sent overseas, has been hit particularly hard by these tariffs. Trade disputes with Beijing have disincentivized China from buying American soybeans, and the country instead turned to South American countries like Argentina and especially Brazil, which makes up about 71% of China's soybean imports. So that's fantastic, man. Amazing. Amazing. America first, am I right? To be sure, thawing relations between the U.S. and China enlivened the soybean trade. China committed in October to resume orders of U.S. soybeans after halting all purchases in May, promising to import 12 million tons of soybeans by the end of the year, as well as 25 million tons in each of the next 3 years. However, soybean prices still lagged because of stifled demand, and farmers saw their third straight year of losses, in part due to the turmoil, the tariff turmoil. Nice! You know what this is, right? This is fallout from the original trade war that happened in Trump 1.0. According to agriculture economist, Trump's farm aid program doesn't hurt, but its benefits are limited. The bailout announcement arrived late in the harvest season, with farmers already booking orders at lower prices, nearly guaranteeing losses for the year. Man, everything this guy does is... It's impressive how everything he does just turns to garbage. Everything he does, it's almost impressive. Really. I'm getting a little worried. Yikes, I'm eating cardboard. More cardboard, I mean. The package also doesn't address input costs, which George sees as critical in improving tight margins. A lot of farmers are making purchasing decisions on the 26-year crop right now, he said, and the hope was that by now we'd start to see some fertilizer and stuff come down. It's just not happening to the extent we were hoping for because of Trump. Farmers work on a debt system, hoping for a good harvest. The banks get bailed out. Farmers never see that money. Oh, that's even worse then. Well, I imagine, like, what you mean, just to clarify, I'm asking, do you mean, like, for example, that because they work on this debt system, that all the money, presumably, that they will receive will go straight to paying off that debt? Yep. Soybean farmers have faced significant losses due to trade war with China. Yep. With estimates suggesting they could lose around 109 per acre for the 2025 year crop. Overall, the decline in exports has led to a projected loss in $34 billion for farmers in 2025 alone. I think they mentioned something like that, right? I'm pretty sure I saw that figure. Anyways, I literally thought they had they mentioned something about that. Maybe I'm wrong. The banks get bailed out. Yes, gotcha. Welcome in global solidarity now. Joe Maxwell, Missouri farmer and co-founder and chief strategy officer of the agriculture watchdog group Farm Action, said many of the issues plaguing the U.S. Agriculture industry, including input costs, go beyond the trade disputes created by Trump. His celebration of the bailout package was tempered by his belief that the administration should be addressing policies that for years have been hurting the industry. I think he means deregulation, but like, nah, fam. Nah. Semi-good news, folks. Semi good news. Organizers submit enough signatures to block gerrymandered Missouri map. You want to know what democracy looks like? This is what democracy looks like. Organizers challenging Missouri's gerrymandered congressional map say they turned in enough signatures on Tuesday to block the map from going into effect and force a referendum on the map next year. People Not Politicians, the main organization behind the effort, said they submitted more than 300,000 signatures to the Secretary of State office, nearly triple the amount required to block the map from going into effect. Nice. Very nice. Missouri's Republican Secretary of State now needs to review the signatures. The citizens of Missouri have spoken loudly and clearly. They deserve fair maps, not partisan manipulation, said Richard Von Glan. The executive director of People Not Politicians said in a statement, we're submitting a record number of signatures to shut down any doubt that Missouri voters want to say. Missouri Republicans approved a new map in December that eliminates the Kansas City-based district of Emanuel Kleber, a Democrat, and replaces it with the Republican one. It's part of a nationwide push for Trump to withdraw Republican-friendly congressional districts ahead of next year's midterm elections, when Republicans are expected to lose their razor-thin majority in Congress. Texas and North Carolina have also redrawn districts to be more GOP-friendly, while California is countered with a map that adds as many as 5 Democratic districts. I mean, we need more. We need more. Good news must be fake news. Landowners are considered farmers, and then there are actual workers who are not rewarded. Yes, I agree. Yep. Provision of the Missouri Constitution gives voters a chance to repeal acts of legislature if organizers can collect enough signatures in a tight time frame. The vast majority of the measures have been put up for referendum have been repealed. Republicans have aggressively fought to counter the Missouri effort. The Secretary of State, Denny Hoskins, has tried to throw out nearly 100,000 signatures, arguing they were prematurely collected. Yeah, nice. Nice try, though. 300,000. JK, welcome. Verifying the signatures should take between 8 and 10 weeks, but it could go into next summer. People Not Politicians said in a statement, the new map must remain paused while the review takes place. Catherine Hadaway, the Missouri Attorney General, has also taken legal efforts to try to stop the referendum from taking place. This should be illegal. Once you reach the threshold, and once a referendum, a ballot measure, or anything like that gets decided by the people, there should be a rule where it cannot be overturned by the governor of that state. I mean, think about it. That is literally one of the few and rare tools where we, the people, get to participate in direct democracy, right? Like all these ballot measures and referendums and things like that are direct democracy. And it's one of the very rare instances where we get to say, like, hey, actually, we want to protect women's rights. Hey, actually, we do want to raise the minimum wage. Hey, in our state, hey, actually, we want to make sure that we have representation in our state, and not allow these politicians to gerrymander our districts. Prairie Fire has info on farming issues. Yes, please check out Prairie Fire Kowalski. That's a first-hand source right there. Shout out to Missouri, power to the people. I agree. This is the kind of stuff that we like to see. You got to take the small W's as they come, folks. If this can happen in Missouri, ostensibly a pretty red state, it it's to give hope, folks. We need that. We need that. It appears that Trump is trying to distance himself from the blatant war crimes that have been happening, especially after this one came to light, where they went around and killed survivors after they attacked a boat. Trump backtracks on releasing boat strike video, distance himself from controversy. The controversy being a war crime. I hate the way that the media frames this stuff. It's not a controversy. It's a war crime. President Trump, after initially saying he had, quote, no problems with releasing the video of the September 2 strike on a alleged drug boat, I think this also is kind of a disservice because we simply don't know. This is only being alleged by one side. We have no evidence of this, so we would just say on a boat in the Caribbean Sea that killed 2 survivors is now reversing course and deferring to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I didn't say that, Trump claimed when pressed on Monday by ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott about his December 3rd comments. Whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay with me. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's legal. What do you mean, bro? So either you support what's happening or you're trying to skedaddle from accountability. Legislators are able to override people's ballot votes. Yeah, and I think that they shouldn't be able to do that. That was my point. I believe that they shouldn't be able to. Hegseth is a murderer, 100%. In an interview with Politico published on Tuesday morning, today, Trump further distanced himself from the controversy. Again, the controversy being the on-video war crime of the United States blowing up a boat and killing 11 people. That's the controversy. War crimes already? Has the war started yet? Preemptive war crimes. Further distanced himself from the war crime accusations when asked if he believed the second strike on survivors was necessary. Well, it looked like they were trying to turn back over the boat, but I don't get involved in that. That's up to them. What are you talking about? Like, you can't simultaneously pretend that like you're this alpha commander in chief that isn't to be questioned, but also like when being questioned about stuff, you're like, well, I'm not, listen, bro, you got to talk to the guy. You got to talk to the guy in charge. Okay. You got to talk to the guy in charge because that ain't me. The destroyer of planet Earth. I agree. Though last week, Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson spoke about Trump and Hegseth's responsibility for the strike, at the end of the day, the president and the secretary are the ones directing these strikes. Yeah, this is fantastic stuff, right? Like, on one hand, I don't get involved in any of that, don't ask me. But also, like, yeah, these are absolutely orders coming from the president. And any follow-up strikes that were directed said by Admiral Bradley, the Secretary 100% agrees with. Wilson told reporters at a briefing on December 2nd. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang asked the president in the Oval Office on December 3rd, will you release the video of the strike so that the American people can see for themselves? Ooh, what a nasty question. Trump responded, I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we certainly release it, no problem. Yeah, like the Epstein files? Like the Epstein files? A number of Senate Republicans said on Tuesday that they'd like to see the full video of the September 2 strike released to the public. We've got to release the video. Look, we've got to get the Epstein files released. Oh boy. We got to get any videos out. Do not weigh in any compromise mission integrity out there, said Republican Tom Tillis. Just get that stuff out of there. The planet is a beautiful place. There's lots of animals and people to love. The trees need hugging too. If you can read this, you're one of the lucky humans on planet. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham was less forceful, but said was okay with it being released. Josh Hawley said he would believe it would be helpful for the public to see to ease concerns about the varying accounts of what the video shows. Yeah, they're not going to release that video. If the video is anywhere near remotely close to what is being described and what is also incidentally adds up to previous incidents, because it's not like this is the first one, by the way, then it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't think they're gonna willingly release this video. The defense secretary hasn't asked for my opinion, but my opinion would be take whatever steps you need to redact whatever is truly sensitive. But otherwise, I think the American people would like to see it. Yeah, we would. Officials have confirmed there are 4 military strikes against the alleged. It's just a boat, folks. Like, I hate this. I really do, because it's not about that. Okay, this isn't about destroying drug boats or whatever. Please, this is a disservice to the American people every time the media does this. On September 2nd, the strike killing 9 out of the 11 people on board. About 40 minutes later, the second strike was ordered to kill the 2 survivors. 40 minutes later? Jesus Christ. Some Democrats and legal experts have suggested killing of the survivors could constitute a war crime. Yeah. Yeah. I would say so. Hegseth was heading to Capitol Hill on Tuesday with the Secretary of State, Little Marco, and Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane to brief the Gang of 8 on national security matters, is not committed to releasing the video of the strike. The Defense Secretary cited concerns that releasing the video could expose sources or methods that would need to be protected. Bro, that's not true. That is not true. It would be a video of the boat being blown up. A Monroe Doctrine, the whole continent is America's to do what they want with it.
Come on, the party has begun.
Jesus. Hegseth also suggested the 2 survivors posed an imminent threat. Yeah. Imminent threat. the two people stranded in the middle of the ocean. Okay. Representative Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the House Armed Service Committee, who has seen the video of the strike, pushed back on the description provided by Hegseth and other Republicans. Smith, during an appearance of ABC's This Week Sunday, called the video deeply disturbing, and it did not appear that these two survivors were in any position to continue the fight. Obviously not. They were stranded. They were stranded in the middle of the ocean after their boat got blown up. Members of Congress are attempting to pass new legislation to force Hegseth to provide lawmakers the unedited footage of the strike. Tilla said on Tuesday that releasing the video would clear up discrepancies about what it depicts. Everybody's trying to think about what's in it. That's why it's so important to get the videos out so we can objectively take a look at it ourselves. I think we have to be as transparent as possible. Yeah, they're not going to release that video. And if they do, it's not going to be very willing. Trump was asked in an interview with Politico if Hegseth should testify under oath about the September 2nd strike. I don't care if he does. He can if he wants. I don't care. He added he believes Hegseth is doing a great job. The September 2nd boat strike is part of what the administration has called its, the war on the drug cartels. There have been more than 20 military strikes against vessels in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific, killing more than 80 people. Again, actually, I prefer this framing because we don't really know if these are drug boats or not at all. We have no idea. We have no idea. Yeah, I agree. YouTube collaborations are a first step. This space, is a beginning. A clearinghouse for smaller creators will expand participation. I'm not sure if I went over this on this space last week, but we will talk about it here. I might have only talked about it in my show, but we will talk about it here. The suspect in the DC pipe bombs case said to have confessed in interviews with investigators. And surprise, surprise, folks. Who wants to start taking bets as to what the potential political beliefs of this person were? Please submit your bets in the chat now. Dum 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 da na na dum 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 dum. Yeah, rhetorical. Of course it was a MAGA person. The man accused of planting a pair of pipe bombs outside the headquarters of Republican and Democratic national parties in Washington on the eve of the January 6th insurrection confessed to the act in interviews with investigators. Two people familiar with the matter told the AP. Branco Jr. indicated that he believed that the 2020 election was stolen and expressed views supportive of President Trump. I mean, this is to the surprise of nobody. Nobody. Said the people were not authorized to discuss by name an ongoing investigation and spoke on condition of anonymity. The details add to a still emerging portrait of the 30-year-old suspect from Woodbridge, Virginia, and it was not immediately clear what other information or perspectives he may have shared while cooperating with law enforcement following his arrest on Thursday. I mean, I think that's pretty... The picture so far is becoming pretty clear. Right? He believed that the election was stolen, and he was going to do this act of political violence against what he believes is the establishment. That's what this is. It's domestic terrorism, right? He believes the lie that was sold to him by Donald Trump, that the election was stolen, and that the only way to solve this problem is to plant pipe bombs that that didn't even function, but whatever. I guess in his mind. Anyways, to basically V for Vendetta both parties' national, headquarters. Bella Lugrisi, welcome. Federal authorities have not publicly disclosed any information about a possible motive or whether there's any connection to the attack on the Capitol following the following day by Trump supporters. It doesn't have to be. Like, that's the thing about stochastic terrorism, right? Like, Trump has never said to go like bomb the RNC and DNC headquarters, right? He just keeps talking about how the country's in danger and how you have to fight for your country, and how there are and how the Democrats are treasonous, right, and should be therefore executed. And he's been saying this for about shy of 10 years now at this point. It should be to the surprise of nobody that some of these people took it upon themselves to do things like this. Space cadets. Federal authorities have not publicly disclosed any information about the possible motive or any connection to the Capitol insurrection. A spokesperson for the Federal Public Defender's Office, which will be representing Cole at Friday court appearance, declined to comment. Calls for relatives of Cole listed in public records were not immediately reached. I mean, it's not, again, this is not surprising or shouldn't be surprising to anybody that it would be yet another far-right domestic terrorist. But yeah, please explain to me, but please go on about the constant radical violent left. Yeah. All right, folks, we got one more story, and then Absurdity Space is up next. We got one more story. About 400 immigrant children were detained longer than the recommended limit, ICE admits. So the source is ICE. And if they're admitting this, it's probably a lot worse. The hundreds of immigrant children lingered in federal detention beyond the court-mandated limit, including some who were held more than 5 months, according to court filings that alarmed legal advocates who say the government is failing to safeguard children. Wait a minute. I was told that this was the party of saving the children. This was the party of pro-life. Huh. Fascinating. Attorneys for detainees highlighted the government's own admissions to longer custody times for immigrant children, contaminated food, a lack of access to medical care, or sufficient legal counsel reported by families and monitors at federal facilities, as well as a renewed reliance on hotels for detention. The attorneys' reports were filed late Monday in a civil lawsuit launched in 1985 that led to the creation in 1997 of court-ordered supervision of standards and eventually established a 20-day limit in custody. The Trump administration is attempting to end this agreement. The December 1st report from U.S. Immigration and Customs indicated that about 400 immigrant children were held in custody for more than the 20-day limit from August to September. Again, some of them for 5 months. The limit is 20 days. The court, they told the court the problem was widespread and not specific to a region or facility. The primary factor that prolonged their release were categorized into 3 groups: transportation delays, medical needs, and legal processing, all of which have been exacerbated by this administration, and I would argue on purpose, because it generates this kind of scenario. The cruelty is the point. Legal advocates for the children contended those reasons do not provide lawful justifications for the delay in their release. Through interviews with the detainee families, advocates identified 5 children held for 168 days. The limit is 20. The report didn't say how old those children were, as if it mattered. ICE did not immediately respond for a request for comment on Tuesday. Hotel use for temporary detention is allowed by the federal court program for up to 72 hours, but attorneys questioned the government's data, which they believe did not fully explain why children were held longer than 3 days in hotel rooms. Conditions at detention facilities, i.e. concentration camps, continue to be an ongoing concern since the family detention site in Dilley, Texas reopened this year. Yeah. Advocates documented injuries suffered by children and a lack of access of sufficient medical care. One child bleeding from an eye injury wasn't seen by medical staff for 2 days. 2 days. Another child's foot was broken when a member of the staff dropped the volleyball net pole. According to the court filing, medical staff told one family whose child got food poisoning to only return if the child vomits 8 times. This is truly disgusting stuff that we're reading. I'm not going to lie. Children get diarrhea, heartburn, stomach aches, and they give them food that literally has worms in it. One person with a family staying at the facility in Dilley wrote in declaration submitted to the court. Children. Again. Another wrote that they were given broccoli and cauliflower that were moldy and had worms. I'd like to reemphasize that this is children that they're giving this food to. The Chief U.S. District Judge Dolly G. of the Central District of California is scheduled to have a hearing on the reports next week where she could decide if the courts need to intervene. I hope so. Because this is pretty horrific. Okay, it's bad enough that we see reports like this happening across the country from the Florida concentration camps and Texas concentration camps, but to see these constant reports, right? These new reports that keep coming out about just how horrible the conditions are in these concentration camps, should really want to make folks throw up, because this is horrible. This is really disgusting. This doesn't have to be, but it is. It is who we are, and we have to keep talking about it, folks. We have to keep talking about it, and as these reports continue to come out, we have to spread the word about it. The people need to know what is happening here, if not just for putting it on the record, because when history looks back on these times, it's not going to look back too kindly. That's for sure. All right, folks. It's about to be 8 o'clock. Got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here, folks. Appreciate all of the support. You guys are what makes this channel go. Please do us all a favor. Do all the things like, share, subscribe, comment, hit the little engaging little emoji thingy, anything. It really does help us out. Spread the word. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We have live commentary, live streams. We have syndicated content, and we have new shows as well. So come check it out and spread the word. There's something here for everyone. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Up next is Absurdity Space with Kristina and Forrest Miller. Thank you so much, folks. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. See ya!
Yeah. Welcome to the absurdity space in the time slot that's normally movie night extravaganza. We had to switch it up a little bit because our movie night extravaganza episode on The Player is tomorrow at this time. Ian Miller is going to be on, and he couldn't do it on Tuesday.
And his father wrote the original Friday the 13th.
Yeah, I forget about that. But he's also the bassist in Kowloon Walled City, which is a band that I've actually seen play. But I'm Forrest Miller. This is Kristina Oakes. We're here to be absurd. We're here to have a good time. We're here to make light of the news. I gotta come up with a spiel. Like I gotta write down a spiel and be like, that's my opening remarks.
Yeah, exactly. We got a lot since we're doing the full 2 hours, and there's a lot of movie pop culture news, but also some political stuff. The girls are fighting apparently in the right-wing podcast sphere.
Yeah, it's the kind of I saw the San tweet where he's like, I used to dream of days like these because of the amount of but there's like a right-wing firing squad right now that's just like Candace Owens, Tim Pool, everyone who is tangentially related to
Milo
Yiannopoulos
too.
We are Charlie Kirk. We're part of the
We are Charlie Kirk. That's actually a banger song, I'm not gonna lie.
Somebody posted their like Spotify Wrapped, and they were like, if it really was my Spotify Wrapped, it would be We Are Charlie Kirk. Like that would be like the top.
Yeah, my Spotify Wrapped was just #1 song most played, Rocky Road to Dublin. I feel like that's 420 times. I feel like I listen to it more than that, but I now over at Spotify.
I have Apple Music, so I always feel left out. Starting with something funny. Jim Caviezel will play Jair Bolsonaro in heroic biopic written by his Secretary of Culture. Now that
I'm excited for whoever's going to play Michael Brooks in this biopic to celebrate him getting COVID for the first time.
Michael Brooks is the villain of the movie. He and Lula.
Yeah.
He and Lula and Noam Chomsky. They're like
no
the three.
Offense. This guy's too handsome to be playing Bolsonaro. Like that guy's not a good-looking dude.
But
his sons are even uglier.
I sent you this yesterday, and I said movie title ideas. So my movie title idea for this is The Good, the Bad, and the Sickly.
Yeah. There you go. Maybe we should write the script. Contact this person and be like, we got a good idea for a title.
Or Sick Man, the Jair Bolsonaro story. I'd like to hear from the comments if anyone has a Bolsonaro movie title. I'll throw it on screen. By the way, we will be taking questions. If people have questions, throw them in the chat. I mean, that's the thing anyway, but we'll be taking more of them. We'll be leaning on the chat, to fill the 2 hours.
Yeah. Of course, Forrest would know a lot about Michael because for those who don't know, Forrest was Michael Brooks' video editor. So every time someone would be like, yo, check out this Michael Brooks compilation video, you should know Forrest made those videos.
Yeah, that was a fun. He paid me for like 6 months of work to just do that on my off days. Yeah. So it was like I would spend like 3 or 4 hours every day, and then I was getting paid by that time because I started out not making a lot of money because the channel wasn't making anything. And then every 6 months or so, Michael would give me a raise because he's a socialist, and if he didn't do that, I would be like, not very socialist of you. And
this is the equivalent to Hassan pay your editors, and
but I got to spend 6 months just coming up with ideas for it, and I went through so many. I feel like I had Sam Cedar in I don't know, buried in my brain somewhere because of that, because it's it was all Sam Cedar and Michael Brooks bits where they're going back and forth, which is crazy that the new producer sounds exactly like Michael, and it kind of bugs me out.
Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember listening when he first. I was like, I've heard this voice before. Why does it sound familiar? Even the laugh is kind of similar.
Is this a rerun? How are they doing news from today? But it's a rerun because I can clearly hear Michael.
Yeah, and the fact that more people have picked up on it, I'm like, I was talking about it too, and everyone's like, you know what, you're right, and I was like, of course I'm right. Yeah. I've got a very distinctive voice.
But yeah, Jim Caviezel obviously was Jesus, and Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ. They should get Mel Gibson to direct the Jair Bolsonaro movie. I would.
Yes,
I feel like
yeah.
it would go hard. Jair Bolsonaro gets in prison and he starts blaming the Jews.
And then
like,
he gets COVID, what,
like-
10 times in 2 years?
They're like, I think Mel Gibson has been messing with the script a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, what about
I don't think
that?
Bolsonaro
Like-
would have blamed the Jews. He was a big fan of Israel. I don't think
Can you imagine their own them doing the whole like their own version of January 6th in the movie? If that happened, obviously that's
No,
why he's going to prison.
Theirs was, and I remember this distinctly because it's my brother's birthday. Theirs
Yeah.
was January 8th.
Which is funny as hell.
Yeah. So they not only did they do a smaller version of January 6th, they did it 2 days after January 6th.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the
January
news just took
8th,
a couple
6th,
days.
the reckoning, you know?
Maybe the news took a couple days to get down to them or something, and they're like, "We got to
Like,
do
hey
it."
guys, it's actually on the 6th.
One of the only, I mean, it was like, it's crazy that like because of what he became, but I managed to like when I was producing for Ben, I had like questions and he had Glenn Greenwald on, and I got to talk to him about January 8th, the 2 day late January 6th. Yeah,
I forgot.
Literally, he was in Florida for treatment, and he was at that Publix.
Yeah, if I saw, because I live near a Publix, like within walking distance. If I saw Jair Bolsonaro, I'll be like, dude, are you okay?
I mean, if he made it all the way to you, it would be kind of like you know when they have one of those migrating birds from like Central America that migrates just a little bit higher than ever, and everyone's like, "The fuck is a toucan doing here?" I feel like that's Bolsonaro arriving in.
What's going on here? Are you
But I
supposed
feel like
to be on the Fruit Loops box? What's going on?
I feel like that's Bolsonaro arriving instead of in Florida in South Carolina at a Publix. He's like, they're like, this is like, I feel like maybe he migrated a little bit too far north. Like, is climate change doing this to Bolsonaro?
Yeah, we got a second Publix now on another side of town, and I've noticed. I'm like, thank God it's not as congested on Wednesdays where we get the senior citizen discount for like what $10 off. Cool.
By the way, Mel Gibson, Golden Globe winning director of the remake of all the bad movies. We should talk about the Golden Globe nominations.
Fucking Superman being snubbed for like box office achievement killed me, and also Annie from Sinners not getting a Golden Globe nomination.
Full list of Golden Globe nominees. Getting the fun stuff that doesn't affect the future of our country out of the way early.
Yeah. I mean, it affects also our podcast, because if there's one thing that Conan, Neutron, and myself love, award season, and we're curating a great list for I'm assuming February to cover.
Yeah,
film.
it's coming up fast.
Yeah, and we live stream a reaction to the Oscars in March live, and there are some times where we get more views than the actual Oscar live stream, which is weird.
that was
The first time we did it, we were like, why is everyone watching us? Okay, cool.
I think they thought we were the Oscars official live stream. But you think that they would have turned it on and then turned it off and been like, that's not. But some of them stuck around.
Yeah.
That like last year was cool, but and now it makes me sad that Leslie Lee was on and then he passed away and stuff. That definitely bums me out for our Oscar stream last year, but it is crazy. He was like he was feeling really sick during that, and then he was like, "Hey, gotta go." But best motion pictures, drama, Frankenstein, Hamnet. I want to see Hamnet now that people are talking about it.
Yeah.
It was just an accident. Haven't seen it. Secret Agent. Haven't seen it. Sentimental Value. Haven't seen it. Sinners gonna win. And then Blue Moon, Begonia. I love we better cover Begonia when the time comes.
We are. Don't worry.
Conan
and I definitely. Yeah.
Marty Supreme. Is Marty Supreme out? I keep hearing people. I don't know if
I want to see it. Also, they already added like all the Avatar nominations, yet it hasn't come out yet, and I'm like, what? I mean, they know it's a James Cameron epic, but like again, I just don't.
I saw the meme of the one guy from Avatar that looks like a cop, and he said, "You like blue girls?"
Yeah.
Every color.
Charlie Chaplin's
every color.
Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter plays the villain in this one, from what I've heard.
This Avatar. I don't think I don't think I've seen. I think maybe I have. I don't know. I don't think I'd remember if I did. I remember my brother and my dad were really into it for a while,
I
But
saw the first Avatar in theater, and I was like, "This is kind of boring. I like Titanic better, obviously, and I like Aliens better."
But No Other Choice, which is the one Conan's really into. I definitely have to see that. Nouvelle Vague. That's the one that's the Godard one, I think.
Yeah.
It's like recreating the making of Breathless, and then one battle after another. I feel like it's one battle after another is to lose.
Yeah, it's gonna be one Batman versus Sinners when it comes to all the awards. I think like it's like Wicked could get like a best costume production design, whatever. But it's like if that K-pop demon whatever wins the best song, you're not gonna see me ever again. Anyway,
You know, be funny if they swapped out Lockjaw from One Battle After Another, and they swapped him out with Remick and Sinners. We just kept the rest of the movie the way he walks.
Listen, I watched this past episode of It Welcome to Derry and the Sinners comparison to the Black Spot Fire. I'm like, first of all, Remick would have slaughtered those white racists first before trying to get into the Black Spot Club. I'm just saying, like, remember, Remick would have voted for Obama a third time if he could. Okay, remember that. Fellowship and love.
Let me see. So, best performance by a female actor. I believe they call that an actress. In a motion picture
Okay,
drama.
whoa. Forrest, are you telling me that the Golden Globes went woke this year?
I guess. Well, no, they're going anti-woke. They're making everyone guys. Yeah, Jessie Buckley for Hamnet. Jennifer Lawrence, Die My Love. I feel like that movie came out and nobody talked about it.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like now every time Jennifer Lawrence like does a movie, she has to get nominated for a Golden Globe. It seems because even last year, even before, she's like, "I'm just gonna go."
She has like trauma, right? Like it's reliving her trauma, and everyone was like, "Wow, she's so good at trauma."
Yeah, I think so.
People talked about that one for a week, and then they stopped. Renee Rensve in Sentimental Value. Julia Roberts, After the Hunt. It's good she's still getting work. I can't stop thinking about I mean, I don't you've watched The Player already, right?
Yeah.
And every time they're like, I'm thinking of Julia Roberts type every single every single time they cast a movie. Tessa Thompson and Hedda. Eva Victor, Sorry Baby. I hope Eva Victor. I saw Sorry Baby between this show and the last one where I said I hadn't seen Sorry Baby, but I really wanted to. I loved it. I hope she gets a Golden Globe because she's definitely not getting an Oscar nomination or anything.
Oh, that's actually a category, by the way. They've added podcasts now for some odd reason.
The only reason why the Golden Globes are really interesting is it gives you a flavor of what like the Academy is going to be looking at for nominations. It's like the first in the many awards, and as professional awards watchers,
Also, too, we will also be getting a say in voting, right? Perhaps.
Wait, we're getting.
But aren't we going to be? We're part of something now that Conan signed us up for as a podcast. I'm excited
we're
about
part
that.
of something. He said we get screeners, which
Yeah,
it's not great to give everybody screeners because then it's like, well, I guess they really are killing theaters off.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, fuck it. I don't want Trump to own another media company, like.
Best performance by a male actor in a motion picture drama: Joel Edgerton, Train Dreams.
What?
I
don't
know.
Again, some of these times it's like, what? I've never heard of these movies before.
Yeah, I do like that. It's like Yimby Twitter. I feel like Train Dreams. They're like,
yeah,
they're dreaming of trains,
dreams, and automobiles.
Oscar Isaac, Frankenstein. I mean, he did pretty good.
Yeah.
He was. I liked learning that he was in a ska band.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that they've gave so many awards to the Smashing Machine because The Rock is nominated.
Yeah, so The Rock is nominated. Michael B. Jordan, of course, I'm rooting for my boy Michael B. Jordan, and it kind of sucks. They they snubbed Michael C. Jordan, his brother, from the movie.
I know, or Jordan the Stallion, our favorite.
I purposely purged all the information that I had heard about Sinners when I first saw it. So it didn't process for me that it was going to be two Michael B. Jordans. And at first I was like,
are these different? Is that? And then I was like, in my head, I was like,
because I mean, if Chadwick Boseman had lived, he would have been Smoke. Like they would not have been twin brothers. I feel like,
Yeah.
you know. But like,
And then that
like again,
cousins-
when I
and then
watched,
that
I forgot.
cousins line would
Yeah,
have
we cousins.
actually
Yeah,
made sense.
I would have because he also replaced him on All My Children. Michael B. Jordan replaced Chadwick Boseman because he thought that his character was more of a like a racial stereotype, which is true considering it was like the early 2000s. But it was funny because again, I forgot about whatever I learned about Sinners 2. I mean, I didn't really know. I was like, oh, I'm like, I like Ryan Coogler, I like Michael B. Jordan. Let's go. You know who's missing from like any of these Best Supporting Actor nominations? Delroy Lindo.
Yeah, he like improv. He improv the best line or one of the best lines in the movie, which
Yeah.
he had a couple of the best lines because I also like when he poops himself.
Yeah, he's like, anyone want to smell that? They're like, no. He's like, I just shat myself.
But no, I really the line where he's like country, like when he's like blues comes from here, we brought it from home,
Yeah.
like that.
It
whole
wasn't
scene.
pushed on us like that religion. Yeah.
Yeah, like he improv a lot of that, which is insane.
I've seen Sinners way too many times, and we could probably quote the entire movie right now.
Best performance by a female actor in a motion picture, musical, or comedy. Again, female actors. I guess anti-woke is one this year. Rose Byrne, If I Had Legs I'd Kick You. I still want to see that. I still have not seen that.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things. She might be like a sleeper hit option for like. She might be like wow, really? Like people would be coming out of nowhere. But also, I think What's Her Face for Weapons could also pull through.
Yeah, Cynthia Erivo, of course.
Yeah,
which, the less good half of Wicked, in my opinion.
That's what even us Wicked fans agree, because it's like they could have made that movie longer. I mean, when we talk about Wicked for Good, Julie and I are gonna have a lot to say because we're gonna dress up as Alpha and Glinda when we do that episode with her.
It's so funny that they had that.
Paint your face with aluminum. Anyway,
it's so funny that the Onion just recreated one of those Jubilee debates, and it's like, why you should become an Onion subscriber, and each person goes up like it's the Jubilee debate.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's funny that like sending it to Julia. She hadn't seen it.
Yeah.
I don't think she hasn't done any of the debates though. She just has done the React videos, right? Like those.
Yeah, we know someone who's who's now a famous actress who was on a hit show on AMC.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. She keeps posting pictures of her with Greg Nicotero, and like as someone who's like a huge like Walking Dead fan. I mean, and like a huge fan of like Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, like all of those movies too. And she was like effects, like he was the effects guy on a lot of those. But it's crazy, like as someone who was a Walking Dead fan, to like see someone hanging out with Greg Nicotero. Yeah. So Kate Hudson, Song Sung Blue, Chase Infinity, One Battle After Another. She's like Chase Infinity was really good in One Battle After Another. As like, I mean, it's like pretty early in her career, right? She's not.
Yeah.
Amanda Seyfried, The Testament of Anne Lee. I always root for Amanda Seyfried and everything because she lives near me.
Oh, cool. I like her because I think she auditioned for Glinda.
She has a farmhouse. Her and her husband, they took their money from like Hollywood and they bought like a really cool like farmhouse in the middle of the Catskills. Ooh. And I always like see pictures of her, like they're always like Amanda Seyfried's house, like hidden in the Catskills. I'm like, oh, cool. Emma Stone and Begonia. I really do feel like rooting for Emma Stone because she absolutely crushed that. Begonia is like hands down, like apart from One Battle After Another and apart from Sinners, like Begonia's up there for me. Like it was like, going to see that in literally every seat in the because I saw it at the Woodstock Film Festival, and every seat was taken. Like it was a packed house, and every single time
she shaved her head. She shaved her head, and her hair's growing back quite nicely.
But it was crazy because every time something happened, which obviously is all throughout the movie. Like I don't know how they keep exactly going. Like they keep rationing up the entire movie like for 2 hours, and it's insane. But every single time, the whole crowd of the movie theater I was in would just gasp like collectively. And then Stavros appeared on screen, and I started laughing really hard. And I feel like people looked at me. It was like I was like in Cape Fear, where I was sitting there with like the cigarette.
That's right. You're laughing your ass off in the movie. Yeah, that's kind of
every time Stavros said anything.
Yeah. Also, too, I wouldn't mind being in an open relationship, Stavi. It's fine.
I don't know. It was crazy. Like I was this close to getting him to come on the Ben Burgess show when I was working on it, but then he had to tour, and then it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing I had a reaction in my theater was when Jonathan Bailey took off his suspenders in Wicked for Good.
See, I went on Thanksgiving, so I went with my mom instead of doing Thanksgiving dinner because I don't know, we just didn't feel like it. Like it's always just so much work. So there weren't that many people in the theater. I mean, there's more than there's a lot of college kids I think that weren't going home because obviously it's like college town, but it's like it wasn't like I don't know, like there wasn't like a reaction. Maybe I would have been more into it if there was like a packed theater.
Yeah, my theater was packed. Thank God there were no kids in there. Because the moaning, God, we women were like, oh. It was not good. I was like, the suspenders stay off. Whatever. The great cardigan stays on, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. They made it like they should have done it PG-13, I feel like.
I know. I mean, even the transformation should have been more. I mean, we get hints of it, but it's like, come on. Like, I mean, even the musical, their love song, they can't keep their hands off each other. Because it's like a post-coitus situation. I mean, that entire number is just blue diamonds on a green field. Song.
You like sex, Mr. Lebowski? You mean coitus?
Yes. I was like, God damn! But then some people are like, "This is too much for my kids." I'm like, PG movies. I mean, my God, man, they might as well just made it rated G.
So best performance by a male actor, the only real ones in a motion picture musical or comedy.
Timothée, who, by the way, my most famous friend on Facebook is his mother, by the way, for those who don't know. I'm friends with Timothée Chalamet's mother on Facebook because I'm friends with so many New York actors.
She just
posts about her son.
Yeah, you're friends with so many New York actors, and yet you don't get them to come on the movie podcast.
I know Harvey Fierstein. It's weird, but
but reach out.
Yeah, we'll do Mrs. Doubtfire.
I like Harvey Fierstein and see, I keep referencing ones we do with the letter hack, but in Independence Day when he's in the car and he's like, "Mom, I can't talk right now. I gotta call you back."
Yeah, or Mulan because he voices one of the characters that she befriends. I mean, I recognize his. You just know, it's Harvey Fierstein. Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah, so George Clooney, Jay Kelly. I haven't even heard of that movie.
These are all real actors. Like I'm like, woo! Like these are all legends. What's going on?
Leonardo DiCaprio, one battle after another. I feel like it's his.
He could win the Oscar this year. He could actually win his second Oscar after a decade.
It would be crazy though if that's the role, because he's dressed like Cheech Marin for most of the movie.
Yeah, I mean, because Timothée Chalamet is like Gen Z's Leonardo, and he's up against our Leonardo, so it's like, oh God, I'm like, just don't bring Kylie Jenner to the awards like you did with the SAG Awards, and you might win this time, Timothée.
Let the white boy win. Yeah. So Ethan Hawke and Blue Moon, I still have to see that, and it's crazy that I haven't, but I think they just put it on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, he looks unrecognizable. I was like, what the hell? He looks like someone, but I forgot who. But I was like, Mickey Rooney, is that you? Like, it was weird because he looks so short.
I feel like I've been seeing that one scene from it for a while, but I didn't know what it was from.
Margaret Qualley's in it too.
Yeah, the one scene with he's like seducing Margaret Qualley or something, and I feel like I've seen that scene a bunch of times, like posted by people, but I didn't know what it was from. But I'm like a big Richard Linklater fan, so like it's crazy I haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Lee Byung Hung, I hope I said that right. No Other Choice, and Jesse Plemons, Begonia. I don't know. I think that it's Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, I guess they're gonna try to. I haven't seen Marty Streep, so I don't know what Timothée Chalamet's performance is like in that.
Apparently, they say it's his best performance yet because he went full method. I'm like, oh God. Kristen Stewart was on a podcast recently, and I shared the clip, and she was talking about like how, when men go method, it seems so distracting and annoying, and they get praised for it. But when women do it, it's like they don't get the credit they deserve for really going in on a roll. And I'm like, because Timothy was like, I lost my eyesight wearing these contacts for a few weeks, and I'm like, oh my God,
that is pretty funny.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for someone to. I'm waiting for someone to castrate themselves for a role.
To play a castrata?
Yeah, or to someone's like, for this role, I gave myself a vasectomy.
Yeah.
Like, you got it reversed, but I did that.
Yeah.
Best performance by a female actor in a supporting role: Emily Blunt, The Smashing Machine.
Why?
Ellie Fanning, Sentimental Value. It's funny that Conan keeps being like, yeah, I always think about like those girls, like the Fanning girls, as like being like little, and I'm like, they're actually like Dakota Fanning's born the same year I am, so it's like I'm like, but I still think of her as like as the kid in War of the Worlds.
Girls are, oh, War of the Worlds. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm like I'm like, oh wow, they're my age, you know. It's funny because I mean I always think of Elle Fanning. I think of Catherine, you know, the Great. That was a good show on Hulu. Her and Nicholas Hoult. Ariana Grande for Wicked. Honestly, I'm surprised she didn't get the lead one because I felt like part 2 was Glinda's movie.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird how they divvy these up because like supporting, like if there's 2 leads in a movie, one of them gets supporting, and it's like it's not really supporting.
If this was the Tony Awards, Kristen and Adina were up for Best Actress in lead in a musical when Wicked opened on Broadway. So there's no way that it's just weird.
Weird. Let me see. So, Inga Absader, I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry.
For someone for Sentimental Value.
Sentimental Value. Inga Absader. I don't know. Amy Madigan. I mean, I could see her. I feel like she should be lead because they don't even have.
Yeah, because yeah.
No, she's not actually in that much of the movie. So I guess that actually does make sense for supporting. She's only in, like, I clocked it when we did our episode on weapons, and it was like 1 hour and 26 minutes or something into it that she actually like fully appears as her character or something. It was crazy. Because I felt like she was in the whole movie. She haunted the movie for me.
That's kind of how I felt about Margaret Hamilton and Wizard of Oz. Like, I'm surprised that she only got like 10 minutes of screen time.
Yeah.
She could have gotten more, but it would have been too scary. And I'm like, oh, but what might have been?
And then she went on Mr. Rogers.
Yep. And Sesame Street, don't forget, she was Oscar the Grouch, and that scared kids. Parents were like, how dare you scare our kids? And I'm like,
I just really like the video of Mr. Rogers going, oh, how do you do the laugh? And he's like,
and fucking Mr. Rogers was like trans rights because he's like, boys and girls play witches. I'm like, yeah, he didn't say wizards or warlocks, he said witches. So take that.
Yeah, but
it
distracted me with the
he's like, I wish I could do that. And I'm like, you can. He's just, your voice is too soothing.
But yeah, Tiana Taylor, One Battle After Another. Yeah, I don't like her in One Battle After Another. Really?
I mean, it's probably gonna be. It might actually. You know what? It actually might end up going to Ariana Grande. I mean, this is not the strongest category. I think. I mean, it's gonna be between her and Amy for weapons. I think.
Word. Best performance by a male actor. Yeah, male actors in a supporting role. Benicio del Toro, One Battle After Another. Dude, A Few Small Beers. That's like the line of the year when he's like, how much? He gets out of the car. He's like, how much have you had? Oh, not much, just a few small beers. And I was going around after I saw it for a week going, ocean waves, Bob. Every time I got stressed out, it helps for some reason. Like, Jacob Elordi, Frankenstein. As
the monster, by the way.
Because it's Guillermo del Toro's, I call it L. Frankenstein. Paul Mescal, Hamnet. Yeah, I still haven't I didn't even know this movie existed until a week ago.
That man needs to be in more musicals because when he did Gladiator, the musical sketch on SNL, he was like, "There's no place like Rome," flying on a broomstick. I was like, "Oh, he's got bars." Okay.
Sean Penn, One Battle After Another. Yeah, I mean, it'll probably go to Sean Penn. I feel like for this one. Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler.
They keep adding. I feel like they keep adding celebrities to this Jay Kelly movie, and I've never.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't even know about it until I'm like, wait, there's a movie with Adam Sandler and George Clooney in
it. and the man himself, Stellan Skarsgård, Sentimental Value.
Yeah.
Cinematic and box office achievement. Avatar: Fire and Ash.
It's not even in theaters yet.
K-pop Demon Hunters.
I feel like Zootopia 2 is gonna get that one because it's like almost $500 million at the box office, and I didn't even know anything about it until like a week before it came out. I was like, oh. I mean,
Mission
could go to
Impossible,
Sinners.
the final reckoning. They keep making Mission Impossible movies, and they keep calling it like the last ride. I feel like,
yeah,
Mission Impossible, the last one, I swear.
yeah.
Yeah, Sinners, Weapons, Wicked for Good, Zootopia 2. I feel like Wicked should win a lot of like the ones for like set design and stuff like that.
Yeah, set design, costume design. I mean, they had to do a lot with, again, I mean, MGM copyright. This is why I wish Universal would buy out Warner Bros. Because then they'll all own the same IP, all the Oz IP, right? And hear me out. They do a George Lucas style re-editing and re-release of both Wicked movies where they can make the slippers ruby in part 2. They can design the yellow brick road the same way. They could even edit her makeup to resemble the green grease paint used in.
You like Green Girls. Let me see. Best Motion Picture, non-English. See, it really is the anti-woke Golden Globes. They used to be like international. Now it's just like non-English. There's two kinds of movies.
Who's in charge of this?
There's two kinds of movies. There's English and non-English.
Foreign? No foreign? Okay.
It was just an accident. France.
No other choice could win this one.
I don't want to know what it was just an accident in France means. Like, oh, it slipped in. It slipped in. It was just an accident.
What slipped in where?
No other choice. South Korea. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's gonna be up for an Oscar because it's like Park Chan-wook.
Yeah.
If I was a DJ,
every time I see Secret Agent, I want to hear Secret Agent Man, Secret.
I feel like Park Chan-wook would be such a good DJ name. If you're at like a rave, ravers are all like, "Oh, we're wooks, we're wooks." Yeah, sentimental value, Norway. All right, that makes sense. Why I haven't. Why
Norway.
It hasn't
when I think of a good non-English film I think of Norway.
Surat from Spain and the voice of Han Rehab, which it was really sad that movie came out and then they killed her like right after the movie came out.
Yeah.
It like premiered. Best motion picture animated, Arco, Demon Slayer. I'm Demon Slayer, whatever that one is. It's just too long.
Zootopia 2 is gonna get it. I hope. I'm rooting for it.
They had a thing on when I went to the movies on Thanksgiving. Zootopia 2 and Wicked were the only two things really playing at the movie theater for some reason, and they had them in two different rooms, and then they switch off which rooms. So I still feel like an idiot over this. I went in the wrong movie theater in the beginning, and it was halfway through the movie, and I was like trying to figure out where I was supposed to be sitting because it was in two different theaters, and they didn't tell me which theater it was in. And I was like, oh, I think I'm supposed to sit here. Some like guy was in the seat, and then I realized like, oh, it's the theater. Best director, Paul Thomas Anderson, One Battle After Another, Ryan Coogler, Sinners, Guillermo del Toro, Frankenstein, Jafar Panahi. I'm probably not saying that right. It was just an accident. Joachim Trier, Sentimental Value. It's probably not pronounced like that because it's Norway. I pronounced it like it was a Spanish guy. Chloe Zhao, Hamnet. Yeah, see, I definitely
be between Paul, Ryan, and maybe Guillermo. It's probably gonna be between Paul Thomas and Ryan Coogler. Yeah.
Best screenplay, One Battle After Another, Marty Supreme by Ronald Bronstein and Josh Safdie. Sinners, Ryan Coogler. It was just an accident. Jafar Panahi. Hey, I guess he wrote and directed it. He must have been quite the accident. Sentimental Value, Hamnet, Best Original Score. Just kind of the same ones for director and writer. Frankenstein score. Frankenstein score doesn't really do anything for me.
Ludwig, let's go.
Yeah, Sinners. One Battle After Another. I do really like the One Battle After Another. The theme that's like yeah. Surat, Hamnet, F1. Hans Zimmer did the F1 score. Fast Car by Hans
Of
Zimmer.
course. Him and John Williams are always working. It's either those two, and then you slap Ludwig in out of nowhere, you know.
All right, these are the last ones because
best
after this it's television, and we're not interested.
Yeah, no. Best original song.
Song. Dream is One from Avatar: Fire and Ash.
Miley Cyrus sang that song, and I'm like, what?
Oh, I thought they were gonna do like a song from like the Avatar world or something. They're like,
oh god.
They're like, wow, this shit goes hard. Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters. I still don't know what the fuck that is. I lied to you from Sinners. No Place Like Home from Wicked. Isn't that's the new one that they did, right?
Yeah.
That's the
one that where the cowrie line's like,
yeah, no, I know.
Listen to her. This witch ruined my life.
I know what I mean. I remember.
I see that green face.
I just couldn't remember if it was on the actual, like if it was in the musical. It's the new one, yeah. Girl in the, so they did the two, so they're doing the two ones that are new ones. Girl in the Bubble. Here comes Glinda in her gay ass bubble.
I shout out to my girl Scarlett for playing little Glinda. I know her. She's a sweetheart. She did so good. I'm so proud of her.
And Train Dreams from Train Dreams. This is beginning to sound like the movie Plane, but it's Train
Dreams. What?
Yeah, I think it's just television from there. I don't think it's
I mean, if it doesn't go to, it's probably gonna go to the K-pop song for some reason because fanfare or you know, Sinners.
I mean, I am kind of afraid of K-pop fans, so
yeah, I'm not into K-pop. Everyone's like, my best friend is into K-pop, and I'm just like, she literally could be like, if she had the money, she probably would do like an Ollie London and like make herself look Korean. Like, I'm not even joking.
Then this was causing controversy.
Where is Movie Night Extravaganza on this list? What the hell?
But people are talking. People are kind of upset about this because best podcast. It's the Dak Shepard one, Call Her Daddy, the Amy Poehler one, Mel. I don't even know who Mel Robbins is. And
Will's
then
I've Had It act. That's a good one.
And then Up First from NPR. They said that they snubbed every political one, which is probably true. But of course, they probably don't want like a political podcast.
Joe Rogan, because they would have to nominate him. And it's like, fuck, man. No, I'm good.
Get out of here, Joe Rogan. No one.
Can you imagine if we ever got nominated for a Golden Globe? The three of us would be like,
I wouldn't want to, for the reason that I feel like people be like, what the fuck is this show? This show sucks. And then without even watching it.
Also, people are like, wait, what is this podcast? Maybe we should start doing maybe the next few years we could do the for your consideration campaign. Like we've had Adam McKay on. We've had, member of the, I'm assuming he's a member of the Academy or whatever. Like,
But yeah. So other things to talk about. Tarantino and Paul Dano. We said we would talk about
Dano Nation Rise Up. Also Matthew Lillard too. What the fuck did Matthew Lillard ever do?
I think that Tarantino was just they were like, oh, like this is something that you said, and like why are you going after this guy? And then he just came up with another guy to like go after so that people would stop thinking that this was the worst guy that he like said stuff about. It's like, oh, and Matt, because I saw the video where he's like, I have plenty of opinions about things. I have an opinion that I don't like Matthew Lillard either. And it's like,
why?
But yeah, it's I'm trying to find the actual.
He's not even the weakest male actor in SAG. Like Paul Dano, in my opinion, should have won a Golden Globe for playing a young Brian Wilson in that Brian Wilson movie.
There Would Be Blood would stand a good chance. Why every one of these is ads that keep popping up. There Would Be Blood would stand a good chance being number 1 or number 2 if it didn't have a big giant flaw in it. And the flaw is Paul Dano. Obviously, he's supposed to be a two-hander, but it's also drastically obvious he's not a two-hander. He's weak sauce, man. He's the weak sister. He's just weak, uninterested guy. The weakest fucking actor in SAG. I don't think that's a natural list that Tarantino has. It's a coke.
You know who's the weakest actor in SAG? The dude who's saying that quote.
Yeah, because every movie Tarantino's put himself in, he's the weakest part of the movie.
He really is. It's like, why are you here, dude? Like, you don't have to. Not all directors can act, and not all actors can direct. Or it's like, the triangle's not. It's like the square is a rectangle, but a rectangle's not a square situation.
Yeah. Well, the in From Dusk Till Dawn. That's the one movie they did a really good job. But it's because he's a creepy weirdo with autism in that movie, and it's
with the feet. I mean, I would like to say to his face, dude, you have a foot fetish in your movies. Also, too, if I'm remembering this correctly, because people have been saying this, Uma Thurman suffered a very, very terrible injury while filming one of the Kill Bill movies, and he was a piece of shit to her about that.
Yeah, they had her in a car, and they rolled the car down something, and the car actually crashed and like into something at the end of the thing that they didn't look for, and like she was badly injured in it, and he was like, keep rolling, don't go help her.
That too.
This is a sign in it. This is dead storage. that scene is I don't know. That scene's only good because of Harvey Keitel showing up. It was if you just had to deal with Tarantino, Samuel Jackson, and John Travolta like talking, it'd be like, oh my god. But then Harvey Keitel shows up and saves the day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was Uma Thurman's stumper. It was Uma Thurman that was in the con.
Yeah.
And it was a big thing because he wanted to date Uma Thurman, and he like obviously she was like his muse at the time, and he was like in love with Uma Thurman, and then he was
with Ethan Hawke at the time, I think, or they were still.
And then her car crashes, and then he doesn't even like. He's like, keep rolling.
Yeah. The car or the film?
Both. Run her over. Then she's gonna rely on me for support to take care of her.
Yeah,
and that's how I get Uma Thurman to date.
She could have ended up dead. I mean, look what happened with what was it? John Landis directing the Twilight movie, the Twilight Zone movie with a fucking Jennifer Jason Leigh's dad. Like that was a whole debacle. And this was
my dad's kind of a creep. Like I'll be the first to say it. Like my dad's kind of a creep, and he joined a yoga class because Uma Thurman was in the yoga class, and he was like, oh, Uma, because she was living near us at the time, and she was living in New Paltz, like on the weekends, like not full time, but it was her and Ethan Hawke were living here, and they were like getting divorced, and my dad was like, yeah, I joined a yoga class, and he's like, pause, he was like, Uma Thurman's also in the yoga class.
Yeah, the only person that actually kind of stays here a lot is Mark Wahlberg, and now Gerard Butler has like a winter home here. It's kind of interesting, especially for someone who dreamed of that when she was like 11.
I dreamed a dream. Yeah. Did you dream?
Oh my god! Did you see the Kennedy Center honors that Trump picked, and everyone was like, "What the fuck is this old white dude?" I'm like, "That's the Phantom of the Opera, Michael Crawford himself." If there's one person who loves Phantom of the Opera more than I do, it's our president. Blast that shit.
Or celebrities like, dude, that picture of him catching me taking a picture of him is so funny.
Yeah.
Right. When I was out to like breakfast with my family, and Chris Hayes was there for some reason. I was like, and then he just looked right at me as I took the picture. I was like, oh fuck.
That's funny.
He like had this road bike though with like the biggest tires I've ever seen. Like, they have like those road bikes that have
is he compensating for something?
I think he just rent because there's a bike rental place over by where I think he stays or whatever, and I think he rented the bike, but it was like this crazy road bike.
Yeah, hot damn! If I could get a residual check of over 70 grand, you know how happy I would be with my life. Also, Conan's never seen Titanic, and we really want to cover it one day because it's like one of my favorite movies ever, and also too, Conan's never seen Titanic ever.
Yeah, and he said he would only do it for this, which I respect. I saw Titanic when I was like young. Like it was one of those movies that you see when you're like, I don't know. Like I think I was like, well, because I mean it makes sense, right? Like it's not like it's
13. I was 3 because my sister was a big fan. We got the two VHS tapes.
Yeah.
And I just remember it ending. I'm like, what's happening? And they're like, we got to put in the second VHS tape to see what happens.
Yeah,
my sister saw the movie like 5 times in the theater.
I rented the same VHS or the same, the same.
I believe you're gonna get your headline after all, Mr. Murdoch.
Because it said Kristina Oakes really rented this before you. No, but I rented the same, and I remember being like, "There's two tapes," and it's like I gotta wait for the boat to sink because I remember the boat starts sinking at the end of the first tape.
Yeah, the iceberg gets hit. It hits the iceberg, and they're like, "What?" And then it's like, "Oh, a love story," but then it's like a disaster film in the second half, and it's like, okay.
I'll email the letter hack my picture of Chris Hayes. Wait, I have it on Twitter. I'll find it. It was so funny. because he clearly sees me taking a picture.
Yeah, it's
of
like
him.
that one photo of Robert Pattinson where he's like,
Yeah, and then I posted one time because Emma Vigland was on Chris Hayes' show and was like talking to Chris Hayes, and then I was like, oh yeah, well I could talk to Chris Hayes too if I saw him. There was a summer when I don't remember if he was there was something going on with the show where he was like moving it or something.
yeah.
And I don't know if he thought he was going to be unemployed or something like that, but he left the city and came up here because he has a house here. Like he has like a summer house, but he was here for like the entire summer. And I kept seeing him bike riding, but like, you know, not enough to like, because we always just pass each other. Like one day it was like a rainstorm, we passed each other, and I was like, "What up, Chris?" Like it got to the point where I could say hi to him. I was like, "Hey," and then but I couldn't do anything else.
You're like, you need an editor? You should ask that.
No, what
You
I
know
was
how
gonna,
rich you probably by now?
what I wanted to say, well, like, because he knew Michael Brooks, and it was like right around the time Michael Brooks had died,
Yeah.
and I wanted to be like I saw the thing you said about like Michael Brooks. Because he was talking about how Michael Brooks came to him as like when he first moved to the city. Michael Brooks like had lunch with him or something and talked about like career prospects in the industry. And I wanted to be like, yeah, that was like a really nice thing, but I was never like,
Oh, there.
yeah, he clearly
Yes.
sees,
It's like,
clearly saw me seeing him. I thought I was like being really sneaky because all the way over there, but he's looking directly at me in this picture.
yeah, is that the weirdest thing when you like want to take a picture of a celebrity and they're looking right like at the, and you're like, oh. It's like you know, I'm just.
Well, you kind of play it off like you're
trying to be
texting.
subtle. It's like,
Oh, a text message from a friend. Not yet. Not Chris Hayes.
yeah. Did you? I don't know if you have. Did you watch the Diddy documentary at all?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God.
I've tried to steer clear because he kind of got out of trouble.
Yeah, a lot of them. I shared like a post on my Instagram story. It's like, you know, all the men is like, you know, I saw him beat his wife, but I just figured he was at a low point in his life and he would do better. Yeah, he ripped me off millions of dollars, but I still wrote songs for him. And then it's like the whole thing with Sting. It's like he was dancing on Biggie's grave. I was like, we didn't see it, but then again, I was 4 when it actually I was almost 4 because it was like. Yeah, I think that's it. The VMAs are usually in August, but I remember that. I remember that because
I mean, I'll be
applause when he performed.
listening to you is like kind of crazy. Like it's kind of a.
He had that song out
crazy.
right weeks, produced and the music weeks, and it's like we didn't see it now, but we didn't see it then, but now we see it. And it's like.
I feel like there was so much trauma going on in the the rapper community. I almost said so much trauma in the black community, but when isn't there a lot of trauma going on?
Yeah.
We're in America, but no, there's a lot of trauma going on in like the rapper community. I feel like at that time, and it kind of makes sense. But I mean, like Suge Knight got away with his shit for as long as he did, and he like
I'm
Suge
just
Knight was
saying,
like an
Suge Knight
actual
was safe
low
at this
life.
point compared to Diddy. It
Yeah.
seems.
But he was like literally like a gangster pretty much. Like, you know what I mean? Like not in the way that like rappers are like gangsters. Like he was literally a gangster.
We know that he has. I mean, Every Breath You Take is now the most played song on the radio now, and so like he has to pay Sting to stay like $5,000 a day, and like it's just so weird that Diddy was like, yeah, we'll make amends, but you sing your song, why lip sync to my song? And it's like
Every
it sounds
breath
like,
you take.
that song is a stalker, creepy song. So it's like, oh, we know why you made him sing those lyrics for a reason. We get it now. But the fact that Sting got all the applause was kind of funny because everyone's like, who's this dude dancing? Because Diddy was only known for like doing like collaborations and little you know, in songs. So like his only hit song really was I'll Be Missing You. Because I don't it just
And he was Puff Daddy back then. I don't trust a man. I don't trust a man who changes his name that much.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if you change your name, if you change your name
a million times.
Like I don't trust him,
I remember
you know?
when P. Diddy had that song out and Ben Stiller was in the music video and he kept calling him like Papa Diddy, Puff Daddy. Oh, I want to go to one of your parties. I heard a lot of wild stuff goes on, and I'm like watching that now, and I'm like, we knew everyone. It's like the Epstein. Everyone knew, but like no one said anything. It's so funny.
Speaking of people that have changed their name a bunch, James Donald Bowman, James David Bowman, James David Vance.
Oh God,
that's crazy. Like I feel like you get. Well, unless something happens where like, obviously I'm not talking about like if you're trans and you change your name, like obviously I'm not talking, but like if you're as a man, if you change your name like multiple times without changing anything else, right? And you change it, I feel like you get one name change. You get one name change, and then it's weird.
Prince doesn't count because he just called himself the artist known as Prince. Yeah,
change your name to a symbol. You can change your name to a symbol. You can get away with that. But I feel like if you change your name to like just something like a different name, like I think Diddy was like, oh well, he's Puff Daddy. But they changed it at one point to Brother Love, and that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like when Snoop Dogg was calling himself Snoop Lion. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this to yourself?
He was doing because he was a reggae artist.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's so funny because he was a reggae artist, but no one listened to his reggae, so he just quietly changed his name back to Snoop Dogg and started rapping again.
Yeah, and doing collabs with Martha Stewart. So, man, that really helped revitalize both of their careers.
You can give Snoop Dogg money to do anything because he performed
for Trump, and now he's pro gay again. It's like, dude, sell out.
He went to the movies and then freaked out about being too gay.
Cheers, now why? Because she's never changed her name. I got you, babe. Cher's one of those singers that I can sing.
Cher, by the way, we're talking about the player tomorrow. I was watching the making of the player thing, right? And there's like a bunch of things of Robert Altman because there's actually a lot of footage of Robert Altman talking about it. And they did the black and white thing, and he didn't tell anybody that he told Cher to wear red.
Yeah.
Which Cher never wears red, I guess, but he said he didn't know that Cher never wears red. And so he didn't tell anyone about that, and then he told every other celebrity, which the whole place is full of celebrities, obviously.
Yeah.
And he had her show up in red and like got everyone's natural reaction to it. That movie is so cool. But I guess the one person that said no to a cameo in the player. There's a bunch of people that were in it that didn't make the final cut because he had so many cameos. The one person that said no to a cameo was Arnold Schwarzenegger, which is funny because he made a cameo in The Long Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm like, this is not his first Altman film. Why would he say no? That's
Altman said he even owed him a favor. Like he owed Altman a favor for something. And Altman was kind of at this point, like Altman was kind of persona non grata. This is the beginning of his comeback. Like the player happens and then Shortcuts the next year, and then he's like back. But like we make all those jokes about like Popeye, but like that really did ruin his career for like first Popeye, and then he made
I mean the cocaine on that set alone was most of the budget, I'm assuming.
It kept going over budget too.
Yeah,
because they kept buying more
cocaine. Cocaine and spinach, you know.
Amish Schwarzenegger. I mean, I assume it's because of the cocaine, but like, no. So that actually ruined his career. It got to the point where in the middle of the 80s, he actually had to he started teaching again, which is crazy. He also co-wrote a country
you're
song.
Probably wondering what I'm doing here. Robert Altman, award-winning, well-renowned director.
Yeah. Well, it's like a lot of his renown came after this because the player and then Shortcuts. Like, and then he was back, baby, but like, and then he was gone again because he was like doing like the Prairie Home Companion movie.
Yeah.
That was like the last movie he did. That was the first Altman movie I ever saw, I think, and I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, apparently it was the first before Coppola is like selling a property that he owns because of how bad Mega Flop
winery.
Yeah, the winery. Yeah. And it's like it reminds me of when he tried doing the Cotton Club, and that was a big disaster.
I do wonder with Coppola's winery, do you, like if you buy the winery, do you get to keep putting the Coppola name on it? Like, is that because I would buy it I would buy it to keep doing that, but then I'd be like,
okay, I got $2, Francis, but I can really make a profitable winery to get you out of debt.
I'd make like prison wines, like a line of prison wines, but I'd make them like Coppola's Pruno.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they got The Outsiders available to watch free on YouTube, but it's not the version that a lot of us who love the novel prefer because it's like the 25th anniversary version actually is more faithful and longer to like the novel, but a lot of people are commenting, who else had to read this and watch this in 7th grade? It's like a rite of passage. I'm like, yeah, I forget Coppola directed that movie.
I did, and I also watched it.
Yeah,
I can't remember. It was 7th grade or Yeah, it was
Eighth grade.
one of
My teacher was like, "Oh, girls, you're gonna love this movie. It's got Patrick Swayze, Tom Cruise, Rob Lowe, the Karate Kid," and then she's like, "But boys, you got Diane Lane." I was like, "But I love Diane Lane too." I'm like, I get the best of both, and everyone's like,
"Stay golden, pony. Stay golden, pony boy."
I will rest under Diane Lane's Tuscan son any day. Anyway.
So I was looking at the hold on. What to know about the hostile takeovers as Paramount challenges the Netflix bid. Kind of
We
depressing.
cannot win. There is a no-win situation. Either the death of movie theaters or the death of another conglomerate that could be owned by Trump. Because I mean, Larry Ellison already owns TikTok. He already owns Paramount, CBS. Barry Weiss is going to be in charge of CNN.
This is one of those moments where like I can't like I hate to invoke the old man, but I do kind of wish Biden was still president because Lena Khan would have been the one like deciding a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, because she'd be like, no. I
Even
mean, also
people
too,
that,
we could think,
even people
Clinton.
that very publicly don't like Lena Khan, like on Twitter and stuff, were like, "Oh, I kind of wish she was here."
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's so funny. I'm like, Netflix has all this money to buy another, movie studio, whatever. But they can't. But they ban password sharing for people who don't live in the same household. I'm like, they got the money. But also, too, like, what does this mean for, most Netflix movies? I mean, Netflix TV shows are generally pretty good, but the movies they produce are slop. It's like, Netflix makes movies for people who just want to scroll on their phone and have something in the background. Like, they're not going to produce, they're not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing I'm worried about. Like, what is Warner Brothers going to be producing for Netflix?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I also think just the theatrical window time is what really like worries me because it seems like, I don't know, like movies are expensive to go see them. Like I sympathize with that, but like I love going to the movies, and it's like
I know. When
I mean,
the CEO of Netflix is like, "Oh, Barbenheimer would have been so well on Netflix." I'm like, no, it wouldn't. What do you think? People were going dressed to the movie theaters as Barbie and Oppenheimer.
But also, like, what does that mean? Like, because they're only really like their income, right? Like, as a company, their income comes out of charging more every time for, well, I mean, getting ad revenue and then charging more every time for people joining. And it is why they keep like like rationing up the price and everything for that reason. And it's like, I don't know, like what does that mean in terms of like how much money it makes? Because then you're looking at a completely different set of metrics for like whether a movie does well, which it doesn't mean that, like, I kind of hate the whole idea of the box office in general in a way, because it's like a lot of things do well after that. Like a lot of things do really well, and then how are you deciding what's a good movie, or how are you deciding what to invest in at that point? For a story, because it's like, people are going to go to the movies to see IP, which like I'm kind of annoyed with how much IP there is. Like it feels like a lot of stuff are like I like when people take a risk, and the people don't really take a risk with IP. And it's like, so there's
Barbie,
like
Oppenheimer.
So, but it feels like with stuff like that, right? Like the box office is not the best metric for that, because a lot of movies are just going to keep coming out because it's like, well, we know people are going to go sit down in the movie theater because of that. But it's like, if you take away even that, like, what's the metric? Like, oh, this movie made a bunch of people join, like join Netflix. Like, I don't want that to be the metric of whether.
And even the TV show, like Netflix expects everyone to watch like because they're doing they used to drop all the shows, but now they're doing split in like 4 episodes each, which is so stupid. You watch 4 episodes and you have to wait a month for the rest of the 4, which is again very stupid. But like they expect like, we have to have like millions and millions and millions of people watching the first 4 episodes of the show within like the first day. Otherwise, it's not going to get another season, which is so stupid. I mean, even Amazon, I think it's Amazon or Prime, right? Amazon doing the Fallout show. They're already working. The second season hasn't dropped yet, right? But they're already going to work on the 3rd season in like the summer of next year, in a few months. So a lot of people are like, oh my God, what are they doing? I'm like, they're doing what it should have been the normal for most television shows, but they're not doing it because Netflix has ruined how you do TV shows now.
Yeah, I agree with the short blast of dopamine thing, because it's like,
those vertical dramas are crack to me. Oh my God, they're so bad. But I would be quite happy doing Hallmark movies or those stupid vertical shorts where all the plots are the same. I would be happy acting in those, steady income. You get to travel all over the world filming these plays. Like, I mean, there's so many billionaires who invest in these things, and it's like, why? You could be ending world hunger.
I feel like,
but instead you're funding I Became My CEO's Greatest Obsession. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I wonder what it does to our like collective. I mean, who knows if this is really a thing, but like collective attention spans, right? Where it's like and like sense of urgency, where it's like because I don't love every episode at once of a show because then you binge it and then you kind of like I kind of like that they stagnate it where it's like a week. And then you gotta wait, and then because it teaches you like everything like instant gratification is not a good thing. I feel like
and also too, a lot of people who do TikTok content or Instagram are realizing they're not making any money anymore because of the changes made to TikTok when it got banned and then it got reinstated. And I called this. I'm like, the algorithm is gonna be very different. Everything's gonna be a fucking ad now. Everyone's gonna try to sell you something. It doesn't matter how many views you have, it's still not gonna, make a lot of, give you a lot of money. And a lot of people realize that maybe long form content is going to make a comeback.
By the way, Kristina does daytime soaps. That's one of Stevie's comments. And it's like, dude, I feel like it would do really, really well if you did because it did really well when you were covering What We Do in the Shadows. Like, I feel like it would do, or Dark Shadows. But when you were covering some kind of shadows, you could just do everything with shadows. When you were doing Dark Shadows, though, it did really well. I feel like you could have you could go with this endlessly. You could have a soap opera, like a podcast where you cover a soap opera, and like and I feel like you could do really well with that.
Yeah,
but it's got to be like a crazy one.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, also what's an
unconventional director actor combo you'd like to see on a movie, and in what genre?
Oh, Cillian Murphy and Greta Gerwig in like a mumblecore.
and then they gotta advertise it like you saw them in Barbie and like you saw Barbie and you saw Oppenheimer and with Greta Gerwig directing and Cillian Murphy acting. Now see them together.
People are like, what is this? I mean, it is kind of unusual,
Yeah, I gotta think about this because I feel like one's gonna pop into my head that's really good, but because there's been so many good unconventional director actor combos like that I feel like things wouldn't have worked, and then they end up working really well, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think another one. Because I mean, it's getting to the point where it's like there's so many big famous directors. So it's like, oh yeah, a lot of people worked with. Maybe Emma Stone and I don't know who Emma Stone could. I mean, she's worked with a lot of great directors. I mean, someone who's not Yorgos, because I mean that was kind of unconventional because she hadn't really done anything crazy until she started working with him. Like she was really showing her like potential. Like I'm not just doing rom-coms and musicals and teen comedies anymore. I'm an actress.
Yeah. After seeing Sorry Baby, I'd like to see Eva Victor do anything with I don't know, because the like Sorry Baby, like she directs herself. She writes it and she directs herself. I'd like to see, I feel like anything, because her style is like her style and her cadence is crazy in that movie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you've seen it yet.
No one else, or maybe the other characters are the Muppets.
Someone said that they wanted to see Daniel Craig doing one of the Knives Out movies, but everyone else is a Muppet except him.
Because they literally did a Muppet sketch, which was funny as hell. I was like, ha!
But he was a Sesame Street character too, and I feel like it would be really funny to do a version of Knives Out where it's him. He's the only human, and everyone else is Muppets.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing like a lot of people are still shocked about Nia DaCosta directing the second of the 3 28 years later stuff. A lot of people are like, what? I'm like, well, she did the Candyman movie, which really wasn't that bad. It's just everyone's still stuck on the Marvels for some reason. I'm excited for that movie because the third movie is definitely going to be about Cillian Murphy's character because he's good to come in the end of the movie because Danny Boyle spoiled it for all of us.
He's gonna come at the end of the movie. Don't worry, just keep watching. He's gonna come. Somebody said Someone said the Bone Temple is a brutally audacious follow-up to 28 years later that largely sidelines the infected to explore cultism, trauma, psychosis, and compassion. I really like its uncompromising, idiosyncratic ambition, easily more polarizing than 28 years later, which was already plenty fucking polarizing, I feel like.
Yeah, because everyone's like, this is a very different movie. But all the 28 blank later were all different movies. Like the first one was very, very intimate.
You know what would be good? I feel like after seeing Nora and seeing Sorry Baby, I could see Sean Baker doing a movie with Eva Victor.
Ooh.
I feel like she could write it. She could write it and star in it, and then Sean Baker could direct it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that could go hard. That movie is insane because it's like, have you ever seen it where someone's clearly writing the movie and everyone kind of has their cadence in it? Like, I don't know if it's on purpose, like every character. And so she had like John Carroll Lynch come in for a scene and he like picked up her cadence. And it's like, dude, what the fuck am I like? Because she has like a very strange cadence throughout that whole movie. Like the way that she talks. It's like this very like stilted. Like, did you see it?
Yeah. It's hard to explain.
She has that really, really stilted like way of talking. And John Carroll Lynch is in that one scene in the parking lot and he has that same way of talking. And it's like, how is somebody like that good of an actor, or how is a director that interesting that like you pick up their way of talking? But I mean, I guess everybody that's been in like a Kevin Smith movie picks up his cadence, which isn't always a good thing.
Yeah. Oh man, imagine being around like directors in like the old Hollywood days. I mean, you got your mid-Atlantic, transatlantic accent, but then it's like even the directors sounded like that, and it's like, why you don't have to sound like us?
But it's like, I've always wondered, like, because there's an accent you have to learn. Like, do you just go home at the end of the night and then your regular voice comes back?
I doubt Grace Kelly still had her very high Philadelphian accent.
Some people obviously like take it on, but I'm saying, like, are there some people that like they come back and then
I don't think Joan Crawford fakes it though. I mean, even her in interviews, she's so gracious and so like they're not my fans, they're my friends, and I'm like, yeah. That goes lines that go hard. Calling I mean, you would love Comic-Con, Joan.
She probably would hate it.
Maybe, I don't know.
But yeah, I feel like it's crazy that like things pick up like that though, you know.
Yeah.
Trying to think of another movie where that was. Yeah.
I'm just sad that we're probably gonna, Netflix prices are gonna go up by like $50 more because they're gonna own. Oh, also Tubi. Tubi jokingly said we'll buy Warner Bros. I'm like, you know what? You own half of the IP anyway. Why not? Why not? Why not?
I like the Onion article that was Plex puts in a bid for buying Warner Brothers at $35.
Yeah. Oh God. Who do I not want to see? Flavor Flav. Just kidding. I would love to see Flavor Flav in the Criterion Closet.
But yeah, the hostile takeover. I guess this is everything has a like everything blocks you from seeing the whole thing now. But it was 100 and their bid or whatever is $108 billion bid for Warner Brothers, taken right to like shareholders. So it's like they took their bid right to like the shareholders to try to buy out 51% of the stock for $108 billion instead of Netflix, which was going to buy everything except like CNN. Like they weren't going to buy the cable assets, and it's going to be $72 billion.
Paramount wants the CNN. They want the cable.
I don't understand why they wouldn't then try to make a deal where it's like, I don't think that they should, but I'm saying like where they buy that part and then Netflix buys the other part. It's the worst of all worlds for everybody that's a consumer.
Yeah.
All right, letter hag's question. Who would you not want to see in the Criterion Closet? And he said
David Zaslav, the CEO of Warner Brothers, honestly.
He said Louis C.K.
or the CEO of Netflix.
Louis C.K. masturbating in the Criterion Closet.
Yeah, I think Jordan the Stallion did his own Criterion thing. And he was like, "Why is this movie not here? Why is this movie not here? I'm just gonna add this movie in here." It was hilarious.
I would not like to see Jordan Peterson in the Criterion Closet.
Why not, Forrest? Do your best impression of him in the Criterion Closet.
Well, this movie, it seems like there's some kind of Jungian psychology going on,
And I saw this movie when I was a young man, and I had a dream afterwards where I had sex with my grandma.
Oh, shit.
You know what's a sleeper for somebody that probably would be interesting in the Criterion Closet, but I wouldn't want to see anywhere? Ben Shapiro would probably be interesting in the Criterion Closet.
Oh my god, that dude would be picking Singing in the Rain, sound of music, probably Citizens Game.
The only thing I don't like about Singing in the Rain, there's no when they're singing, where's the rain?
Yeah. Oh, I still gotta watch this Wicked for Good review. It's probably similar to mine.
Yeah,
dude,
I like that he was
so
like, I like that he was
invested
burning
in musicals.
Barbies.
It's great.
He was burning Barbies for the Barbie movie, and then he was like, I loved Wicked.
Yeah, it was funny though. I was like, he was like, here's some little. He's like, I didn't like though during Defying Gravity when they kind of interrupted the flow of the song with and I'm like, damn, dude. I'm like, you know what? I'm here for it. Let's go.
Oh bloody hell! What is up with these two woke moralists making fun of me? Shut up, woke moral. It's like he only did like the crying Jordan Peterson. Oh bloody hell!
Imagine Tim Pool in the Criterion Closet.
That guy has no taste.
Beanie stick in the closet,
I like seeing people in the Criterion Closet that have like taste, and I feel
Yes.
like
Pamela Anderson is a good example. I was like, whoa.
yeah, some people are surprising. I really like the Jenna Ortega memes where it's like every single time she opens her mouth to talk about acting, she's like brings up some like like
French
unknown
avant-garde.
yeah, and then it's like she's on the set of a movie called like like Blee Blorp 3, the Rise of Blump Blump.
I feel like her agent hates her since she left in solidarity with Melissa Barrera. I just think her agent's a Zionist. That's the only thing, because her movie, the movie that she's in, it's like, oh honey, what are you doing? But like, what would your Criterion picks be, Forrest?
I mean, you have to be in the Criterion Closet to like know what's in there, right? Like,
I mean, I guess I definitely would do Black Swan, The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, like I feel like part of the I feel like it's hard to know what your Criterion picks would be because it's like you have to be in there and you have to actually go through it and be like, oh look, this is this movie and this movie and that.
I'll be like Blind Al and be like, you know what?
I could be like like the fake Obama thing that I fell for. I'd be like,
he fell for a big lift.
I fell for it, but I still went with it because everybody else was falling for it too. But then I was like, there's no way this is a real list. There's no way that Obama just watched the Battle of Algiers, because I was like going deep into it because I was like looking at like Rashid Holiday, like his because he used to be like close with Obama, which makes his Israel policy extra bad because he knows what the fuck he was doing. It's not like he did not have a background in that, right? Like he was like really close with like Rashid Holiday. He was also really he like was at a bunch of places with Edward Said Obama.
Yeah.
There's like pictures of all of them at a table together when he was like young. So it's like, you know what the fuck you're doing, motherfucker. Like there's no way you haven't seen Battle of Algiers. You've seen Battle of Algiers, motherfucker. But yeah, I had like a thing for the details of the Paramount takeover, but there's an ad wall now. And everyone wants you to read their journalism, but then they're like,
this is why right-wing media takes over, because they have the money to fund the stuff without ads.
Yeah. It's $108.4 billion for Warner Bros. Discovery. And the way that the bidding war is going to take place, right? Instead of going to the board of directors, because the board of directors are already happy with the $77 billion Netflix thing, which I don't want to know how much that hikes up our individual subscriptions to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's like they're going directly to they're doing $30 per share. So they're doing like a cash offer. So they're literally trying to pay everybody off. And it's Jared Kushner is involved in this. Several like Middle Eastern companies or countries. It's like I think it's
Qatar, Saudi Arabia,
yeah. All of those countries are involved in it, and then the Ellison family. It feels like the axis of evil. Like
yeah, it really does.
America, like Jared Kushner representing America, Ellison representing like Israel, and then every single like I think it's the Saudis, it's it's Qatar, it's like all of them together. They're like Like they're trying to
Yeah.
buy up Armenia.
Wrong answers only. The only you know what? Who could play me in a movie about my life? But a wrong answer. I don't. Timothy Chalamet. I don't know.
I mean, you guys have
Actually, he looks more like a younger version of my dad. So I don't know. But actually,
he could
I
grow
feel like-
his hair out, and then you could have similar hair to Timothy
Bro,
Chalamet.
you know what? If I were to do a love story about my parents, it would have to be Jack O'Connell and Emma Corrin from the Lady Chatterley's Lover. That would be a good casting choice because she looks like Princess Diana. She played Princess Diana, young Princess Diana in The Crown. So
I don't look like
my
Johnny
mom
Knoxville.
always got told she looked like Princess Diana, so I'm like, perfect casting.
I look like I look like Bam Margera after the drugs. And it's been said to me before, and I thought it was mean at first, but
Now you think
I'm
that's
rolling.
a compliment. I get sometimes I get Greta Gerwig and then sometimes Bradley Keough, Lisa Marie Presley when I get told. If Riley Keough was smart, because she does projects with Hulu, she would make a miniseries about her mom's life, right? That would be cool.
I would never have said this answer until seeing Weapons, but it would be I would let Benedict Wong play me, but he has to do the gay principal voice.
Oh God, seriously?
The entire time, where he's just like, where he has like the slight like Brooklyn accent or whatever, and he's like a gay principal, and I would be like, you know what, Benedict Wong, go crazy. I would like put a tracksuit, like a track jacket on him like this, and like a tank top. And be like, go forth, Benedict Wong.
Go forth.
Go forth and podcast.
I still don't really know. I mean, I think Timothy Chalamet would be a good idea. I think Ariana Grande would be an out-of-box pick too, because I would be like, you have to scrape all your self-tanner off to play me, girl.
Does she have a Criterion closet? I feel like hers would be interesting.
Hers would probably be good because she did have a Nona who was like 100 years old. Yeah, I bet hers would be probably. I feel like after what, because she got PTSD from the bombing at her concert in Manchester, obviously.
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like she's not gonna tour or record much. I think she's at a point in her career where she wants to act more, and I don't blame her. I look forward to it. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be like a live art, like that kind of live artist, right? Like I feel like it's probably fun to be in a band, but I would not want to be like doing big concerts like that, because there was a little while there in Trump 1, especially when people were just like, I bet I could blow up this concert.
Yeah, I mean that was probably the biggest terrorist attack in the UK at her.
Yeah,
it was since the London bus bombings in 2005. Yeah, so I wouldn't blame her if she doesn't want to, even a lot of artists are like, we're not touring anymore because fans are fucking psycho and throw shit at us and want to jump on stage. And also too, Michael Jackson was right. Touring is exhausting. Who wants to tour?
I misheard you for a second, and I thought you said they want to have Trump on stage, and I was like, why?
I think like the Village People and Kid Rock would want Trump on stage.
They want a Trump on stage. Is that like they want to get on stage and do the YMCA?
Back in the day, women would throw themselves at rock stars, but like want to hump them and shit, and then escort by security, like no big deal. Nowadays, it's like I want to choke you, but it's like please don't do that. Back in my day, women used to throw bras and panties and teddy bears at the stage. Bring that back.
20 years where we try and do a serious movie about Trump. They did a movie about Trump.
The Apprentice.
Yeah,
they already did one. They did the one with Sebastian Stan and what's his name, Jeremy Strong, where it was about Roy Cohn grooming Donald Trump into becoming the man that he is today, and Roy Cohn realizing, what the fuck did I do? I created a monster.
You know what I remembered the other day? I was thinking about it because FIFA gave Trump that award. They were like
a participation trophy award.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
But FIFA gave Trump the Ending Wars award or something stupid because they want a better deal in the U.S.
We're going to war with Venezuela.
I love that you could just bribe Trump. I don't love it, but it's like like the most like base level of bribery too. But there's like so back in the 80s, Roy Cohn and Trump went after the NFL with an antitrust suit because they had the American Football League, and they wanted to they wanted to make their league like the top football league or whatever. So I feel like Trump probably has like a grudge against like football now, so that they can just bribe him to say that soccer. Why don't they call soccer football? You hit the ball with your feet, which is true. I don't know why they don't call soccer football. They do it in every other country.
Because Americans are dumb. We rename shit all the time. I could probably list 5 things they read. I mean, look at Canadian bacon. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like
the only guy that kicks the only foot action is like there's a kicker. Yeah,
they should call it head ball or something. I don't know, tossle ball. But tossle ball is already a thing.
They should call it head ball. Head.
I mean, that's the whole point. Am I wrong? What? And they just ram into each other head first. That's why they have the concussions. That's why so many athletes are dying so young now.
Shoulder ball. You tackle your shoulder.
I mean, yeah.
Baseball.
I just don't understand. I mean, my cousin is big into like her son. Like my one cousin is big into sports, and she groomed her son to be a football. And I'm like, you do realize he's gonna die before he's 30, right? From all these concussions, because I know for a fact she's gonna force him to go pro. Like, it's stupid. Like, do like sports that are not, where you don't head on. I mean, once upon a time, I had dreams of becoming a female wrestler. But then I realized, they just want me in a bikini and mud, because that's what it was. I mean, back in the day, the women used to fight the men. Bring that back.
They also had it so bad for a while that like an early version of the culture war actually was football with helmets. Like that was like an early, because they were like, we're real men. We don't want to put helmets on our football players. This is back when it was like, it was like a sport that young collegiate students, did. And it's like, it's called football because it's played on foot. That's stupid.
Yeah. That's all sports.
Soccer makes sense because it's like foot, like you're literally
using your foot to move the ball around.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. I know wrestling is fake as hell. I was there. I mean, I grew up.
Wait, wrestling is fake?
I grew up with Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid, The Rock, Kane and Undertaker brothers who become, allies. And also, I remember when Diamond Dallas Page stalked the Undertaker's wife. I remember when Vince McMahon was cheating on Linda with Trish Stratus, and she was in like a catatonic state for a year. And then all of a sudden, she got up and kicked him in the balls, and everyone's like, "Oh, she's out of her coma." What? Like,
I like the clip, and like it sucks that this guy is
Diamond
president.
Dallas Page, baby.
I love the clip where it's like the battle of the billionaires, and he's on the stage, he's talking about your shit, and then Donald Trump runs up with a chair and it hits fucking Vince with a chair.
Rikishi, the fat dude who would rub his ass crack in people's faces. People were like, "Yeah, that shit was real, man. That was not. You didn't want to get the stank." We get people dancing before the wrestling. It was fun. The late 90s, early 2000s wrestling couldn't be matched. It was good. When it was still called the WWF, that's when it was peak. Now it's kind of shit.
Yeah.
Gold Steve Austin being a pro gay wrestler, I did not see that coming.
Have you ever seen Stone Cold ET?
Yeah.
You have that video where it's the guy. I want to play that because it's the funniest shit ever.
Yeah, I should do a pro wrestling podcast. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I'm just a sexy boy. Sorry.
Let me see. This is, well, you've seen it. Maybe the chat hasn't seen Stone Cold ET, and it's still. Wait, hold on. There's an ad, and I don't want to play the ad, but it's still the funniest. It's the funniest shit. Stone Cold ET.
And I just want to order a couple White Castles to go.
Oh, I forgot about this video, man.
I said Stone Cold ET would like a couple cheeseburgers and maybe a drink, and I'd like to get out here as soon as possible, and that's the bottom line.
Okay, do you want to pull up? I can understand anything you're saying, please.
Okay, you want Stone Cold ET to pull up what side?
Just go to the first window.
Okay.
That takes mad long to get from this drive from this.
You know Stone Cold ET.
I would be like, am I getting punked
Next
or
one.
something?
This window, next window. And then it takes mad long to get to this window. Like, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
like what the hell? How big is this fast food joint? Oh God.
It must be so awkward to just be waiting there.
I would just be like, this is my life. This is what I do for a living. I work at fast food joint, and this is what I get to.
For saying something.
This is Stone Cold ET, and I want to order a couple cheeseburgers, and that's the bottom line. Because you know Stone Cold ET like to come to White Castle, order a couple cheeseburgers to fill me up before I whoop some ass. Give me a hell yeah if you're down with Stone Cold ET.
That's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah! Because Stone Cold ET likes whooping ass. When Stone Cold ET rides a bicycle, I ride it long, I ride it hard, just like the Texas rattlesnake when he's done whooping Vince McMahon's ass.
Oh my God, that was always the best part when he actually would beat the shit out of Vince McMahon.
What? What'd you say, ET? What? I said I want to order 2 cheeseburgers, and that's the bottom line. Because no Stone Cold love a little White Castle burger with a little onion, with a little meat on it. Because there's nothing like Stone Cold.
What's Stone Cold ET?
Eating those little White Castle burgers. You know Stone Cold like a little White Castle action. When I'm busy fighting off aliens, when I'm busy being a crocodile Will Smith in Independence Day, or being up in our robot, Stone Cold ET is gonna whoop some ass. Give me a hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Stone Cold ET is gonna whoop some ass. And that's the bottom line. Hell yeah.
He doesn't even get the burgers.
No. Nope.
My friend used to think that video, my friend Scott used to think that video was the funniest thing he'd ever seen in his life. And he would get drunk and he would go, you know, Stone Cold ET want to kick some ass.
Oh man. Yeah, it's on the early YouTube. It's like my YouTube algorithm show me like old like Jenna Marbles stuff, and she's like probably my most famous follow on Twitter. And I was like, oh, I miss her. Her husband streams on Twitch, and I'm like,
Yeah, she's just like a normal person now, right?
yeah, because she basically what happened was she canceled herself. Like no one was, during the whole like George Floyd stuff, no one was like, hey, remember when you made like this anti-black, video, this anti-Asian like racist joke? She actually talked about it, and everyone's like, what's happening? Why are you're the only YouTuber who's taking accountability, and you're gonna end your career? What? Meanwhile, all these other people were like, they didn't do it.
That's how I would get out of like ever streaming again though. I would be like, look, remember something?
I did a lot of bad things, and you know what? I can't do this anymore. I'm taking accountability.
Is her husband Jimmy Marbles?
No. I mean, that first video, that whole how to trick people into thinking you're good looking, I mean, it is basically the OG power of makeup trend. Like, she just put a bunch of fake tanner on, bleached her hair, straightened it, put a horror smoky eye and a new lip, and I was like, damn. Oh,
I feel
cool.
like Adam
My most
McKay.
famous follower of Blue Sky is Jake Tapper for some reason.
I feel like Adam McKay is my most famous follower on Blue Sky.
Wait, he actually follows you?
Yeah, but
Don't
like
follow me back.
he follows me recently because I posted, oh, it's been 1 year since our episode with Adam McKay. And he followed him. Yeah. So I don't feel like I totally earned it. He's like, oh, a guy.
I remember I was retweeting, and he was retweeting a bunch of my when he was still on Twitter, and I was like, and then he followed me. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me ask him about going to podcast, and he said yes.
I feel like every year, right? Every like once a year, we gotta find like a big director. Which I think I filled our
Christopher
quota.
Nolan, Ryan Coogler, Greta Gerwig. Eh?
I feel like I filled the 2026 quota because we're having Josh Olson come on.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, in January. In January, I'm excited. I'm excited about that. It's like the first time we've had like a big guest on in a while.
Yeah, we gotta get Sam Teeter back on so I can wear another nice low cut top, and for you to point out that he has to acknowledge that I have nice boobs. So that's great.
You said it. You got to set it up ahead of time. All right, you know that you got to acknowledge this part, and then we got to get Sam Teeter to.
It's so funny when I remember when I started watching the Majority Report like over like 10 years ago or whatever, and I remember thinking this guy sounds like the health inspector from Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers.
And then he tried getting John Benjamin, and we were like, cool. And then we were like, wait, what?
You know what video I just saw the other day that I didn't even catch when it came out.
What?
Because I don't think I was watching, like, because we did our thing on the day that Zoran won or whatever. So I don't think I was watching Majority Report that day. He had John Benjamin call in, to prank.
With the song, like calling for Cuomo or whatever. It was funny as hell. Like,
but at first he doesn't say anything about himself. He's like, "Would you like to vote for Andrew Cuomo?" And then, and then he's like, he's like, it slowly dawns on them that it's I don't like it. Probably was set up ahead of time. Like they probably knew it was gonna call him.
But it's
it'd be funnier if
like
they
they just know the area code. He's like, remember the area code, because that's a lot of thing they do. Like, you know, if you're like me and Matt and Emma, it's like, okay, let us know what your area code is, and if you call him, we'll we'll pay attention. I'm like, cool. I've only called him once. They didn't know who I was.
that was pretty recently, right? Like
that was a few years ago.
But I feel like I knew you at that point, but maybe not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It was like 2-3 years ago. My was still alive.
Sam apparently has a big episode coming up with Hugo. But wait, Tim Pool said that Sam was getting laid off.
I thought, Tim Pool said for the 50 billionth time he's ending his show because his cost. He has like 30. I'm like, he's paying 30 people like God knows how much money. Like he's in debt, and I'm like, couldn't have happened to a better guy. Well, the skate park.
He said that somebody pulled up to his gate and opened fire or something. But then
Candace Owens said it was his brother who did that. And I was like, ooh, the girlies are fighting.
His dad hates him.
And then Benny Johnson plans on suing Milo Yiannopoulos, and I'm like, this is glorious. And Ben Shapiro's in the background, like, I'm doing panels on CNN with Anna Kasparian.
His dad hates him. His sister hates him. The brother, I think, because he left the family whenever, and like his brother I think went with him, and then I guess they started beefing over something. His brother was like a skateboarder or something.
Yeah, I wonder.
Probably didn't. He probably like stole money from his brother. For a while, there was like a YouTuber economy that was like people were in it that were just like scumbags that you're like, these people should not be famous. And every once in a while, someone will be like, my brother stole $500 from me the other day. Like they would make a post like that, and it's like, this is literally the most unprofessional shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I'm like, family drama, keep it to yourselves. The hell.
Like sometimes it's family drama, sometimes it's like friend drama, where they're like, I brought my friend along and he can't stop doing heroin and he robbed me, and it's like, this doesn't seem like something you should be putting on social media.
Anything's content, it sucks now. It's like I was explaining earlier.
Goddamn, Kristina, you met Sam Teeter a perv. No, he's not. He's not a perv. That's the thing.
He's a gentleman.
Kristina goes on with the low cut top, and he didn't say anything about it
until Fargo comments, "Oh, Kristina and Sam are in a competition who could show the most boobs," and it's like, what?
How do you blow that gig? I'm sitting here bewildered by Tim Pool's success. He's in debt. I see. Can you just imagine like what any of us could do with the resources of Tim Pool?
The Russia money, like, yeah.
All you gotta do is sometimes be like, Ukraine, more like money drain, and then everyone's like, oh wow.
Exactly.
No, but
that's and like also too, it's so funny because it's like, yeah, we know. Also do like with the Benny Johnson, we know he's a closet gay man. I've heard even back in the day when he was plagiarizing on BuzzFeed, we've heard stories about his liaisons with men, and he's like, I'm suing Milo Yiannopoulos for, I'm like, why?
Wait, did you see the thing that
was going to come out?
a couple of days ago, all these people are trying to like stage their own assassination or something. They're trying to do Charlie Kirk because you know Charlie Kirk's
Yeah,
in
they're
Venezuela
all
right
trying
now.
to stage
That's
like
why
their own cancellation.
We're
and stuff.
actually invaded Venezuela to get Charlie Kirk back. But no, they're all trying to set it up so they're the next Charlie Kirk or something. Like I don't know, they're all trying to set it up like there was someone coming to kill them. And the Benny Johnson one was like he got a guy arrested and he said he was going around his neighborhood asking like where is Benny Johnson, like knocking on doors. Where's Nancy? but he literally, and I was like I feel like what happened in this situation is he was on Grindr and he told a guy where he lives. The guy came over, but then his wife came home at the same time, which he's not allowed to go on tour anymore because his wife caught him on Grindr. That's why he's not allowed to go on those Turning Point USA tours anymore. And I feel like he always makes sure to be like, my wife is here with me and my kids. But I feel like he got a guy from Grindr to meet up with him and go to his house. He gave him his address, right? And then his wife came home, and then he was like, "Oh, this guy's trying to kill me!" Like he literally did what conservatives say Paul Pelosi was trying to do when he got hit by the hammer.
Yeah, no jokes about conservative. Oh my god, it's so funny. Like I think of course New York Post posted this, and this one guy's like, "Why should I have empathy for Charlie Kirk when he never had empathy?" Like a lot of people are like, "This dude has a point." And other conservatives were like, "What?" And I'm like, "You guys do this shit all the time. I'm sorry. Like I'm not gonna have sympathy for when yours gets got."
The second they went from like, all right, like there are some college students that I think are stupid that were like on TikTok that I've never even heard of any of these people. They're just, you know, who the fuck knows who it is, right? That were like, oh, I'm glad like Charlie Kirk is dead, like doing some shit for content to get views, right?
Yeah.
The second they jump from that to like not having empathy for Charlie Kirk is like the same thing. Like you're happy he's dead when you're like, I feel like, you know, he's an anti-gun guy. Or he's a pro-gun guy that got killed by a gun. Like it's inherently like kind of like
The irony is so sweet.
But
like,
it's like jumping from that to if you're just not sad, it's not sad enough that he's dead. You're gonna lose your job. Like
okay, should we not be sad when Hitler gets? You know, like seriously, like it's so funny. It's like oh, you know, if we could travel back in time, what would you do? Kill baby Hitler? No, pay.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
His mother was considering an abortion, right? When she got pregnant with him, but the doctor was like, no. And I'm like, this is why abortion is a good thing. Okay.
There was also like he was literally making a point about gun violence. Like he was literally making a point about
it's now a TikTok trend now, right now, the sound alerts, like with or without like something about gang violence or whatever. And it's like I mean, I went live as soon as it broke.
I don't like I watched that video too many times and like I feel like it's definitely tragic. I had somebody like so I'm not saying it's not, but it's like it just feels like it's hard for me to like I don't know like feel that whatever when it's like someone who's actively rooted for that actively went up and said like in front of a crowd like oh I just feel like you know some people are gonna get killed by guns and it's like that's just what has to happen for our freedom.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't know, but then you're one of those people that got killed by like I don't know.
Exactly. But also too, like it's like you know when it happened, I could not stop giggling like an idiot because I was reading that stupid Jezebel article about the Etsy witches. I just couldn't stop laughing because it's. I was like, oh my god! But also too, like you know, laughing is how a lot of us millennials, because we lived through so much horrible shit. Laughing is now how we react to like shit happening. Like it's just a nervous thing. Like my mom's like, "Why are you giggling?" I'm like, I don't know.
Okay, this is actually funny. One of my coworkers laughed when Kirk died out loud in front of the owner, who's the Amish guy, who most likely doesn't know what Charlie Kirk is.
Good.
But it's the only time people have actually been mad at me. Well, people get mad at me all the time, but mad enough that they like message a bunch of shit and then block me, like the people that I know in real life.
Yeah.
Like some girl was like, "Yo, you're just mad that you bald." Like over something I said about Charlie Kirk. They're like, "Yo, you mad you bald" or something. They blocked me.
I mean, okay, like the stuff I was posting on Facebook was not like, "Yeah, I'm glad he's dead." I just found it funny. My sister's like, "You shouldn't be posting this stuff." I'm like, "Who cares?"
Yeah,
I'm like, they wouldn't say the same to me. Also, too, they did news or like people were studying. You know, between like Charlie Kirk, like more people got fired over the Charlie like being happy about Charlie Kirk or like you know being funny about it than like fucking racist pieces of shit during like COVID and stuff. It's like, or during like Black Lives Matter. I'm like, cancel culture is not a thing that the left did. The left sucks at cancel culture. I'm tired of this argument that, oh, well, the left did it first. No, we did not. I mean, look, all the people who got canceled during Me Too. Kevin Spacey making a comeback. Judi Dench. Harvey Weinstein. Like, I don't get it.
I also feel like sexual assault and like say like I'll concede that like the idea of cancel culture or like call out culture went too far in some cases, but it's like I feel like sexual assault and like saying something like saying bad shit should obviously fall into like two very different categories. Like I have no like if someone gets accused of like credibly accused of sexual assault, I feel like they should be shunned from the society. Like I don't know what the fuck else to really do with those people. Like it's not like we have the ability to like the only thing that we can really
like, they did enough time. No, they didn't. I mean, Harvey Weinstein has multiple women that came forward. And also too, I still think it's kind of weird that Kevin Spacey, he came back and there's more allegations against him. So it's like, are these people gonna be end up dying too?
You see the Judi Dench thing where she's like, I think that Harvey Weinstein's done his time, and it's like never ask a woman her weight, a man his height, or an old British lady about sexual assault allegations.
Yeah, because most Brits are like, meh. And I'm like, it's because you're all friends with Prince Andrew. Is that what this is? Like, what's going on here?
It's literally Pedophile Island. I called it Pedophile Island, and I got people like yelling at me on Twitter.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just saying.
It's the other Pedophile Island. Like probably Prince Andrew went there and was like, this is a lot like my home.
There's no place like home. Man, the amount of people hate the Calvary line and Wicked for Good is crazy though.
Is Sting getting canceled for being too tantric? Doing too much tantric.
Hey. That one song, Desert Rose, that came out like before 9/11. Remember when like a lot of pop stars were experimenting with like Arabic, like in their Arabic stuff, like in their music and stuff like that. And Sting did that Desert Rose song with that one like Muslim singer. And I was like, yeah, this song's a bop. But then 9/11 happened, and everyone just stopped doing that type of music. And it's like
it's the
9/11 did a lot of damage to this world, you know. But destroying that genre of music, the worst.
It's the same thing as the United States of Africa. They can't let it happen. You know, everyone that's ever said they want to create a United States of Africa, dead, overthrown. It's like the second you do East meets West. You can't do East meets West. They'll cancel you for that.
Weast.
Weast culture, and then like a drone flies over my head.
It's the Wicked Witch of the Weast.
They're afraid that East meets West. If it becomes like a cultural phenomenon, it'll be too much. You know?
Well, you know what? There's one debate that always happens in every county, every town is no, it's not north or south, it's the east and the west side. And it's like, come on,
east side of town.
I want to get the actress who plays Nessa Rose on eventually because she also streams on Twitch, and I really want to get her back. So she has a stream, obviously, because of being busy with Wicked and stuff like that. But it's like, come on, Marissa, let's go.
I always think when I think about like east and west side of the town, I always think about the line in Lady Bird where she's like, he's like, she said she was born on the wrong side of the tracks. I didn't know she really meant there's really train tracks. And then the mom's like, what? It's like there's really train tracks. Wrong side of the track. It's such a good like awkward exchange in that movie. That movie's written so well.
Yeah.
They're saying they're saying Greta Gerwig's Narnia is gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
I say let the animals fuck. Let
Who's
the animals
gonna play
in Narnia.
the hot goat animal, the goat human hybrid that James McAvoy played?
Oh yeah, what's his name? Mr. Tubness or something?
Yeah. He had to do an SNL sketch about it, and it's like,
I liked the Narnia books a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah,
but I feel like every time they made it into a movie, they've cast like too many celebrities or something. Like I don't know.
Wait a minute, what happens to the Harry Potter show when Netflix owns Warner Brothers? It's gonna take 5 years. Those kids are gonna get so old.
Oi, Ari. He's like middle aged. No, they're gonna make those kids. They're probably just gonna keep casting those kids, but they had to pay so much money to cast them in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, the movies are, or I know they want to add more, but I'm like, just then do like other shows about like maybe like the Death Eaters during like the Riddle era. Like I'm like, there are things you can. There's a lot about Harry Potter that I know. I've never read a single fucking book because my friends were into those books, so I know everything Harry Potter. Like once I did trivia night and it was Harry Potter, and I was with a group and they're like, you've read the books. I'm like, I've never read a single book, and I've watched the movies. They're like, oh my god. I'm like, but I know everything. And they're like, we did really good. They were like, what the fuck? Like it was the most like it was like the most like mundane like stuff like only real Potterheads would have to know, like family history. And they're
You
like
Potterheads know. I was just honestly like
typical
like, the thing that I liked about Harry Potter was that the books were really big. So every time I read one when I was like like when I was like a preteen, I'd feel like proud that I read a book that big. More than I'd be like interested in like I was like, I'm reading these big books. Yeah, hell yeah. More than I really cared about anything going on in the book.
Yeah. Yeah, the kids are Millicent Robertson. She's got so much face filler. She's like 22 now. It's like, girl,
yeah, it's crazy.
Stop. It's like all the actors when it's hard. Sometimes it's hard watching. I mean, Bridgerton is not a real like. It's where like a different era of the Regency where it's like black people have rights, people of color have rights, and there's no racism. But like it's like yeah, they got the filler and the veneers, and a lot of people are getting mad when they're watching like period dramas now. It's like there's no way you have lip filler and veneers. Like I would not like besides bleaching my teeth, I wouldn't really fix my teeth. Because if I was an actor, I'd be like, no, I want to be like Patricia Arquette and be like, yeah, you can play like offbeat characters or,
Those, yeah. Some of those veneers are looking crazy.
Yeah, they're so fun. Like Miley Cyrus, you already have big teeth. You don't need veneers.
I like, I don't know. I do a lot of teeth.
Jack O'Connell, if he does anything to his teeth, from Sinners, I'm gonna riot. I'm like, your teeth are crooked and like very British. I'll be like, do not get veneers. Do not do it.
Oi, Harry. Just imagine like a fat little lady. Imagine like fat little lady on Weasley and like, oi, Harry, get in here, mate. We got.
One of the reasons why I love Ariana Grande is that she's a good she has it, and I kind of have the same thing too, where I can mimic she's like Harry, Ron's been split, or she sounded exactly like Emma Watson. Everyone's like, damn. I'm like, have you seen her her impression? She does a good job sounding like Britney Spears, Celine Dion. I'm like, first of all, you have to be a good singer, but it's like damn, she's good at it.
Yeah, my mom was saying that when she said that she had seen her SNL thing where she was mimicking or whatever because she watches SNL skits.
Yeah.
Then she was like, what that voice that she was doing throughout the movie? And I was like, yeah, she's doing the Christian Chenoweth. She's doing Kristen Chenoweth's voice the entirety of it.
It's funny too because her voice has gone through a lot of changes. Like a lot of people remember Black Yana, like when she was and her voice was before Wicked. I was like, her voice was so much deeper, but now she's like, "Hello, everyone." It's like,
but also she doesn't eat a lot. That might have something to do with having
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people are like, what happened on that set? I'm like, they were filming both movies at the same time. They would do one scene from part 2 and then one scene from part 1 and on the same day. Ariana Grande has always been skinny. I've always seen her bones. It's nothing new. It's just people are paying attention because a lot of people are noticing, the Ozempic.
The last books anyone read on the 30. Yeah. Yeah, that's sad.
I feel like us millennials don't get made fun of for our love of Harry Potter. I don't love Harry Potter, but I'm just saying, the millennials did not get made fun of enough for the Harry Potter nostalgia.
There were real kids that I knew in school that were really cool, like Harry Potter. Some of them, but surprisingly so. Like kids that it would seem would have never liked anything like that. Or Harry Potter, and I'm like. That's weird. That's kind of weird. You like this? I don't know. I feel like I was a precocious reader, and I was like, yeah, I read this big ass book, and I liked the people be like,
I felt so proud of myself when I was 11 years old after I saw Wicked the musical and I read Wicked the novel, and I was like, I read a big book, and then at the same time, I'm like, I should not be reading this book at this age. What the hell? I mean, but again, they market it it's like a teenager can read this book because. The musical playbills to cover. They got photos from the musical in the novel, and it's like, but then you're reading, the chapter of fucking blue diamonds on a green field, and it's like Fiyero, oil my breasts, please. And I'm like,
Her
is purple? Like,
wait,
what?
is there her breast heaved boobily? You know, people
Stuff
say
like that. But like one of the pastimes Alphaba and Fiora enjoyed was him rubbing oil over her body. And it's like, and that's like one of the few things that I remember from the Wicked book. And I'm like, you know what? This is supposed to be happening, Dora, as long as you're mine. I'm just gonna imagine it's raunchier because I would have filmed that, directed that whole scene a lot differently. It just would have been a montage of them, you know, on the bed, standing up against the wall, in the air with them singing. I had a vision that John M. Chu was gonna make it so sexless. I mean, he tried, he had to do it. He did his best, but I have ideas.
Yeah, they should let her in there. Let her do the they're gonna let you do the remake.
Yes.
Like, they're gonna be fucking.
I mean, there are a lot of scenes that they cut out, and I'm like, again, for good should have been the longer movie because Act 2 is the weaker act.
It is crazy that like the kids in the academy in Wicked were getting more sex than kids are getting these days. I feel like.
Yeah.
the actor grew up at work construction since the last season. Oh, Harry, you're a lovely cunt after all. Oh, Harry, I don't know.
I just know for a fact that when Tom Felton's
I like the
done
idea of
with his
Ron's been in the pub. Like Ron's been in the pub a lot since
drinking
the
that butter beer.
He's like fat as fuck. He's like Ron's been in the pub nonstop.
I have this weird feeling that Tom Felton's going to play Lucius Malfoy in the Harry Potter stuff once he's done with the Cursed Child show on Broadway. I just have that feeling. I have that feeling.
The Cursed Child. It's like you know.
Yeah,
what do you did that child
make
get
absolutely no
tuberculosis or
sense.
something?
That's a Mary Sue. I'm sorry, but again, someone who doesn't care about what? How? Does Voldemort Bellatrix have a kid? It's like Love Never Dies. It's like a fan fiction of Phantom Opera. It's like, ooh, you know, Raoul's a broke gambler now. The Phantom and Christine had sex one night and she had his kid. And it's like Meg Giry all of a sudden is in love with the Phantom. And I'm like, I could have wrote this when I was 10.
Harry Potter got HIV since the last since the movies ended. Harry Potter and the AIDS cure. Like that's J.K. Rowling's. That's J.K. Rowling's follow up. And then at the end, they discover AIDS isn't real.
You know what's funny is that
J.K. Rowling, why are you doing this?
Doesn't call it AIDS. The fact that there are people who still believe that is crazy to me.
I mean, RFK believes that AIDS isn't real.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's in charge of our health. Yeah, more.
AIDS isn't real.
You
Which
got
is crazy.
lost.
It's crazy. It's fucking insane that they let a guy run our health system that is like an ex-heroin addict who also believes AIDS isn't
Their
real.
carcass.
But he's an ex-heroin addict that believes AIDS isn't real, which is like people get AIDS from needles. Like,
yeah,
that's like one of the main ways.
Yeah.
Did you have no friends that? I guess maybe he doesn't have friends writ large, but like, do you have no friends that happen to? There's no way that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, he was fooling around too. I mean, also too, I just.
He also raped his kid's babysitter. That didn't even come up.
And also
really
drove his wife to commit suicide. So hello.
Like none of that came up really. I don't think in like his. They're like, oh, is this guy qualified to run the health thing? Because like my first question would have been like, hey, remember when like you got accused of sexual assault a few months ago in the Senate, like in my Senate hearing? I'd be like, well, let's talk about that. Let's talk give your side of the story at least, or like why if these allegations are coming out about you being on Jeffrey Epstein's plane and you admitted that you were on there twice, why should you be the health secretary? That's not even like the reasons why he's like unqualified. I think his opinions on health are the main reasons why he's unqualified to be health secretary.
The fucking measles outbreak. Like, come on now.
We're gonna we're gonna get some diseases that, like,
right now. There's like 200. There's like over 100 some cases of measles, and everyone's like, "Why is this happening?" And my opinion is, you know what? We didn't get to lit. I think this. I feel like we are in like a few generations of people who don't remember what it was like to have like this shit eradicated, like measles, mumps, rubella, polio. So we have to go through some suffering again for people to realize vaccines are good. We need them. Am I wrong? Or like
when I was
People have to
So-
suffer again to be reminded of how good it was when people
So
were
like
taking
just as like
vaccines.
a local example, right? And this is like, this is like something I've seen in life, right? Like this is not scientific evidence, but when I was in college, the pool, someone who hadn't gotten a vaccine, an MMR vaccine, went in the pool and they had mumps, and they transferred mumps to the swimming pool. And within weeks of that happening, like a lot of college students or whatever here at the college, they haven't had like a third MMR vaccine, because like a lot of times you don't get the third one and you space them out or whatever. Like, like as an adult or whatever, like you don't think that you're going to encounter measles or mumps in real life. You know what I mean? And it was like vaccine resistant. So within, I think 4 weeks of that, 69 people in this town had mumps, and they had to close the school down. And that was within, and this is in like 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
Crazy. Like, and then they're like, oh, there's a mumps outbreak in my tiny fucking small town. And it's like 70 people had it. And it's like, it travels that fast.
Yeah, also too, a lot of elderly people are getting measles vaccines because again, they were at a time where they wouldn't need the vaccine because measles was eradicated for the long time when the vaccine came. There's like a certain age, there were two different age demographics. So it's like a lot of old people are like, I've never got the measles, I don't intend on getting the measles. But also there are people where like vaccines don't work, which why it's up to people like us who are not immunocompromised to be vaccinated to protect those people. And people, you can't get these people to think like that.
There was that like meme that's like true, obviously, but it's like every single it's like every single person that you put in there is like the worst person for that job. Like Lyndon McMahon being Secretary of Education isn't crazy.
Yeah,
because they're like,
we need to go back into a catatonic state.
maybe she had some time in her catatonic state to read some books, and she's like,
yeah, in the back. Yeah, it's sad.
But
I went to like my appointment. I'm like, how's the vaccine rate here? They're like people are not getting their vaccines anymore. It's like,
yeah, they made it harder. You have to get like a prescription now to get the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we get cut it here though. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., which I don't know when it's going to be on this space, because I mean I think there's other shows because we had to switch the time. So stay tuned to find that out, I guess. But tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain Time, 5 Pacific is I did it. But is our episode on the player, which is going to be good.
Movies about movies.
Yeah, and we'll be back next week on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, which is our normal time to do the show. But we switched it up this week to give you an extra hour of content.
Yeah,
and
fun.
And so also subscribe to this space. They do content on Tuesdays, they do content on Wednesdays, they do content on Thursdays, and when when more people subscribe and when more people join into this whole thing, I think they're gonna extend that even more to Fridays probably, and maybe Mondays one day. I mean, who knows? We can dream.
Yeah.
So subscribe to this space, and I think that just about does it.
Bye everybody.
Bye.